Yeah, well, I would agree you've got to start sometime, but I would say start when it starts rather than beforehand.
Yeah, well, I can edit the...
You don't do editing.
I edit the in and out.
I've already told James that you don't do editing, and he said, yeah, I know, I've noticed.
He's not going to pretend he's actually seen one of my videos.
He has, he tried to watch one.
Oh, on the way. Which one was it?
I don't know. It was one of our lunch videos.
Oh, okay. Right, how are we looking?
Did
for
you
the
validate your parking?
Oh, no, I didn't.
I reckon you should do.
What's my address?
You don't need your address, you just need your registration.
That's what I mean, what's that?
I don't know. It's your car. He's not going to edit this bit off, is he? That stupid lanky git. So he'll bung the whole lot in, keep the whole lot, and embarrass himself with his awful videoing he didn't do. I thought it was snowing over there, but it's not. It's just pylon blocks.
I thought my nose was bleeding, but it's not.
Oh, very good.
Thank you.
Oh, well done, James.
Alright, there you choose your weapon.
Whose is what's?
They're both ours.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, they're the diets.
Then that's yours.
Right, where do you want it?
No, this is yours.
Why?
Yeah, that's got that. That's
Because these two are diets.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I see. Okay.
Sorry.
No, you.
Where do you want me? Review?
Hey, Nick, you'll be better this side actually, wouldn't you? Because you're the star and all of that, and
Are
you'll be.
you gonna sit next to me then? We'll have to swap together, aren't we?
No, you sit there or here.
I don't want to sit next to you.
Well, sit there then.
Or sit there and make it feel like a job interview.
Oh, that'd be worse, wouldn't it? I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna change sides as often as I like. So, James, are you regretting this yet?
Yep.
I can tell. Mine's only going to do a little bit. I'll actually do mine properly. That was just going to get the back of my head.
Are you inseminating that I don't do mine properly?
No. But everybody else is.
Oh, that'll do. Better. There we go.
We're with you, won't it?
What?
We're with you, won't it?
Oh, I didn't tell you, do I? I'll tell you that. Who started?
Is it starting now?
I think so.
I thought it was a lunch video.
It is a lunch video. Well, we always do the preamble bit, don't we?
You do it.
Hello, darlings, and a very warm welcome to the first Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch with somebody slightly better known than us. And today we are having lunch with James.
Hello.
Hello, James. It's very kind of you to do this, and probably somewhat ill-advised.
Potentially.
Yeah, well,
You said something.
You're the only one that's actually taken us up on this stuff, aren't you?
No, he's not.
Well, I pretended that everyone's going for it, but in fact, no, they're not.
The hottest ticket in town, you said.
I might have said that, actually, yeah. If only you didn't have something else to do today. I was going to ask a question, which I thought I might as well say, why not do it? I was just going to wait. So I'll tell you what, I'll put mine on it, and like I said, I'll just cut some bits out of it for me just to bung you with the rest of the.
You're buggering up the ethos at Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch,
No, I'm not. I'm making a video.
with your Jennifer Aniston hairstyle. Did you put conditioner in this morning, especially?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I bet it's lovely and soft. Oh, it is actually.
Just for you.
A whole new demographic of video now.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to go after the pink subscription.
It's just I had my hair locked off because it's getting in the way. I could have done with more of it being locked off, so it'd be even less in the way.
was about to say don't tell me they charge by the inch, but that also might appeal to a different audience.
Gosh, here we go.
If you could charge by the inch, you'd be a millionaire.
Yeah, what about your picture of Stan yesterday? Stan Little or Stan Large?
His name's not Stan, his name's Eddie.
Eddie, yeah, that's it, yeah. Eddie Large with his top off, you posted a picture of it.
I did, yeah. Oh, sorry, Deirdre.
Forget that. I was going to try and do something a little bit proper, because after all, you're trying to make this something. And to say that everybody knows who JM Cars is, except for possibly staff. But who do you actually watch? Who do you like on YouTube?
As you might imagine, I don't have masses and masses of time to watch that much YouTube. I'll tend to go more with sort of object-based searches. So rather than just watching a particular channel, I will one day have it in my head that I'm gonna try and research a particular car or whatever, and so I'll watch everybody's video on said car.
That's what I do. I'm on a Metro mission at the moment.
Yeah.
I bought a Metro on Christmas Eve, so I've been going through all of the YouTube videos.
It's not a
on
Metro, it's a Rover 100.
It's a Metro Mark IV.
It's a Rover 100, that's what it's badged as.
Yeah, which is a Metro Mark IV. Or an R6 if you want to give it the project code. Any other interrupt?
I was asking James a question and you just interrupted. You're like, I'll make this about me.
On Boaty's world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think that ship has sailed.
Please don't pretend that you've ever heard of my channel.
I have, through him.
Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't have done.
Yeah, exactly.
So the thing for me, of course, because I'm driving a lot of these cars all the time, particularly if it's a new car that I think I might have a chance of reviewing myself, I will avoid like the plague any other reviews of it. However, as soon as I've driven it and done my review, then I watch it and go, I wonder what everybody else thought of this particular car. So occasionally people will accuse me of being deliberately controversial because I said that I didn't like a car and everybody else did. Well, I only know this after I've actually done my piece, and then I go and watch everyone else's video. They go, "Isn't this brilliant?" And I sit there going, "No, not really. I don't know why you all thought it was that brilliant, but you know, hey ho."
You got a good example of it?
I appear to be the only person on planet Earth that really dislikes the E46 M3. Not because it's an inherently bad car, but just because it's not the sort of, you know, life-changing experience that everybody makes it out to be. I mean, I'm quite a fan of, in the other way around, I'm quite a fan of the MG Rovers, as you well know. And not many people out there seem to be sort of, you know, flying the flag for them.
Oh, no. Now, any real YouTuber would be embarrassed to put the name through, wouldn't they? That's the thing.
So, but in terms of channels, number 27, my friend Jack, I quite enjoy. I will variously watch as well the likes of sort of Hubnut, Furious Driving. Again, particularly if there's a vehicle, like, you know, I might not watch their stuff for 6 months, but then I'll sort of go through a binge. Like Matt, for example, Furious Driving, I got obsessed with this old police car he bought from the States that turned out to be...
Oh, he was well and truly bent over with that, wasn't he?
Yes. So I've found a great degree of schadenfreude in watching that there are people out there that potentially make even worse purchasing decisions than myself.
I think what there is a bit...
Are you not a good buyer then? Do you not think of yourself as a good buyer?
Well, if you're a seller, I'm a great buyer.
Do you think that...
You should get Joseph to buy your car. Lloyd Vehicle Consulting.
Do you think the higher your profile, the more people are going to try and treat you as a punter?
No, honestly, I'm shocked if I go to buy a car and anybody knows who I am. I mean, it'd be very arrogant of me to assume going anywhere that anybody would know who I was, and that's usually helpful.
It must happen.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're high enough profile that you're gonna. I mean, I got recognised in the street, and nobody knows who the hell I am. You must get it quite a lot. No, it wasn't. It was in town centre by the church, and I don't know who it was. There was a car driving past who just shouted, "Oi, Boaty!"
It does happen.
Even to him.
No, but I mean, I would have had it first when my channel was smaller than yours, probably like 2,000 or 3,000 subs type thing. It happened, not often, and it would have to be in a particular environment. So I remember the first time it happened was in a Lotus dealer. I've been working with them for a little bit. I was Bell and Colville down in Surrey, and they were helping me out do a little bit of filming. They sort of took pity on me, even though I hadn't bought my car from them. They still let me film with theirs. And as I was leaving one day, another customer was coming in, and I held the door open for him. And as he walked in, he stopped and he went, "Oh, you're JM, aren't you?" He said, "Oh, I watch your stuff. That's one of the reasons that I'm here." And you can see the sales guy in the background go, "Ah." And that was really nice, because that was proof that like what I was doing was working. Someone's come here because they watched something I've done and liked it enough to go, you know what, I'm going to give this car a try. So that was lovely. I mean, if I go somewhere that's got car stuff going on, I'll get recognised. But it's also telling the events that you go to. Like if I go to a car show, like if I went to Players or something like that, or Gravity, I'm pretty sure I would be invisible. But other car shows I go to, you get recognised all the time.
Like normal car shows.
Yeah.
Do
you enjoy it, or has it got?
That's started.
Oh, sorry. Go on then.
Would you go to like a Ferrari show? Just Ferraris and just Ferrari drivers?
So I go to the Ferrari Challenge, which is a race that Ferrari put on, and there's several rounds throughout the year. The one I really like to go to, annoyingly I missed it last year but want to make it this year, is Silverstone is like the end of the year. So basically there's a load of good racing on, but they combine two series, so the European and the UK championships kind of combined. So there's actually a lot more racing on track than usual, and you probably get like 200 or 300 Ferraris all come and park up and all that. And it's a really good event. I actually tell people to come either if you just like, you know, looking at Ferraris and whatnot. It's a great place to be because people will be there with theirs and they're all together. And it's rare that you'll get somewhere where you can get so many of them together that you can get so close to. You'll also have the race cars and everything there, and that event is almost impossible for me to get around because I can walk on average about 20 or 30 yards and someone will want to stop me and have a chat, which is lovely. And I don't mind it at all because these are people that watch what I do and they're sort of, you know, they contribute to what it's essentially that indirectly are paying my wages. So,
yeah,
you know.
I find that.
Do you?
No.
No. What
I did a
car
bit of
did
Pride
you
of
pass your
Longbridge.
test in?
Mark II Ford Focus ZTEC 1.6.
Registration.
That I cannot
He's
remember.
not going to know that, but he
It
will
was-
know. He will know the registration of his first car. Everybody remembers the reg of their first car.
HN05 YGT.
See, I told you mine was FFD 526Y,
Yeah.
2 litre Ambassador HLS.
Ambassador.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine
Gosh,
was
that's
Peugeot 407 Estate 1.6 diesel.
An estate.
Yeah.
That was your first car.
Yeah.
An unusual choice for a first car. Was
So-
it your choice or was
Yeah,
it,
you know, it was. I
it
was
bought for you by?
No, I was living in London. I was working in film and needed something to cart film kit around in the
Okay.
estate, and I went with the 407 because it was a little sexier than the other alternatives. And what I was doing ultimately was playing insurance companies at their own game because I worked out that I was 19 or so when I got my first car. At that point, insurance companies seem to charge you basically £1 per cc. So if you want a 1.2, 1,200 quid. If you want a 1.6, 1,600 quid. If you want a 2 litre, £2,000. But at that point, diesels were getting a lot better, and so you could buy. The problem is a lot of estates were sort of bigger petrols, 2 litre, 2.2s, 2.4s, that sort of thing, and they were really expensive to insure. But the new modern turbo diesel had more torque and sort of similar power, but because it was a 1.6, cost me a lot less to insure. And it was a nice, comfortable thing. Had a completely flat floor in the back as well with the seats folded down, so I did sleep in it a couple of times.
Did you 407?
Yeah.
Yeah. I test drove those. I really liked it. They drive really well.
Really fancy multi-link front suspension and all sorts of stuff.
Did you pass first time?
No,
Oh,
I passed.
He's got these questions written down on his own.
I haven't.
You have.
I'm trying to think. I passed second time. My motorbike license I passed 4th time, and yeah, car second time.
Did you pass first time?
No, second time.
And what about your HGV?
First time.
Okay.
I wasn't rushing with that one.
Oh, you were rushing with the car, weren't you?
I did, yeah, because I was trying to come out of a junction, and there was just an awful lot of traffic going on, and eventually I ended up wheel spinning to get out. That was enough.
I failed my first test because there was a very large roundabout and I was approaching it from here, and there was another car still a good 20 or 30 yards before the white lines, and I could see that there was plenty of time to get on the roundabout, and the assessor disagreed and slammed on the brakes. I later found out that she had a reputation for doing this, and she also had like a death grip on the the grab handle the entire time. And I did think that maybe if that was your sort of state when being driven around by a learner, you're probably in the wrong job.
Yeah. You should probably got involved with the old crash the cash thing as well, inadvertently.
Yeah. So, but past the second time.
What were your fantasy cars when you were like a teenager?
Oh, Porsche Carrera GT, McLaren F1 LM. Did later develop a bit of a thing for Ford GT40. One of my school friends' dad had a GT40. Ferrari 355. Never weirdly into much German stuff at that time, I don't think.
Me neither.
Lamborghini Diablo. That was pretty. I'm lucky enough that some of those I've been able to drive. Some I may never. And I got an offer to drive an F40 and an F50, but I mean I can't insure them. So the guy's happy for me to drive them. Just nobody's going to pay me to insure them.
Never driven
So
one.
have you driven one?
F40 or F50?
Yeah. So, right, yeah, you can't do it on your...
Testarossa you will have.
Yeah, I've driven Testarossa.
Yeah. Testarossa was the second car I sold professionally. The first one was an Austin Healey Sprite, and the second car was a Testarossa.
So I've got a good story about Testarossa if you want one.
Yeah, go on.
So I was doing some filming at a little business estate, and this winter with this Audi this chap had, and this old bloke sort of walked up to me while I was putting cameras on the cars and stuff, and I'm always a bit concerned about people randomly walking up to me while I'm clearly trying to get stuff done. And he asked me about what I was doing, and I then explained I was doing like a car review, and he was like, oh, sort of like Top Gear. I was like, well, sort of, not really, it's on YouTube, but yes, let's go with that, because he's old enough. I'm like, he probably doesn't have the internet, so I've got to explain the internet first, then I've got to explain YouTube, and so I said yes, and he goes, oh, and he looked at me and went, do you want to review a Testarossa? I was like, have you got one? I said, yeah. Oh, okay. So I didn't really think much of it, because I thought he was just, bullshitting. And I like spoke to the chap in the Audi. He's like, no, he's the bloke who owns the whole estate. He's not bullshitting. He's got a Testarossa. It's in his garage. So I think the next year I was doing my Christmas card, and I wanted to do a Christmas card, and I thought it'd be a fun idea because I was going to an 80s party, and I got dressed up as Don Johnson from Miami Vice.
Sleeves rolled up.
Yeah, so I thought, I know where this.
They
there's a
gave him
Testarossa.
they gave him a Testarossa.
Yeah. So
And Mr. Ferrari gave him one. He didn't want it to be used in the series at first, and then when it was, he was so pleased with it, he actually gave Don Johnson the Testarossa.
yeah. So I messaged this guy to see if I could take a photo of myself posed next to this car and Miami Vice outfit. Unfortunately, it's a red one, not a white one, but nothing's perfect. And so I went there, and it's in his garage, and he's shuffling around getting his car out, and I'm talking to his wife. And she says, oh yeah, I bought it for him for his 60th birthday, 30 odd year ago. Now look at this bloke going like, hang on, he does not look like he's 90 if he's a day, because he's still on the phone, shouting at people, telling them what to do, this, that and the other.
Oh, excellent.
We have the smothered chicken.
That's me.
Also, we have no coleslaw, so would you like anything else instead, like
Oh,
peas
right.
or peas or...
Peas would be fine, yeah.
Peas, yeah? We have the medium
That's
steak.
fine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And guess who the other one is for?
Never guess.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And would you guys like any
Yeah,
sauces?
ketchup, please. Yeah.
Ketchup?
Mustard, please.
Mustard.
Mustard, yeah.
So she was supporting tourist for his 60th birthday. She'd originally gone to the dealer to buy one, and at this point in time, there was a long wait list for these cars. But if you got one, it was instantly worth like double what you'd paid for it anyway. So everybody was happy to wait. So she'd gone to the dealer, said, "Look, I'm going to put my money down for this car. There's a lot of money, and it's for my husband. And I know that we're not going to take delivery for a while, but in the interim, could you give me like a model one that you've got, so he at least has something to unwrap on his birthday? And I said, no. I said, you're not going to give me like a little model car? I'm about to spend a lot of cash here, and you won't even do that. And I no. So he said, okay then, sod ya. Forget about it. A few months after that, the market completely collapsed. And she then gets a very sheepish phone call from the Ferrari dealer saying, yeah, you know that car you were looking at? Do you want to maybe buy one at half price?
Really?
So, yeah, so in the end she was like, yeah, okay, all right, sod you. So yeah, went and bought it, and yeah, for half off.
Interesting. Ah, right.
I just remember being terrified when I drove the Testarossa because it was current, very current, worth an awful lot of money. And all I can remember, my overriding memory is not the performance, not the presence.
Did it say ketchup? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just the incredible width of it, the fact that it was wider than a transit van, and most of the roads that I was driving on, the wing mirrors were extending over the centre line, and I was flinching every time any car came the other way.
Funny thing about Testarossa is that, although that's the impression everybody has of them, if you look at them today, they look tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the new Ferraris don't.
But a friend of mine had a Countach, and it was kept in the same garage as his Boxster, and the Boxster absolutely dwarfed this Lambo. The Countach, you just said, like, if someone told you it's a 3/4 scale model, you'd believe them. But yeah, no. Didn't realise I get garlic bread.
I parked on the main road the other day behind a Fiat 500L in my Rover 25, and it's just comical really how diddy it was compared to it.
I don't understand the L.
All right.
Because it's not a Fiat 500.
No, I should have just had a different name.
I almost feel sorry for Mini, because Mini is the brand name now as opposed to the car. But with the 500, you're like, sorry, that is not a 500 at all.
A 500 is my mate's dream car, and he imported a 1966 one from Sicily. It's last year now, isn't it? 2023. And I'm 6'5", my mate is 6'7", and we recorded a video of the two of us going out for a drive and to lunch.
It's desperate for someone to watch this video.
I'm desperate for anybody to watch any of my videos.
What got you started on YouTube? Because I'm very curious, because I noticed you've got over 1,000 videos up. That's a lot of effort.
None of them got any more than a couple of hundred views, have they?
You got a few with a few thousand.
I've got a few with over 10,000.
Really?
Is it a disco review or something? Freelander? It was a Ranger or something, wasn't it? Landy.
The popular ones are Freelander and the Jag iPace, the electric thing.
See, I've not driven one of them. You've driven a car that I haven't.
Right.
Wow.
Well, I used to have a really good relationship with JLR, and then they changed their press arrangement. Like the same people were there, but doing different roles. And the previous people I got on with like a house on fire, and it was easy to get cars out of them. And then the new people just don't even respond to my emails. To the point where you wonder, like, are you getting my emails? Are they going into your, spam or something like that?
But as for what got me started, it was completely accidental, really. It was New Year's Day, and I know what it was. I forgot this for ages, and then I remembered. I had a really intense and ill-advised midlife crisis relationship with a young Chinese doctor, and it was quite an intense year. When I eventually got rid of her,
You're going to want to cover your ears for some of this stuff.
I'm not going to tell him all that bit, am I?
Well, not me telling, don't worry about it. It's this lot.
Oh, they know.
Yeah.
They know. I have no filter. My lot know everything there is to know about me.
I've been warned about that.
Yeah, particularly on the live streams. And when I was coming out of that, got rid of her, and then I had a date. You'll be going past it on Calicut Beach with an old flame, and we took some photos. And I wanted to put those photos together into some sort of collage as an aid when well. And so I discovered on my phone that it had this app thing called iMovie, where you could like knit photographs together and put some music on the background and put text on them as well. And I thought, that's quite cool. So I did that. And then on New Year's Day, I was really annoyed because my Rover 45 was playing up. So I thought, know, I'll actually record a video. And the video was, should you buy a Rover 45 post facelift? No, they're an absolute heap of shit. And that was the video in its entirety. And then just gradually I started doing a couple more, and it just kind of snowballed. And then I hit the idea of the community, because for me, YouTube is all about community. It's nothing to do with me, it's nothing to do with the channel, it's nothing to do with making a business or making money. Everything that I do is aimed towards community. I got divorced, and for the first time in my life ended up literally alone. And I was also...
Was this before or after the whirlwind romance with the Chinese doctor?
Oh, before.
Worth checking.
Yeah. So I suddenly found myself alone for the first time in my life, and I also discovered what it's like to be poor. And I realised that there were probably... So I was looking for something that I could cling to and be part of. There wasn't anything suitable, so I launched the UK singles community. And that took off and took off and took off, had a few million people through the door. And then because I discovered, and I wasn't on my own for long, and thank God, but long enough to get an insight. But by doing that, I discovered the real difficulties that, I know people have difficulties, but I discovered the particular difficulties people had through being single. Not that being single per se is a problem, but being alone can be a problem. Depression, anxiety, financial issues, bad mental health, bad physical health. So I decided to try and address that. So that launched into the charity. So I launched the singles charity so that I could raise money and start helping people. And so that started in 2016. So I've been doing that for 8 years now. And as I got into the YouTube thing, I discovered that there was a bit of a crossover. And I discovered that not exclusively, but there are people who watch YouTube as partly escapism and partly to vicariously have a life that they don't have themselves. And it occurred to me somewhere deep down that anybody watching YouTube at midnight might potentially have, and I also discovered that there are some amazing people. So almost from day one, I just wanted to create a community around it. And that's what the whole channel is based around. It's not to do with making money, it's to do with building a community. Mustard really helped me.
You know what, that's big.
Yeah.
Where have I helped you? Don't answer that.
I was that Chinese woman.
Which one?
No, you're absolutely right. I had it a lot in COVID, particularly 2020, especially. A lot of people messaging, just saying like, thanks for some videos, because I'm well aware that they are essentially just functionally nonsense videos about cars. Like, it's ultimately not particularly important in the grand scheme of things. But sometimes that's exactly what people need, is not important in the grand scheme of things. They don't want real, serious, hard-hitting, life-changing topics. They just want a bit of fun.
Yeah.
And it really, it really becomes quite moving. Once the live streams took off, that's what really started building the community. And, you know, it extends to social media, and we've got a WhatsApp community now and so on. So it basically means that nobody has to be with that company, nobody has to be on their own. I specifically do live streams at difficult times, like Christmas night. I got back from the restaurant. We were open on Christmas Day. More than 100 people, 7-course meal. We were in first thing in the morning. I got back at 9:15, 9 o'clock. I was live streaming on stream through until gone 1 o'clock. So that people didn't have to be on their own on Christmas night. And it's really quite moving. We've you know, we've had people pass away, and we've been there with them, you know, while they're going through their palliative care and whatnot. We've got all sorts of things, and it's really, it gives you a real perspective, and it's really quite humbling.
You're very much at home talking to people who are with you, aren't you? Yeah, that's where you look at your most comfortable. I remember the first time you and I tried to do a video together, and you was like, "Oh, I don't know what to say." Do you remember that?
To this day, I struggle to make a video. I find it very alien. I find it very difficult.
Well, it is weird. I mean, if people come to me asking for advice on a channel, generally on the first thing I say to them is say, look, don't worry about looking like an absolute Burke when you're stood there on your own talking to a camera in the middle of a car park, because you are going to look like an absolute Burke standing on your own in the middle of a car park talking to yourself.
And you certainly feel it.
Yeah. The aim is that you've got to make it feel like, for the people watching and whatnot, that actually it is live for them, and that you're not just talking to one person, you're talking to like a whole audience, because it's about making them feel part of something as much as, you know, you being a part of something. And I think it's quite it's a very good thing to do. I think it frustrates me greatly that excuse me, even now there are still people out there that don't really consider, you know, social media and whatnot a real job. And I say, well, what were you doing in lockdown? You're sat at home with the telly on, you know. Without YouTube, everybody I know that has young kids would have gone spare, because, you know, YouTube has all the content and stuff that they want. They just stick stuff on for the kids to watch, because often some people are still having to work but also look after the kids. You know, it's not ideal, but sometimes you've got to just sit down in front of the TV, whatever.
Proper TV can't keep up with YouTube.
No. But the problem is that people are now watching stuff on YouTube, because YouTube can also do things that proper TV can't get away with. And proper TV is a slow, lumbering beast. It can't adapt rapidly to change, whereas a YouTuber can make a video on something one week, find out something new, and make another video the week after. And, you know, you can adapt that quickly. But real TV, it's got to go through so many different layers. Unless it's the news, it's unlikely ever to be particularly current. And it's also, you know, beholden to so many different restrictions, some of which are a good thing. You know, on YouTube, sometimes I think people do let videos go on for far too long. I've been guilty of that, as everybody has. TV then sometimes has to cut things short, just because this program has to fit into this 42-minute slot, whether it's right or not. Maybe it should have been a half-hour program, but it's dragged out. Maybe it should have been an hour and a half long program, and it's been cut down.
So what was your initial motivation with your YouTube channel? Was it to create a business, or was there a message you were trying to get out there, or was it just to have a bit of fun, share knowledge?
So I wanted, I mean, ultimately it wasn't a business. I was working in film and TV before, and short version, I didn't like where that was going. It felt to me like a race to the bottom. People wanted more for less, and that only ever ends one way. So I'd always really liked cars, and I had this notion, because I was fairly young, I had no wife, no kids, no one really relied upon me. I had this notion to sell all this film kit I'd sort of acquired over my years working in film, buy a fancy car, tart around for a year in it, pretend that I'd made it, and then, you know, get a proper job basically and work out how my life was going to move forwards. While I was doing all of this, I was watching various videos on YouTube about what car to buy. You know, because by this point a lot of reviews were just videos rather than, I actually prefer reading reviews rather than watching them.
Okay.
But you know, a lot of stuff was online about these cars, and I was watching some of these videos, and at this point in time, so we're talking about 8 years ago, there were people that had started to make it quite big on YouTube, and they were buying nice things, apparently from the money that YouTube was earning them. So I was watching people going and picking up Lamborghinis and things like that. I was going, God, this must be making you some money. And then watching the video and going, yeah, but your video's crap. Like from a technical standard, the video was poor, the sound quality was poor, the picture was poor. And I thought, you're earning enough money at this, you should really do a better job. And I thought, I could do a video better than this lot. And I sort of thought, well, maybe I should give it a bit of a go. And I was thinking about buying various different cars, and I was quite attached to the idea of buying a Lotus, and I realised there wasn't really much Lotus content out there on YouTube. So with Business Head On, you're like, well, that's your USP, is you do Lotus stuff. And I had this crazy notion, because I live near the Lotus factory, that you know, Lotus might support it. They didn't. Yeah, so I thought this could be something. And I thought if I could somehow, in my man brain, make some money out of this silly idea that I've done, in some ways I can justify it. All right, first year I made 140 quid. But
Did you really?
Yeah.
First year.
Yeah. Actually, I boast. It was 138.
I bet you have more than that.
In the first year?
No, I mean now.
What do you mean?
You've always gone about how you don't get any money out of it.
Well, I don't get much.
No.
You know we'd love those last two P's, don't you?
They call
Him very shit peas because he shits peas.
No, no.
No, me neither.
Oh, is that the sign?
We have a shared subscriber, and his name is Barry Shippees, and we just decided that it should be a thing that anytime his name is mentioned in any way, shape or form, we have to sing the Barry Shippees song. One of the many reasons why a road trip with us is not a good idea. How was your steak?
It was nice.
How was your chicken?
As expected. It was hot and it was edible. It filled the need. I understand typically you get curries and things in, although one of you had a kebab and one of you had a curry. I'm very confused about this.
Well, I often go for curry.
Yeah.
And he often goes for the to be, don't you? Yeah.
From the same place, or do you go to different places?
No, same place.
The best lunches are the ones where it's not a takeaway, where I cook.
Well, yeah. It don't happen very often, does it?
Yeah, because somebody hasn't got the cooker working in the caravan.
Yeah, because somebody's probably got other more important things to be doing. What's your favourite ordinary car?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, isn't it?
And what's your favourite food? Because my life literally revolves around food. I spend all of my time either eating food, cooking food, preparing food, or planning food. And I will plan days in ahead. And that is part of the joy. The anticipation is part of the joy. Literally, my life revolves around food. If you said, Boaty, it was great meeting you, I'm going to take you on a super day out, then my immediate thought will be, well, what are we going to do for lunch? I need to plan this. Even to the extent when we started doing collection road trips and whatnot, I couldn't cope with taking. I mean, he's just an animal. He took a pound of gammon, shoved it under the bonnet to try and cook it on the way there, and just ate this gammon like a
feral
beast.
being.
Yeah.
It was liberating.
I can't cope with that, and I couldn't cope with the crap food at motorway services and so on. So I invested in a food flask so I could take beautiful, exquisite Nepali curry for lunch and things like that. And I've now discovered The other thing I struggle with is hotels.
I was asking James the question, not him asking you.
He started, so he may as well finish.
I've forgotten what the question was then.
I asked James a question.
It's all right. I've remembered both the questions, so you carry on. And then
Hotel, there's a thing, and it's fabulous. You must buy one. There's a thing called, you might know about it, a heated lunchbox, and it's like the sort of tray that you get in prison that your food is served in prison. I imagine. I mean, I've
heard. Yeah.
I've never had the pleasure of Her Majesty's pleasure. His Majesty's pleasure now, isn't it?
yeah.
And it's basically, and so it's a thing, and it's in an insulated bag, and you can plug it into either a 13 amp wall socket or your 12 volt car socket, and it will warm your food up. So it won't cook it, but it will warm it. So you could take curry that you made the night before, or if you're staying in a hotel, like imagine you're staying in the Premier Inn there, and your options are eating here. And you might think, I don't want to do this.
Do you get the impression that he's going to pull out a sales pamphlet in a minute?
We've got one here.
But you could take curry and rice that you've made at home, freeze it with a bit of roti, frozen as well, put it in that thing. During the day, it would naturally defrost, so you don't have to worry about it being refrigerated. And then in the evening, plug it in your hotel room. And whatever time you choose to eat in the evening, you could have a beautiful meal instead of having to come here.
I reckon he got most of that before you even started.
Whatever. You didn't know about heated lunchboxes. Well, apart from what goes on in your underwear.
Yeah. So thank you for that.
Could you be quiet now and let James answer the question?
With pleasure.
See, the thing there is that curry is a food that naturally keeps very well and travels very well.
Mm-hmm.
It always fascinated me that pizzas became one of the most popular sort of takeaway delivery foods, because to me a pizza does not travel well at all. There's a pizza place in my town opened up. You go in there and sit down and eat. Best pizza you've ever had in your life. But you get a delivery and I live 10 minutes away, it's alright. Yeah, you're like this. Pizza to me is one of those things, it's got to be fresh, by which I mean out the oven, onto your plate, eat it, amazing. Because it steams in the box. Like it goes soggy, it goes horrible. Like, there's no way to keep
please
pizza.
tell me you don't eat it hot.
What, the pizza?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Because pizza is not supposed to be eaten hot. It's supposed to be eaten ambient, room temperature. Pizza started life as a very peasant, rustic Italian food. It also had nothing to do with cheese.
Yeah,
It
you
was
said this before.
Fresh tomato, really good olive oil. But it just...
Well, you're talking about a kind of pizza that we don't have these days because people prefer
I'm just
different.
saying it shouldn't be eaten hot. It should be allowed to cool slightly.
Well, to be fair, it generally does, because it's only the pizza I tend to prefer is the sort of probably a Neapolitan. It's only that thin. It can't retain heat. It's not in its nature.
But you start eating it straight away, so that by the time you're finished with it, it's not cold.
Yeah.
That's what I would do, and that's what I do.
So, I've got quite a thing for Chinese food. That's my go-to. I do like it. But again, you have to be careful because bad Chinese food is pretty atrocious. Luckily, there's a few very good places near me. But yeah, otherwise, underwhelming Chinese food is just like, I just slings it in a bit, because basically it's mostly deep fried. I have a few things that you test. You can test Chinese with two foods. You test it with the prawn toast and the chicken balls. Because if your prawn toast is good, everything else is a safe bet. Because if you get it and it's just, basically all bread, no prawn, and it's soggy and horrid, they've not cooked it right.
But this is where I take issue, because that's not Chinese food. Now,
It's British Chinese.
3 times I've been engaged to Chinese nationals. So I've spent a lot of time in Chinatown. I've eaten at it, and that's one of my bugbears. It is starting to change now, but the fact that whichever cuisine you eat in the UK, you're not eating that cuisine. You're eating a horrible version of it that's tailored for the UK palate. And I will admit, we are as guilty of that as anybody else. I run a Nepali restaurant, right? We've got fucking chicken tikka masala and chicken korma on the menu, for Christ's sake. I mean, We've got about 100 items on our menu. There are probably 3 that we actually eat ourselves. Momo, Sequa,
Staff curry.
roti. No, staff curry's not on the menu.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
I wish it was.
Well, you said you was going to do a staff curry night.
We did.
Right.
I did.
Well, we was
And,
talking about this on the way up because
And I sold out.
I generally like if I'm at a restaurant and it's proper, asking what they're having, because the thing is, British people don't like anything with bones in it. Certainly not a curry. Whereas all the best curries I've ever had in my life have lots of bones in them, because that's where the flavour is. I mean, I have a bugbear with burgers. Burgers to me should be impossible to get wrong. Yet it seems like burgers are nearly impossible to get right. And the one reason is because most places want to go for really lean meat, and you just get it and you're like, it's just.
Didn't taste it.
It's just
Have you ordered a
tasteless.
burger in the States? They'll serve it rare.
Yeah.
That's madness.
Yeah.
Absolute madness. You can't serve a burger rare.
You can't. Oh yeah, you can have a rare burger, but you can't have proper cheese. That's what they like in America, isn't it?
Yeah, but it
Cheese is dangerous.
It's impossible to get anything without improper cheese. True story. I spent one whole night, genuinely, I spent one entire night in Las Vegas trying to find a sandwich without cheese. Utterly, I failed. It was utterly impossible. I ended up getting bloody room service from the Bellagio. And then I realised how fantastic the linen napkins were that you got with room service. So I then ordered room service every night, stole the napkins, and they are now the napkins that I give to guests when they come and dine with me.
So in Vegas, what you've got to do is get off the strip.
Yeah.
As soon as you can, because there's some amazing places in Vegas, like in LA. Some of the best food you've ever had in LA is from a restaurant that until 7 p.m. didn't exist. Because like
Street food.
yeah, like when you go to places in Thailand, you're like, where's the restaurant? Well, it will be over there, but it's not there right now because he's not arrived. And at 7 o'clock, someone turns up with some plastic tables, tablecloths, cutlery and whatnot, and all of a sudden you've got this food. And you're like, how is it that some bloke has just turned up, erected a restaurant, and also cooked some of the best food you've ever had? A really good, solid, honest burger is a divine thing, but is annoyingly difficult to find. If you want a really good one, get a Bleecker burger in London.
So what defines a perfect burger?
Flavour from the meat, a lack of complication in terms of the accompaniments. I'm on the fence about pickle. When I was a kid, I'd always had pickle taken out. Now I don't mind it, but it's got to be a good. It's got to be there to add something. I find a lot of places just like to pad stuff out with unnecessary amounts of salad and various things. Look, I've signed up for a burger, not the Atkins diet, right? So I don't mind a bit of. Actually, my favourite order at the minute is from Five Guys. It's just if you want a standard, you can go anywhere. It's Five Guys, and you get a bit of mayo on there, you get a bit of lettuce, a bit of tomato, burger, cheese, bacon. Nothing else. But also what I do is I go for the single burger, not the double. Because the problem with the double is once they put the double in, and this is a bugbear of mine, a lot of places now serve you burgers that tall.
Yeah.
Which I look at and they go, what's the point of that? Point of the burger is that you're supposed to be able to, eat it like that. So when you go for a double, there's too much in there. There's too much. You can't get a bit of everything in one bite.
Now you need a telescopic jaw.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be part snake. So
Those
it
burgers
doesn't
with
work.
a stick through them to hold it together. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
They
got
actually
to
dislocate their jaws, don't they? They have jaws that dislocate.
Beetles.
Snakes.
Yes.
And that's how they can swallow like a human.
Yeah.
So there's a joy in that. Alternatively, again, anything cooked with like a great degree of passion. I mean, again, you go to the States and you get all the Mexican food trucks and people on the side of the road just making stuff, and they love the sort of theatre and the prep, and they seem to have the time to spend like 7 hours doing their marinades and everything else, which we just don't. But they come from a more foodie culture, and it's one thing I love. And LA in particular is so vibrant. So yeah, I love good food. It's the same with films. Like I don't necessarily want I don't want anything original, because generally speaking, there's a reason that nobody's come up with the idea before. We've been cooking for forever. As soon as someone accidentally dropped a deer on a fire, we've been cooking, and in that time we've come up with a lot of really, really good ideas. And so generally these days, I'm more impressed with like a donut. I've seen the most, and Americans are particularly bad at this. the most amazing, crazy, enormous donuts with like 5 different flavours, different fillings, icing, frosting, and they've got, you know, a little microwave oven in them, TV on the top, you know, everything. And it's like $10. You take a bite of it and you go, it's flavourless. It's got no. So I'd rather offer a little, you know, market stall vendor, someone that's just squeezed it through, fried it right in front of you, chuck some sugar at it, and you have it. Because when it's that fresh, you're like,
donuts.
you're like, that's amazing. Like people go nuts for Krispy Kreme. I don't know why.
No,
I don't know why. Because they're cooked remotely, or they're made frozen, baked on site. And then once any donut, the best donut in the world, after it's like 12 hours old,
well, after
it's useless.
After it's gone cold.
Okay, so you're having a party.
Hang on, my turn. Donuts, straight from the van.
Oh, we've gone on to his expert subject now, haven't we?
Shut up. Just give everybody else a chance, will you? Michael Barrymore. Yeah, donut without even any
I'll
sugar.
take that as a Nigel Farage. First words to me when we first met, he said, "Fuck me, you look like a Nigel Farage tribute act."
You don't see it. He didn't until then.
Yeah, still do.
Donuts.
Everybody else does. Donuts. Well, that was it. I don't need to go on for ages about why someone's.
You've just forgotten what you were going to say. Don't make it sound as if
that
it-
train of thought left the station and
Yeah.
never seen again.
Well, that does happen somewhat.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're having a party,
Yes.
big celebration.
Yes.
It's for your birthday.
Yes.
And you're going to be eating in an area that's attached to the food preparation area.
Yes.
So you can see and be part of everything that's going on.
Kitchen in typical parlance.
If you
Yeah.
if you like. Yeah.
Yes.
You can have any chef, alive or dead. And
Uh-huh.
if you choose a dead one, they like come back to life.
Yeah,
Come
not
back.
just some skeleton,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
sort of prepping your food.
So you can have
Yeah.
any chef, alive or dead, to cook it for you. Who are you going for?
Initial thing I want to say is Tom Kerridge.
Ah.
Oh.
My mate did a thing with him. He came to their house and taught them how to cook steak for one of his TV programs.
Yeah. Right. Tom Kerridge's stuff. It looks like hearty and like, because I've been to a lot of fancy restaurants and some of them have been. You have the food and you go, that genuinely blew me away. You know, it was fantastic. I've been to Michelin star places before, and you have the food and you go, I don't know how they did that or what they did, but it was something I haven't experienced anywhere else. But I've been to other places where you sort of come out of it and you go,
Where's the nearest chippy?
yeah, you guys are at McDonald's on the way home because, you know, I appear to have spent £100 and I'm hungry.
Yeah.
And not only that, it wasn't like it was small but sensational. It was just mean portions of food that, again, looked really fancy, but ultimately wasn't. That's my biggest problem with Vegas. Everything in Vegas looks delicious. Half of it is just expensive and crap. Like half of everything you eat in Vegas is this level, right? The other half of it is that good. But there is no way of being able to tell until you're there. Because the other problem is all the restaurants in Vegas get rated by people that are probably drunk and are desperate to tell their friends that they've eaten at the restaurant and they've paid $75 for a burger. And so, of course, they have to tell everybody it was brilliant, even when actually it wasn't, and around the corner there's a $10
Vegas
burger.
is
which is
like
better.
Britain was back in the 70s. So the way to eat well is to have breakfast 3 times a day.
Well, Black Forest Ghetto, Steak Diane, and maybe as a starter some orange juice.
I wouldn't have gone for Tom Kerridge. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that. I wouldn't have guessed at that. Who would you go for?
My nan.
That well-known chef.
Yeah, well, she wasn't well known at all, but she could do a very good roast dinner, and it always inspired me to cook myself.
All right, which part of yourself did you start off with?
The bit that you're thinking of right now.
What was your first posh car? Was
That
it
I
a Lotus?
owned.
Big load, yeah.
Well, it depends really, see, because the thing with the Lotus that I had is it was a 70,000 quid car, but some people, everybody that saw it thought it was either a 40,000 quid car or a 140,000 quid car.
Right.
So I'm not really sure whether that counts as posh or not.
Compared to a 407 estate, I think it probably does.
It was certainly a step up over the 407. I mean, previous to that, I had like a BMW Z4M Coupe. I mean, I never in my life spent more than 15 grand on a car, and then I jumped and spent like 70 grand on one. Did regret it in some ways, didn't at all in others, and it's done me very well. First Ferrari came in 2020, that was a 550 Maranello. That was...
Now, I lost touch with everything after the late 90s.
Yeah.
Because I came out of the business then. So I didn't have either the interest in or the access to the stuff that came thereafter. But the 550, from watching your videos, is probably the only Ferrari I would be excited to drive.
Yeah.
Because if I'm correct, it's the follow-on from the 355.
No, it sits alongside.
Oh, I get mixed up.
At the so from about, let's call it mid-90s, your Ferrari range, incredible to believe, it was basically 3 cars. If you ignore the F50, because that was always, you know, silly money and limited numbers, you had the 355 was the entry level.
Yeah.
Then the 550 was the like flagship 2-seater V12. And then they had the 456 was the 4-seater.
What year would this be? Because I think this is after
the 456 was the first to come out, and that was about 93, give or take.
I had my 355 was a 95 car.
Yes, so the 355 came out in 94, and then the 550 came out in 96.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean they're all fabulous cars. I've got a real thing, and one of the reasons that I wanted the 550, because 355 is like my dream car.
Maybe I'm getting mixed up. I watched your Ferrari videos,
Yeah.
and I watched the one video, and I thought that is the one that I would love.
Yeah.
That is the one that I would love, and I would love it for the same reasons that you. Your rationale behind it was just pinged with me, and it was something along the lines of, this is like the follow-on, if you like, from the 355, or if you like the 355, this is.
It could be anything. It wouldn't be the 550. I mean, the 360 is what came after the 355.
Oh, that's the one I'm thinking of then, is it?
360 came after the 355. I've done a few videos with those. They're really nice cars, and they're probably the best way into a Ferrari these days, because they're quick enough that you're not going to be really annoyed with it because you've spent a load of money on a car that's slow. They're modern enough that they're going to be interesting. You could use it day to day if you really wanted to. Stuff will go wrong with it, but also you can get the parts for the most part, and they're not going to hopefully be ruinous to run.
Like the 355, where you have to drop the engine to service it.
Everyone always talks about that. It's complete nonsense. In terms of, you do have to drop the engine for the cam belt change, but the thing is, to do the cam belt service on a 355 properly, you have to take the engine out, yes, but it's designed to come out. It's all on a big subframe. It comes out in a cradle, and that adds basically £1,000 to the cost of your servicing every 3 years. And from my perspective, if an extra £1,000 over 3 years, £1 a day, is enough to put you off owning one of these cars, like that's not, Ferrari ownership is not for you. And to be honest, with old Ferraris, the thing I say to people is, if in a year all it costs you is a service, be thankful, because they're old cars. They're 25, 30-year-old cars now. You know, high performance, needy cars.
What is the cheapest way to get into a Ferrari now? Now, back in my day, then the cheapest would have been either a Mondial, which you might not count as a, well, it is, or probably the cheapest was a 400.
So
very unloved.
400s have kind of gone up. You still will get the odd cheaper one about, but yeah.
Well, you used to be able to buy one for 4 figures back in my day.
Yeah, not now. You won't get any Ferrari. I wouldn't tell anybody to buy a Ferrari for less than like 40 grand now, really. For quite a while, it was the 456, because you could get an automatic one of those for like just sub 20 grand or so.
What was the one that did used to go cheap as well? And nobody liked. Was it the? What was it? Came before the 355.
348.
That's the one. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
those were cheap. Again, I think what happened is 355 prices went through the roof, and at that point, mysteriously, the 348 suddenly went from unloved car to, you know, forgotten gem,
Okay.
which I think was a lot of people trying to justify to themselves why they're buying the car that they didn't actually really want, but is now the one that they can afford. And actually, I've driven the 348. It's a lovely car. You just have to accept it's not a 355, and I'm fine with that. But yeah, Mondials are still pretty cheap in the grand scheme of things. But again, you're going to spend 40 to 50 grand for one of those probably.
Bloody hell, really?
Yeah, Mondial, 456 and 360, but they've all gone up. They've all gone up.
What's a
over the last
400 fetching now then? Or a 412?
months. They're so rare, honestly. I wouldn't want to quote a figure because
Really?
you just don't tend to see them up for sale at all. I'm sure I saw one up for like 40 or 50 grand or something like that. There was a 400 automatic. But again, I'm like, that's not a car that you, because it's all of the stress and hassle of an old Ferrari without the looks or the go.
They were terrible. You only had to park them up overnight for them to go out of tune.
Yeah.
Especially the early carb ones.
Yeah. So
But I quite liked them. The chairman's Ferrari they were known as.
yeah. So
I did quite like them.
I'm lost in this conversation.
you asked about favourite normal cars.
I did. Oh, that was ages back, wasn't it?
I stored it, saved it. Now, are you talking new or like across the board?
Probably across the board.
So, new cars, one of my favourites, Kias.
Yeah.
Really like them. Good cars, lots of features for the money. My mum just got a Kia Picanto, which is a relative to the i10. And it's what I got her to get was the GT Line S, so it's the top of the line spec. And you've got like a leatherish seats, nice door cards.
Leatherish?
Yeah, leatherish. Genuine imitation leather. You've got nice little display up here, your Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, you know, wireless phone charger, cruise control, heated seats, heated steering wheel. But it's a nice compact little car, great fun to drive. I got her to get the 1 litre turbo, which is a 3-cylinder, makes about 100 horsepower, but it only weighs a ton, so it's actually quite a laugh. Steering's lovely, so for everybody that harps on about how like a Mark 1 Golf GTI used to be, that sort of thing, you're like, actually, it's quite a laugh. You can park it anywhere. It's got enough space for 4 people and a little bit of luggage, and you pick one up like brand spanking new. They've just discontinued them, but they're about 17 or 18 grand, which is a lot of car for the money.
Yeah, I fancy going one of those now.
Yeah, honestly, they're brilliant.
He said a lot of words I didn't understand.
Uh-huh.
Apple CarPlay, I don't know what that is.
I thought you would know that.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah. So as for other stuff, I tell you the highlight I drove recently, Peugeot 406. Chap brought me his 406,
Right, yeah.
which was I think a 2 litre with an automatic gearbox that killed any hope it ever had of being a sort of like fun to drive car. But gearbox aside, the steering is so good, and I knew what I was driving was not a prime example of the breed. But it was just great. Everything about it was just so much fun. You're like, I really want to drive this car more. And it's rare, like, and you know, it's what, a 20-year-old car, but like it was a good, fun car to drive.
Citroen CX, cool or not cool?
Considering young people think Volvos are cool now, probably got to be cool.
Do you like them?
No, they're weird. I've got a BX.
What, you own one?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, which one?
16 valve.
Ah. I had the normal GTI,
Yeah.
but not the 16 valve,
Yeah.
because I preferred the spoiler. The 16 valve had the lip spoiler, and the GTI had the.
No, what you're
rim
thinking
spoiler.
of is the difference between the phase 1 and phase 2. So mine has the spoiler that goes up and along like that.
Oh.
Yeah, so the phase 2 16 valve had the more integrated spoiler, which I also don't like.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I wanted one specifically with the,
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the spoiler. Yeah, that's a phase 1 16 valve, which is what I've got. It's been away for quite some time having work done. I was sold it as like yeah, honestly, it's pretty good. It just needs paint. And I got about 2 journeys out of it, and
It was my first decent car, the BX GTI. It was my mum's car,
Yeah.
and she replaced it with V6 XM,
Yeah.
and gave me the BX GTI when I would have been, 21, something like that.
quite a car.
And yeah, that was super cool.
We should be probably
Wrapping
making
up.
a move, shouldn't we?
Yes.
So, you know what that means, don't you?
You know what we didn't do?
No?
We didn't say grace.
Well, you say it on your way on.
Okay.
You can say it for all of us. Join us next time when Mustard and Boaty
Do lunch.
with another YouTube celebrity.
That was a bit half-hearted.
It was actually, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you know, considering we've got pretty much a megastar sitting opposite us, we could have gone a bit more
Well,
enthusiastic.
you could have actually led that, and then
I could have, but you were like taking charge. You were like being the daddy.
yeah, you do that.
As you like to do.
No, not you.
Yeah.
Go on then.
What?
You do it.
No, we'll just bugger up. We'll just let it peter out like that.
Peter out.
Yeah. How much, in terms of time, how much longer have you got to go?
I don't know.
Couple of hours at least.
Yeah.
Oh, go on, let's do it properly. Right, that's it for this one, so do be sure to join in the next time that Mustard and Boaty, with somebody else better known than us, do lunch. Thank you, James.
Cheers, guys.
That was the sound of an embittered man regretting his latest. Oh, that's 2 hours of my life I'll never get back. He's typing to his good lady.
Stuff in the corner. Stuff in the corner with the hedgehog of truth, which we should deploy again.
I certainly think that we should deploy the hedgehog of truth. Right.
And it goes, there we have it. And he's already recording.
Naturally. Settled in.
I brought my own spoon today.
Well done, you. Oh, you're brave taking your coat off.
But it's not cold, is it?
It's bloody freezing. We need to sort out some better heating in this caravan. I'm frankly quite disappointed with it. Thank you very much.
So who else is joining us today then? You said I was going to come and have lunch with a celebrity.
How long have you been practicing that line? You're recording as well, are you?
Yeah, a bit.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm not going to steal all your bloody idea. I'll just have a couple of little bits. Where something actually happens, where something amusing happens, I shall stop.
Right. Well, I admire your optimism that something amusing might happen.
And you know it will.
Now, let's have a little investigation. That is mine. I thought that it was. I
You
think
can see that.
that is yours.
Oh, my arms aren't long enough otherwise.
I think that this.
That is quite odd actually, because you do, if I'm honest, remind me ever so slightly of Mr. Tickle. I wasn't expecting that. Chips! Oh, thank you, Boaty. Oh, what the fuck? There's a fish in there as well.
Oh, so it's swap.
Ah, right.
Oh, my sausage is broken.
Look, there's a bit of fish on the floor.
What a savage blow. A broken sausage, no less.
Well, a broken sausage. One could never imagine such a terrible thing. So, lunch, the second celebrity lunch video, and this time with Mark on cars, also known as Mark and Mr. Tickler.
Didn't even get channel name
You
right.
didn't even get the channel name right. I mean, this is just hideously.
It's because I was thinking of J.
This
Allen
is
cars.
hideously embarrassing. So, let's try this. You be quiet for a minute. And hello, my lovelies.
Hello, my lovies.
A very warm welcome to this latest edition of Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch with. And today, Mustard and Bunshot, tricky chaps words.
You can't even say your own name. Mustard and lunch shot.
You're giving it posh names and all this lunch business when it's clearly dinner time.
Dinner time.
We're going to come on to the Northern Divide. Today we are doing lunch with Mark of the Mark on Motoring channel. And I'm very excited to do this one because there is a strong argument for saying that Mark on Motoring is the YouTuber's YouTuber. Well, we'll get on to exactly why as we go on through lunch. But welcome, Mark. Thank you very much for joining us. And I apologise that the caravan is so cold because our heating system has
Failed.
completely failed. Complete failure.
Not that cold really though, is it?
No.
Yes, it's bloody freezing. I mean, you can actually see our breath.
You can see chippy breath.
Excellent.
Both Mark and I have managed to take our coats off because we weren't that cold.
Yeah, well, okay, let's address the elephant in the room at the beginning and get this out of the way. Now, Mark has already alluded to this by saying that we are having dinner when, I mean, in the interest of, it is exactly 2 o'clock. So we are very clearly not having dinner, we are having lunch. But what we've got going on here is Mustard trying to put the lights on. Oh, well done, he's managed it.
Thought it was only one lamp. It's that one. Just that one.
So what we've got going on here is a north-south divide. And you are going to see some differences as we work through lunch.
Yep.
So these two hardy northerners are not wearing a coat. I am. These two northerners are eating their food from the greaseproof paper because they can't find a greaseproof whippet, which is what they would normally use to espouse their luncheon. Whereas I have correctly deployed crockery and cutlery because
Are you?
Where I come from.
You're not a northerner, but you are a Welsher.
yeah.
What do you call scraps in Wales?
Fights.
I don't know if we have a particular name for them.
It's like, where I come we call them scraps.
Yeah.
But a friend I know from Dewsbury calls them bits.
Batter
Oh,
bit.
that.
I used to have a friend in Dewsbury. I used to be there quite often.
I thought you meant like having a fight.
Oh right.
Right, well. No, on the subject of fighting,
We missed an opportunity with Barney the Streetwise there.
what opportunity was that?
Well, we could have pretended it was having a fight and stood around and go, Barney, Barney. Do you remember that from school?
No.
No.
But thanks for asking. So, when did you, Mark on Motoring, when did you last have and fight?
Pre-pandemic.
Relatively recently then.
No,
But
pre, not
when you-
post.
When you say a fight though, it was all organised. It was very
Oh,
official and gentlemanly, sporting.
Right.
It weren't right back at local pub on a Friday night.
that's where they normally organise them. What kind of, who won? Before we go any further.
Well, it was a series of fights. I think I won some and lost some.
Is it on a game?
No.
Right.
You didn't read the research, did you? I sent you the research and you clearly didn't read it, did you?
No, of course I didn't. Do you think I've got nothing better to do than drop chips on your foot?
What, than to actually do some research into...
With Mark, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh no, I read that. That's how I know that Mark is an HGV driver.
Okay. And what sort of fighting does he do?
I don't read about fights. I
Not really any anymore.
I've got chicken.
Well done, you. So, did you read the bit about Mark before he began his career as an HGV driver, being a professional chef?
He was a postman, wasn't you? Go on, sausage muncher, spit it out.
What's your favourite postman-related
Joke.
media, film, TV, or anything?
Post office tower.
What's that?
You don't know what post office tower is?
Yeah.
Do you know what post office tower is, Mark? Honestly, the post office tower in London.
I know Jimmy Savile held the record for running up it.
You know he held a record for running up it, but you don't really know whether it even exists.
Well, I specifically asked about TV and film media, so I don't know how you're referring to it in relation to that.
Because I answer your questions in my own way. It's the only way not to get bored.
So basically I should just ignore you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is your favourite chip on that plate?
Mark. If you were going to have something playing in the background whilst you and your wife were having a moment of intimacy,
Oh, here he goes.
would you rather have Postman Pat or Ivor the Engine?
I don't think I could possibly concentrate with either, to be honest.
Do you not?
No.
What do you mean? Because it distracts you.
And everyone knows that the music of choice would have to be Glenn Medeiros, or Peter Cetera, or something, well, something by Air Supply, surely.
He's just said 3 names, none of which I know.
That's because there are other things going on outside of Boaty's world.
And?
You need to learn that.
Oh, okay. So,
You've never heard of Air Supply?
no.
Right.
Well, I mean, I'm aware of it as a concept, keeping us alive.
How did we get from fighting to post offices to Ivor the Engine?
Oh, hang on.
I had a very lengthy session to over the engine. The entire first series.
Right, try and change the subject, otherwise I'll tell you all about it.
So, what was the first? How did Mark here first cross your radar? Either in terms of meeting him in real life or stumbling across one of his videos on the interweb. And the same question to you: how did Mustard first cross your radar, or had you never heard of him before today?
No, I'd heard of him. I think because I was probably Googling something on rovers, and the internet and its infinite wisdom threw up one of Mustard's videos.
Right.
That must have been a while back as well.
I don't think you were aware of me until you met me in person. Or as you put it at the time, is that guy with that camera, but I don't know who he is.
Yeah. Is that exactly what I said?
Is that true? Is that what happened? Ah.
Was that in your video?
No, it was on yours.
Right.
Where was that?
I think you'd been to Motorist and you were
It was
driving
the
home.
motorist, yeah.
You were driving home and you were mentioning all the people that you'd met, of whom most you didn't know.
Yeah. Well, it was the furious driving thing.
Oh, that was where I first met you.
No,
That was in
it was a previous
same
one.
event,
Oh,
a different year.
Yeah,
oh.
the year before, in fact.
And incidentally, you didn't know me either.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You can't know everybody.
Well, I don't know anybody because I don't go to the shows.
And you're not welcome at them because of what you say about them.
But, well, it's going to be different now. I'm doing one of my own.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
I am.
I don't believe you.
The merch has actually arrived now.
So you've got ideas above your station, haven't you?
Have I?
Probably.
Why?
What station are you stopping at?
Mornington Crescent.
Yeah, see, that one's closed.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it has.
It
You've got to
hasn't.
go on to the next station. And you don't even know what that one's called.
This is absolute rubbish. You're ruining this video.
Good.
You turn up here with your homemade biryani. You've done zero research.
So what you got on your chips then, Bowie?
Curry sauce, English.
Well, at least it's not peas. I can't stand peas.
That's not curry.
This is traditional curry sauce from a traditional fish and chip shop. I've got no time for these modern fish and chip shops that bugger about with things that they've got no business buggering about with. Which is your favourite of Mark's videos?
I think probably the one with your car in it.
Yeah, that's mine as well. Although it wasn't my car when you did it, was it?
No, it was still Joseph's.
Well, that's not what I like it best.
Unbeknown to me, we didn't know that then. It wouldn't be for much longer.
Yeah. And probably if you did know that, you might not have done it.
Oh, I don't know. Someone offered me a car I'd not done before, so. And quite a rare specification as well.
What was your very first YouTube video and why did you make it?
Okay, so my first one, which is still there to view, was a very poor quality video shot on a mobile phone of me in my kitchen trying to string words together, talking about the car that I'd acquired,
Oh, okay.
which was the early focus of the channel.
Ah, so it was a Focus.
No. I doubt it.
No, the focus of the channel. The car wasn't a focus.
So it wasn't like the focus of the channel then.
It wasn't the focus of a focus.
Right, what car was it?
The Megane Coupe. The Mag 1 Megane Coupe.
So it was more the McGann of the channel.
Yeah.
Right. And did you start the YouTube channel because of the car? Or did you get the car because you wanted to start a YouTube channel? Or what was your motivation behind beginning your YouTube journey?
Well, I've thought about YouTube for a while because I've watched so much of it, and I thought I could give this a go. But I didn't really know what I wanted to have a go with. And then I was sat watching a lot of videos on cars and thinking, I'm missing out here. I could do with an interesting car that I can enjoy. Maybe something that I missed out on in the past. And then after I got my car, I realised there weren't many videos on that car, certainly not in English anyway. So I just thought, oh, I'll have a bash at it, see where it takes me.
The Renault Megane. Not being favoured by British YouTube people then.
No.
But then, if you go onto YouTube and you look at just British car reviews or car reviewers, British channels, they don't exactly bang on about British cars very often, do they not?
So which YouTube channel do you remember looking at and thinking, well,
I could do better than that.
yeah, you've got some degree of success, but I don't know how, because, basically the content that you're putting up is very much substandard, and I could improve on that massively.
I don't think at the time I really felt.
He missed the fighting cue there. You're supposed to clock him. Boaty gets a black eye every week. That should be the aim.
Yeah, I think it would take a dim view to me using my fighting skills in anger, other than in self-defence.
Well, I mean, we should add that Mark is actually a martial artist.
That was it. I did read that actually.
Once
And
upon a time.
part of that involves using your powers only for,
Good.
Self-defence.
yeah.
Yes, for good, to fight against
That
evil.
would be good though, wouldn't it?
What? Battle
Well,
against
do you
desperate
sense
odds.
an evil presence in the room?
Maybe after that curry.
No, you don't even have to fart.
Yeah, I've studied Guadaroo karate for a few years. Something I'd wanted to do as a child and didn't, and I got the opportunity. So I went along, but I was quite fortunate that the group...
How old were you when you started doing that?
Late 30s?
Oh God, so right. Oh, not a childhood thing
No,
then.
no. Yeah, I spent about...
What led you to do that in your late 30s?
I had a friend who did jiu-jitsu, but the club he went to was a day I couldn't attend. So he said, oh, I've got a friend who's just opening up a karate club. It just so happened to be a night I could attend.
So it's not because you were being bullied at the local
No,
bingo
no.
club?
No. The chaps who were running the karate club were also jiu-jitsu black belts. So I thought it was a good opportunity to learn a bit of both. But I did karate for about 5 years, but I didn't grade every time, so I didn't actually grade as far as a black belt in karate. But I did learn all the techniques that a black belt would. I couldn't remember all the katas, which is why I didn't grade.
Can I just apologise for Captain Mustard? Again, that's a northern thing. He wasn't taught that it's polite when you leave a table to say, excuse me, or pardon me, or put your hand up, please may I leave the table, sir.
Didn't interrupt.
Very thoughtful.
Yeah, so, but I did fight in some tournaments, and in my own arrogance, I often entered in weight classes above my own, because in life, it isn't always a fair fight.
True.
So, obviously, my rotten luck, I drew a 6'4" jiu-jitsu black belt, and the result was pretty inevitable. But the next time I fought him, I actually survived a bit longer.
So you just keep on going back until eventually you can...
Yeah, you go and get beat up every week, and but that's how you learn. You don't lose the same way twice. You learn from your errors and lose a different way the following week, and eventually you start to draw even, and sometimes you might even win. What I did grade up in though was weapons. I did get my first down black belt in Koga-jitsu, which is mixed weapons.
So,
Well,
would you be confident taking on the beige bomber?
I don't know about that. I mean, appearances can be very deceptive, and some of the most deadly people I've ever met look sort of quite frail and well, the last people you would expect to be deadly.
that's true, because those that know they can't win a fight want to look like they're not to be messed with, so as not to get in one in the first place. So, it does make me wonder about you, actually. I mean, you don't fight, but you're controversial. You're difficult. You're tall, but you're weak.
Anything else you want to throw at me?
Well, I mean, you're rarely complimentary, and you are a bit of a gobshite.
It's very complimentary about my channel though.
Oh, I know that. It's because you sat here.
No, he's talking about in the past. I should explain, and also... Well, hang on.
What?
Just to go back to your rant,
That wasn't a rant.
I'm just an older version of the person that I used to be. And I used to fight.
Yeah?
So now I've got the same personality that invites a fight. I'm just too old and weak to carry it through.
Right.
I'd fight you.
Are we talking a street fight or organised?
Oh no, street fight.
See, a street fight is very different because in a
There are
tournament
no rules.
there's rules, but in a street fight anything goes.
Yeah. So that includes bottles, sticks, biting ears off. Imagine that. If we thought Boaty and I are going to decide not to be friends any longer, let's go with a bang. And one of us ends up with an ear missing.
Right. To explain my comment earlier about the YouTuber's YouTuber, I have been very complimentary about Mark's channel in the past continually because it was a channel that, oh, and I don't mean this to sound offensive, but I thought it underperformed. I thought it deserved better.
Speak to your own audience, mate.
I thought it deserved. I thought you wanted me to sit on your lap.
No.
That's what we normally do.
Yeah, well, no more. No more.
In fairness, it's my belief in being a lifelong underachiever that has actually driven me to do things that otherwise I probably wouldn't have done.
Do you consider yourself to be a lifelong underachiever? Seriously?
Maybe in a sense, yeah. I mean, but as I say, if you channel that in a good way.
Well, when you were a kid, what were your achievement dreams?
Oh gosh. I don't know, I mean...
And how was your childhood? You were brought up in Yorkshire?
Yeah. I mean, we did okay. We weren't a wealthy family. I mean, I sort of upper working / middle class grandparents on one side of the family. See, they owned a number of Rovers, don't you know?
Oh.
And then the other side of the family was probably more working class. Actually, on my dad's side of the family, they're from Cumbria originally.
What did your dad do?
He was a postman for 26 years.
Okay.
So,
Did your mum work?
she worked part time, although she was at one point made redundant for a few years. And I was saying to Mustard earlier, I remember my dad had bought a car and he was working extra shifts and doing a football pulls round on a night and all sorts, and in the end he just sold the car.
Doing that extra work just to keep a car.
Yeah, we actually ended up, we had a few years where we didn't even own a car. You know. But
Did you have brothers and sisters?
no,
Just you?
just me.
Ah.
I think sometimes the hardships, so we look back sort of fondly now. Every driveway has a Range Rover or an Audi on lease.
Mine doesn't.
But back in the day,
You haven't got a driveway.
That's why.
back in those days, we didn't have as much. And if your car had panels that was all the same colour, you were doing quite well. But I remember hiring Mark 3 Fiestas,
Were you in a council house or a private
No,
house?
we were a private house. My parents bought their own house, but it had been converted into flats, so it was pretty much derelict. So they bought the cheapest house they could find, which with interest rates as there were then were probably crippling. And we just made do, and I remember going to MFI and getting the seconds from the kitchen department to make up a kitchen for the house and things like that. And obviously as time went on, things got a bit better, and you get your head down and work hard. And
See, you two were in a class above me in terms of childhood. Because you had quite a
Oh, I see what you mean.
posh upbringing, whereas I was dragged up in the lowest form of council estate.
I didn't have a posh upbringing.
fairness, I was near to quite a notorious council estate, but we did have an inside toilet.
Did you have an inside toilet?
After a while, yeah.
Right.
Not to begin with.
What, when you thought, sod this, it's too cold outside, I'm pissing in the kitchen sink.
I mean, sometimes we have those fondest memories from times like this, with hardship. And I mean,
I found that too. It's like when you have a power cut. And if you're a positive person, you can enjoy a power cut. If you're not, then you just curse everything.
We're doing our house, they start screaming because Wi-Fi's gone off.
Ah. That makes a change though, doesn't it? Yeah, there's different
21st
experience.
century problems. We used to hire like a Ford Fiesta, and we'd do a car boot sale on the Sunday to pay for the money to hire the car, so that we could then have a trip to Seaside. And we'd go to Seaside and we'd get a bag of chips and a can of pop to share between three of us.
You told me this before, but I did wonder,
It was great.
why would you hire a car? I mean, surely it would have been cheaper to just have an old car.
I don't know, I mean,
Or go on the train.
you often say in those days, my dad always did like driving. So, most of the time he did own a car, and he always enjoyed that freedom of having a car.
Did your mum drive?
No.
Is that through choice or?
Yeah.
Maybe it's about the time. I remember somebody giving this phrase to me once, which was, if you can't afford a new car, you can't afford a car.
Right.
Meaning that, you know, if you can't afford a car, then you can't afford the repairs on an old car. But from my experience, I've never found that to be the case at all. I found it to be the opposite. Maybe it's just down to choice, making the right choices.
An old car might cost you 500 quid a year in repairs, or a new car will probably cost you that a few months in repayments. Or they will these days anyway.
The biggest cost in a new car is depreciation.
Well,
So what were you like at school? Academic, or
Not really.
what was your best subject?
I quite like sort of anything like art and...
I thought you were going to say geography.
Yeah, geography, science. I hated maths. Teachers used to always say I was intelligent, but yet for some, I was never particularly outstanding in things like maths. But they did always say that I sort of held my own and excelled in things that I enjoyed.
yeah.
So were your school reports generally positive?
Mixed. I'd get a bad one, but then I'd get made to see the error of my ways, and then I would get the next year's report will be better.
Well, I wouldn't imagine you as being one of these kids that were slinging blackboard rubbers around and stuff like that and wagging off.
Tea stone cold now.
Is that your way of avoiding the question?
Sorry, I lost concentration because of the cold tea.
Yeah, because you took too long to drink it.
Yeah.
You had one chance to drink a hot cup of tea in a cold caravan, and you've missed it.
So what was the question again?
Don't know, I've forgotten.
What happened when you were 16? Did you stay on at school or leave?
I went to college.
Okay.
Did a year's engineering NVQ,
Okay.
which was a bit of a shambles of a course anyway. And at the end of it, I needed an apprenticeship, and all the biggest places locally ended up shutting down, so there were no apprenticeships to go. It's a shame because I'd done work experience at the local power station and got a glowing report, and had things been different,
Glowing report. Yeah.
I might have had an opportunity. Well, I showed up and showed an interest.
Right.
You know, I weren't afraid to get stuck in and get my hands dirty. So
Reminds me of my old wedding. In many ways.
what, you turned up and showed an interest.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So what was your first job?
That wasn't your wedding, though. That was somebody else's.
It was mine.
Go on, what was your first job?
That's the first
At
job.
least I wasn't wearing a pinstripe suit.
Are you going to try and turn that into a thing?
Who gets married in a pinstripe suit?
I did.
Apart from
Have you
Peter
still got the
Bowles.
suit?
Well, I aspire to be Peter Bowles.
Why did you have a pinstripe suit in the first place?
I needed a suit, and I looked and I saw that, and I thought that'll do.
I feel like we need to see this suit.
Was it on offer? Where did you buy it from?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you buy it off the peg or was it tailor made?
Yeah, like it was off the peg, and it just fit.
Did you buy it for the wedding, or
Yeah.
did you buy it? You bought it for the wedding. You went out and thought, "I'm getting married. I'll buy a pinstripe suit."
Yeah.
Right. Okay. What did
Still
you
got the suit? Does it double up for funerals and things? And,
Oh, but I don't know about funerals. That would look a bit wrong, wouldn't it?
oh, I know, but it's
Like you turn up in your pinstripe suit at a funeral and your business card.
well, a good suit should last you a lifetime, shouldn't it?
It should do, but
Fool,
obviously
fool and his money is easily parted.
I was a bit younger than I am now.
By which you mean thinner.
Yeah, that's right.
You're an aspiring YouTuber. If you went to a funeral of somebody that was not a family member, not a massively close friend, but a reasonably close acquaintance,
Yeah.
would you see it as an opportunity and would you spread your business cards around in the car park
Absolutely not.
underneath the windscreen wipers?
No, I mean we're British, aren't we? There's some things that are not done. When I go to a funeral, I get out my shoes. I make sure they're properly bulled.
Properly what?
Bulled.
Bulled.
Yes.
Shiny.
Properly polished.
Oh, polished.
Mm.
Okay.
You know the old spit and polish?
Yeah.
Yeah, well that's the way I were taught to do it. The old kiwi and saliva.
Right.
And that's how you get the glass-like
Will
finish.
any kiwi do? Or
No,
Yeah,
no.
you
And
can-
what is
well,
it
they used
about-
to do parade gloss, but yeah, generally.
what is it
kiwi.
about the kiwi saliva that's so special? How does it differ from?
Well, because they're not that.
I'm trying
keen
to think of a kiwi. Should we have a kiwi off?
If you try and use camel spit, it's got the wrong pH level and it can eat into your leather.
And who
Yeah,
wants
but
to
you
call
could
it camel spit?
You could have the shoe further away because camels can spit for miles.
Yeah, they can. And if
Have you ever seen a camel in real life?
Well, these two are talking bollocks.
yeah, go on.
Funerals, they should be correctly attired. So that means you have to have a proper suit, you have to have polished shoes, and your tie, it has to be at least a half Windsor, if not a full Windsor. Not.
I'd agree with that. And it shut him up, which is interesting.
You have to have your jacket. If you haven't got a jacket, then you're not properly dressed. You're not attired correctly.
No.
Have you been to a funeral?
Yeah, I know you asked next.
What did you wear?
I wore a black suit and a white shirt and a black tie.
That you don't own, none of which you actually own.
No, I did own it.
When was this?
Oh,
Before you got married?
a long time before that, yeah.
Okay.
If you outlive all your friends, you'll get that. It'll be a good investment.
Well, I've not known anyone die recently, not anyone that I'd actually go to their funeral, so
So what happened to that suit?
I'd probably end up on fire or something. That would have been an off-the-peg suit, okay? Probably from Tesco or somewhere like that. You just buy it, you bung it on, and then you fling it to the side afterwards, and it's not needed for another 10 years, and it's, in the meantime, you just think, I don't really need that, and you chuck it away. You wouldn't do that if you actually spent a lot of money on
You're
it,
not
obviously.
a proper northerner, obviously. I've still got the suit I was wearing when I met my wife.
Yeah, I'm not a proper northerner.
It wouldn't. There's not a cat else chance it'll ever fit me again. But I'll certainly not waste it throwing
So-
away a good suit.
What were the circumstances under which you met your good lady?
The circumstances.
Yeah.
The circumstances was I met her in the same way a lot of people meet their other halves. I was out on a Saturday night in a pub where she just so happened to be, which is strange, really, because neither of us really go out to pubs.
Right.
So, and contrary to popular
That one
belief, I met,
opportunity.
yeah, and I actually met her here. Contrary to popular belief, I didn't order her in.
Ah,
She was already here in the UK.
Is that a popular belief?
Well, it certainly was when I met her.
Ah,
right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
What you're doing is you're setting the record straight that you didn't pay for her to come over to
Absolutely.
this country.
So where is your wife from? I mean, I know, but they don't.
Philippines.
Right.
So yeah, she's been here 20 odd years now. Came over when the NHS were recruiting, and came here intending to stop a few years, and met me, and then for some strange reason decided to stay.
Who made the first move?
Me.
What was your line?
I honestly can't remember.
If you remember that, then it would have been one he practiced, and it wouldn't be natural, would it?
Okay, well,
Everyone else, of course, were in jeans and t-shirts, and I were there in my suit as well. So I suppose I had a bit of extra confidence that I was better dressed than everybody else.
okay, well,
Good point.
let's give you a chance to do things on the spur of the moment and let's recreate it. Mustard, you be the wife in the pub, and
She hasn't got a beard, your wife, has she not?
No, I'm not seeing it.
was she working in the pub or
No,
just
she was
socialising?
just out with a friend, just on a whim. They decided
Out
to
with
go
a friend.
out, and,
And you were you with your friends?
yeah,
or?
I was out with friends.
Okay.
We just sort of called in on the off chance, and
Okay, so Mustard and I will be. Mustard will be your wife.
Right.
I'll be the friend that she was out with. What's my name?
No, you're not my friend. You can be
We're
so-
only pretending.
it was dark in this pub, but it wasn't that dark.
So we're just. Am I Filipino?
These events are 20 odd years ago. You do know.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know really what his origins are, really. Just a little
So basically, went into a pub with a couple of friends.
Hang on, we're going to recreate it now.
I don't think we can. But incidentally,
we can
one
go
of the friends I was out with ended up marrying my wife's friend, who was out with her as well.
Ah.
Oh, that was a successful evening then.
Yeah,
Who got married first? You or the friend?
me.
Oh, well done. How long after you met did you get married?
Couple of years. We met in 2001. Bought a house in 2003. Married the following year, and had his first child a year after that.
So you almost did it in the right order, but not quite. So, well, you did live in sin.
Ah, yes.
Even though presumably you're fully aware that God doesn't really like that.
Yes.
And that didn't concern you.
Yes. But as a child born out of wedlock, I couldn't really see an issue with that.
I couldn't either.
Ah.
I just realised if I'm filming anything, the only person I can see is normally the man off camera, and that's you. Excuse me, 1 moment.
Oh, it's learning. So were your parents never married, or did
No,
they get married?
They did marry, but obviously after I was born.
Ah, okay.
I was quite looking forward to Mark's chat up line, if I'm honest.
I'm bitterly
I
disappointed.
don't know
that,
any.
No, I don't mean you have to know anything.
No, I was going to enjoy that role playing.
It is possible to actually meet someone without using chat up lines. You can just have a conversation. I know it doesn't come natural to most of us.
There's got to be an initiation there. There's got to be a first line, hasn't there? You've
But
got
I
to
can't
say.
for life me remember what it was.
Just try another one on me now.
Can I have a go?
Actually, this would be good for a laugh, yeah.
Go on then. I think he's looking at me.
Hello.
Well,
Yes,
he's
isn't
well,
he?
he's looking at you, he's not looking at me.
Yeah.
Have you got any Welsh in you?
No, and I don't want any.
Actually, I know what he could do to chat you up. Actually, you used to do voiceovers, didn't you? So you've got quite a presence.
No.
You mentioned once on a live that you did voiceover work.
Voiceover, no.
Oh, right.
No,
Well,
I've never done voiceover.
well, anyway, you've got presence on
No,
camera.
he hasn't. But he should do. He'd be better off as voiceover work.
My kids
I've done radio. I've done radio stuff and
My
TV.
kids had a request. They've been watching Home Alone over Christmas.
Okay.
And there's a scene in Home Alone 2 where Tim Curry is sort of forced into doing a "I love you." Look mustard in the eyes, and in fact, let's get the camera. So square into camera.
Oh, well,
let's have an "I love you." The camera. Pass the camera over here.
Oh, you wanted to? Yes. I wondered probably why you're not wanting to take control.
Use his camera. I don't move mine because my.
Well, mine is
Mine's
focused on.
Actually,
Anyway,
give some love to your viewing audience. Look square in the camera, and in the style of Tim Curry, give us a nice big "I love you."
I don't know who Tim Curry is. Can I do it in the style of somebody else that I actually know?
Lisa Tarbuck.
I love Lisa Tarbuck. Okay, I can do that. Greetings, citizens of the planet Earth. I love you. I love Lisa Tarbuck.
Is that what she does?
It's the that's how she opens the show. Yeah. Hey there, hi there, ho there.
You just need your squeaky toy now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's the only thing on the radio that I listen to now. I used to listen to quite a few things on the radio, and then over the years they've all dropped off. And
they all went shite, didn't they?
And the only thing that I watch now, that I listen to now, is Lisa Tarbuck.
I listen to radio quite a bit when I'm on the road, so.
Of course, yes. You must be missing Ken.
Well, are you a Radio 2 man, or?
Yeah, a lot of the time. Because it's one station you can kind of get when you cross county borders, you see. You don't have to
Don't
worry
go
about
off.
reach. Yeah. Plus you get the travel as well. I actually met Bobby Pryor recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the NEC Classic Milk Show.
How about that?
Of
Maybe
all
you
the-
should get her to come to lunch.
Yeah.
No?
Good idea. She's got pink hair, hasn't she?
Yeah, I'm not saying she'll do it, but
She will.
Well, if she comes to lunch, you might as well, while she's here.
you'll have to get caravan levelled up there, won't you, first?
Why?
Well, because I might slide off her.
It's that level of confidence that that is frightening.
You two are both married men. Happily married men.
Yeah.
Not to each other.
Have either of you ever slid off your good lady? And if so, under what circumstances?
Well, when the caravan was at a proper angle. No, how do you slide off?
I don't know.
Unless you're on the bonnet of a car or something.
Well, what if you were all oiled up?
Why do you need to be oiled up?
Well, you might be doing a role play, and you might be role playing a tourist and a Japanese massage parlour operative doing one of those slippery Nuru massages.
Yeah, well that doesn't surprise.
Do you ever do role play with your missus?
No.
Do you?
No.
Ah.
Do you?
Well, I haven't got a missus
Yeah,
at the
but when you
moment.
did.
Oh God, yeah, of course.
I thought you would.
Yeah.
See, on my
Oil
channel,
as well,
I have
yeah.
to be all sensible, but here it's just anything goes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, is it a bit?
I couldn't possibly be this free and outspoken on my own channel.
Why
I know,
not?
but don't worry.
Why
the
do you-
subscribers will
Just for
disappear once they see
standards to be
this.
maintained.
And are these self-imposed standards or
Yes.
standards that your viewers have imposed upon you? So who is your viewer then?
Right. Well, generally, I would say my channel demographic is predominantly male, aged between sort of 40 and 60. But
Mine too.
But you do occasionally get.
And mine.
I have been at events and I've had children approach who have been out with the parents and happen to mention that they like watching as well. So I try to make the videos suitable.
Do
for
you
all
like
audiences.
being recognised?
It's happened a couple of times, and yeah, I don't mind it. It was a bit strange at first. I mean, when you're at an event and it happens, it's one thing, but I've actually been other places and it's happened.
Has it ever happened in Aldi?
Not in an Aldi, no. And then I
mentioned
rarely
that
go
'cause
to
he wouldn't go in
Aldi.
Aldi.
We've got a Lidl in my town, so
Right.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
yeah.
God, what a terrible thing.
Quality, not badges.
What?
Well, one car
What
you
have
don't
badges got to do with it?
you don't see BMWs parked in Lidl or Aldi too much.
Well, I don't know. I think
Well, that's because they're not allowed.
no, I think they're nearly always flash cars that are parked in
Well,
places.
yeah,
That's
but-
how they afford lease. By
No, there are no cars in there at all. Not even in the middle of Lidl or whatever they call it. The cars are all in the car park. You're making a fundamental mistake there.
That is true, actually. Yeah.
Mm.
Now, I've noticed something about Mark that he doesn't swear, and that's because he can have a conversation without effing and jeffing.
Right.
Whereas you can't even open a car door without sort of screaming some profanity at somebody.
You haven't seen me
Usually
trying to cook.
I fucking resent that.
I do swear a lot. You just haven't seen me cook.
Well-
If I cook, then I'm like Gordon Ramsay, but without the skill of being able to cook.
Is that why you swear? Because you
Yeah.
think you should have the skill, but it's just not there.
What was the first
Frustration.
meal that you cooked for your wife?
I think I attempted a roast dinner. I would say it was possibly made up of frozen food, and it was undercooked when I finished. In fact, probably undercooked and burnt all at the same time.
Well, that's by cooking it too much on the outside and not on the inside.
Yeah.
That's it. Basic cooking skills.
I'm actually quite good at it. This stems from me being on the road.
Noodles.
Tins of tomato soup. Quite good at tins of tomato soup.
Just warm them up.
And these days, well, it started off when I was tramping, when I was in the wagon all week. But these days, occasionally, I'm quite partial to a tin of soup on my hobo stove at the allotment.
So just soup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, soup and bread.
I used to have, in my singles network, when I used to do the Dish of the Day feature, and it was really popular, we had a guy who was tramping, and he used to genuinely turn out Michelin star food from the cab of his truck.
Yeah. I
It
don't know how he
was-
found the time.
It was amazing to watch. And he used to put up full videos of, if he ever did this on YouTube, he'd be a millionaire.
Yeah. See, I stick to simple things, partly because it's the only thing I know how to prepare. And generally, I'm just not that adventurous with food, which...
Is your wife a good cook?
Yeah, she can cook both Western and Southeast Asian dishes.
And what do your kids generally eat?
Italian. Pretty much everything. We eat everything.
What about
They
language?
cost a fortune. I've said that I'm going to have to sell one of them because I don't think we can afford to keep them both.
Are they bilingual?
No. But they do say you'll try anything once.
Does he what?
No, we've just about mastered the English language. So, but my wife actually speaks English native tongue, which is Tagalog.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's the native language of the Philippines.
Okay.
But she also speaks a regional dialect. But younger people tend to learn English as a second language. The older generation, Spanish, because obviously they were colonised by Spanish at one point.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mm.
That is interesting. So they've got a thing like, so it's a bit like Mandarin then.
No, it doesn't use, it uses our alphabet.
No, I don't mean that. I mean that it's similar to the Chinese language in that you've got a language that is supposedly throughout the country,
Yeah.
and then you've got
Regional
separate
dialects as
regional
well.
dialects.
And it's not just like us having different accents and certain words that are only used in certain regions. It is like an entirely different language almost.
Yeah. It works exactly the same in China. So you've got Mandarin, which is in Mandarin Puhantua, and that literally means the common language. And then you've got different languages regionally. But what happens in reality is that the two blend together. So that in every region, Mandarin becomes regionalised as well.
Yeah.
And the only reason I know this is when I first learnt Mandarin, it was from my first Chinese fiance, who was from Beijing. And then my second Chinese fiance was from Shanghai, and she couldn't understand what I was saying when I was attempting to speak Mandarin.
How many Chinese have you proposed to?
He thinks they're going to say yes, so probably quite a few.
Only three.
Oh no, I've dropped my egg.
Only three.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's funny you say about that with the dialects and language, because, as I say, Tagalog's the Filipino language, but it gets integrated with bits of English and becomes what we call Taglish.
okay.
So you'll overhear a conversation and there'll be a lot of Tagalog, and then there'll be words and phrases that are, or even almost short sentences that are entirely in English.
Right.
A bit like that. Remember the Harry Enfield sketch where they had a new signing for Newcastle United, and he was from the Cocoa League. And as each week as the episode went on, he went from being entirely in his native tongue to being broad Geordie.
I don't remember that.
So he'd be jabbering away, and then he'd be bend over, and then he move pet.
Okay, we've now come to the part of the video where we invite our guest to impersonate a well-known YouTuber, and we will try and guess who it is.
God,
I didn't know this was a feature.
neither did I.
It's come as a complete surprise to me,
That's
but
fair, because it means that we're just surprised about this as you are.
yeah, I'm really looking
So
forward to
you're
it.
no less prepared.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm not very good at impressions, though. That's the problem.
Well,
That's usually the best way.
yeah, do your best.
It's not easy on the spot, is it?
No.
No.
It's the best way.
Yeah. I'm just aware that it's probably going to sound nothing like the person.
But that's
supposed
all
to.
right, because you'll only fail in this way once, and then if we ask you to do it again,
You just
you'll,
won't.
you'll
It
fail
said
in it.
YouTuber may never speak to me again.
Well, if
Yeah,
you
but if
just,
nobody knows who it is, then that won't matter,
that's a good idea.
because they might not know that it's them.
Go on then, I'll do one.
Go on then, you do one. Then.
Shall I do one first?
Go on then.
I haven't thought of one just yet. You do one first.
No, you.
I was just trying to be agreeable.
Okay, well, well. When in doubt, fall back on a safe old number.
Hope not.
Good afternoon.
If do it one, I were going to do.
Yeah, well, you snooze, you lose.
Well, you could do it as well.
I bet you'd like this caravan with its beige leather interior.
I don't think it's quite beige enough, is it?
No, insufficiently beige for the beige bomber, I would say. Go on, do yours then.
All right. Well, I've just had myself a curry, and I've had some chips as well. And just in case I was hungry, I thought I'd bring along a couple of eggs. But so far, I've not needed to eat them.
Are you doing yourself?
No.
I thought you were doing yourself. I've got no idea who else that could be.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you find when you watch YouTube, other YouTubers, you sometimes
Switch off.
accidentally find that when you're doing a similar video, you're almost mimicking them without...
Yeah, absolutely.
Prime example, I did one of the car reviews I filmed because I was struggling to remember all the information, and I ended up sort of talking in segments. And when I listened back to myself, I thought, I sound like JM.
Right.
Where you kind of get these bits. I thought, you sound. I've watched so many of his videos. I thought, I'm actually starting to sound like him because I've watched.
Well, I suppose if anybody was to say to you, "Are you trying to copy JM?" then you'll have a kind of guilty, "No, I'm not trying to copy him."
Possibly.
But you are really.
So anyway, China.
Yes,
I trust you've
in your hand.
been to China a few times, I'm guessing.
No.
No, never.
No. No.
I find travel places like that can be quite interesting. I've been about 4 times now to the Philippines.
Right.
So, and obviously I've seen it over 20 years become more and more westernised. The rate at which it's developed, every time you go back, the concrete seems to go a bit further than it did the previous visit.
Okay.
But obviously, because I'm not adventurous with food, it's always quite a trial. And the first time I went, I didn't really know what to expect. So, obviously, I packed accordingly. And when I was at the airport in Manila, my case went through the scanner.
And it was full of baked beans and Frey and Bentos pies.
Well, not quite. But let's just say, when it went through the X-ray machine, you could clearly see the chip pan.
A chip pan.
Actually,
pan.
you didn't really take a chip pan.
Oh, I did, but the chip pan wasn't what was worrying me. I was more worried what they'd make of the numerous boxes of powdered Yorkshire pudding mix.
Oh,
You just imagine, step aside, sir.
do you know what? I'm starting to go off you. Yorkshire pudding mix.
Oh, that'll offend him.
Yorkshire pudding mix in powder
a
form.
pot, man.
Oh, I'm sure. Right. Well,
For the record, I do prefer proper ones, proper Yorkshire puddings. But you know, when needs must.
yeah. I
I
don't
couldn't-
think
I
you
couldn't
could
take
ever
fro-
need that much.
Yeah, I didn't think my frozen ones would survive the flight.
Have you ever referred to your wife's breasts as Yorkshire puddings?
I don't think she'd take kindly to that.
Yeah, and
Oh,
they're not from
no.
Yorkshire anyway. Yorkshire
That's
puddings are
true.
normally like Yorkshire.
Yeah, but if they were, but they live in Yorkshire now, don't they?
Right.
So if you accepted that they were puddings, then by definition they would now be Yorkshire puddings, wouldn't they?
No.
Well, if they're in Yorkshire. Sorry, just my opinion.
This is why I wanted you to chat me up.
What, 'cause I could
Get
do
away
a
from
better
that
job.
creep over there. Do you know what it's like? He's been chatting me up for 2 years now, and I'm starting to think he wants something.
I'd love
You want
to
your
lick,
puddings?
I'd love to lick the gravy off your Yorkshire puddings.
Go on then.
So this is why you've got me as a guest and not Harry Metcalf.
Well,
I'm going to ask Heidi. I'm
thought you had
genuinely
asked
going. No, of course I haven't. I'm going to though.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I watched his video last night and I really enjoyed it. His new one when he took the new Defender 130
Have you watched his farming videos?
on a road trip. I watched one for the first time yesterday.
I like the approach to his farm videos, same as with his car ones, because he gives a really open. He talks a lot about the political side of farming, you know, the stewardship schemes and
Yeah, he was on about that.
yeah.
in
And when
this
he's
one
talked
yesterday.
about solar, putting solar on farm, and he goes into things in a lot of things you wouldn't necessarily expect. You just expect, oh, he's going to be ploughing fields, but there's a lot more to it.
Who would you rather have lunch with, Harry Metcalf or Jeremy Clarkson?
Oh, that is a tough one. Obviously, I've been watching Clarkson since the 90s. I don't know. Possibly Harry Metcalf. He's an interesting chap, actually. Obviously, he started Evo magazine.
Yeah,
And a lot of...
he keeps mentioning that. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, a lot of... well, the way the story goes, he had a particular Maserati. And at the time, you being obviously dealing in high-end cars in your past, you'll probably know more than me. I don't believe Maserati had a sort of media outlet back in the day, or didn't have the ties in the UK that they do now. Yeah. And he had a particular car that the press couldn't get, and he took one along to a magazine shoot, performance car magazine, and he found out that the magazine was ceasing circulation, and him and someone else there started Evo. I think he was the money behind it.
Yeah, he sold up everything, didn't he? He took a big gamble, I believe.
Oh, I took a huge gamble, yeah.
I love that. You know, the most interesting stories about successful people are when they took a massive gamble and it could have ended up with them on the streets instead.
Yeah, he spent like something like 40 grand on computers back in 1990s or something, just to start this magazine, which was one of the most high risk ventures at the time, printed media. And but people like Chris Harris, a lot of them actually came through the ranks at Evo magazine.
Yeah.
Who's Chris Harris?
He's well on Failed Top Gear. He was one of the presenters.
Ah, okay.
Actually, the only one that really had a background in cars.
The only one that was actually, well, I wouldn't say likeable, but the best character in Top Gear since it became Failed Top Gear rather than Top Gear, I would say. It is the best one.
I like them all in different ways. I mean, I thought Flintoff was good because he's got that competitiveness in him, hasn't he? And he
Flintoff's
quite
alright.
outgoing. And
But what I never liked was the other bloke.
Paddy McGuinness. I like Paddy McGuinness. He's funny as a comedian, but obviously he's how well suited he is to. I don't know if he's any sort of other background in cars. I mean, I know that story, weren't they? He crashed that Lamborghini, didn't he? On one of the shoots.
Oh, right, I see. Well, to me, he just didn't come across as a naturally funny man. He's a comedian by trade, or by whatever it is you want to call it, but he didn't seem to be an
I find
actually
him
funny person.
The thing is, when old Top Gear, not old Top Gear, but Top Gear in the later format, but with Clarkson and May and Hammond, was funny, but they weren't comedians. They were just three guys larking about, pretty much like you two. But they had rapport, and it sort of worked. It weren't forced.
Now, whereas Paddy McGuinness and Flintoff seemed a bit kind of desperately trying to be amusing together in this kind of thing. It was just lads down the pub.
It were big shoes to follow, though, weren't it? Big footsteps to follow in.
Yeah, absolutely. Although they were directly following people that did an even worse job than what they did.
I feel we should hoik this back to YouTube.
Do we?
I'm not sure that
Do you realise this video is an hour long? Is that enough?
No, we'll keep going.
You must be getting tired by now.
Oh, okay.
Tired or bored? You choose.
No, well, obviously I'm thinking about my other commitments, but I'm probably good for another half hour.
I just wanted to finish off what I was saying about the YouTubers YouTube. I've been trying to say it for over an hour now, and I keep getting mislaid. But the point is that of all of the YouTubers that I know, with the exception of the real high flyers, Mark makes more professional videos than anybody else I know. Now, the first time I met him, I had no idea who he was. Forgive me, I hadn't seen any of your videos, but I just saw a guy filming and recording and doing so very professionally. And I think I felt a bit like a fish out of water at that place. And I think I just said some flippant remark about, oh God, look, he's a professional doing it.
Is that the motorist?
Yeah. So that's why I've always been complimentary about Mark's channel, because his videos are incredibly well researched, well presented, and very, very well produced.
Like the opposite of yours.
Entirely the opposite of mine, yeah. Yeah, that, absolutely fair
And
comment there.
And you had the cheek to do a stats off with him.
Yeah, but we've got very... Right, this is interesting actually, and I was very keen to get Mark on, because as I say, Mark's channel was monetized very recently, November. So Mark is in a great place to talk in a way that might be of interest to other people with aspiring channels who are, you know, aiming towards monetization or have just achieved it, anything around there. And it's interesting how people go about things. Mark and I are diametric opposites. He's gone out for quality. He's set standards for his channel for every individual video, and he will go to painstaking lengths to make sure that the videos are up to the standard that he has set himself. Whereas I've gone for quantity over quality, and my channel is based on the idea that if you throw enough shit at the wall, some of it will stick.
Yeah, you've been saying that for a while, actually, haven't you?
Yeah, and it's true.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. But basically, what you get is people that like shit.
I think the more videos, the more chance of picking up views, the more chance of someone discovering you. The problem I have is that I'll do an event and there'll be 10 videos go out before mine. So people will watch a few of those videos, but nobody wants to see the same video 10 times. So by the time my video comes out...
So it doesn't matter that your video is better made or better produced.
Oh no.
You're covering the same subject matter, and they'll have already seen other videos with that subject matter.
If I was in this for the money, it'd be a catastrophic failure. It's purely for the love of doing it, to try and... The aim was always to... I started this because I was watching other people's videos, and it sort of got me thinking, and there was some that I really enjoyed, and I thought, you know what, I won't mind having a bash at this, but I want to make something that people are going to enjoy watching.
Okay, so before you started your own, whose were the videos that you really enjoyed?
Well, Harry's Garage,
No, right.
on not so much the modern high-end cars, but some of the older stuff he does, and again the sort of...
They're the ones that I love as well.
The quality. I like the quality stuff.
First one of his I saw was his one on the Diablo.
Yeah, and Tyrrell's Classic Workshop, which I discovered through Harry's Garage.
Okay.
And I remember we were doing a video on a Rover SD1, a V8 Vitesse, and at the time I was thinking, oh, I remember SD1s, you couldn't give them away, and it got me thinking. And then I quickly realised I couldn't afford an SD1 because now they've gained popularity again. But it really made me think. I thought, well, what if I could produce some quality videos of cars that people like you and I could actually aspire to possibly own?
Ah, okay.
And to be honest, the first videos I did were on a mobile phone. The quality is not great. As I said, the videos are still up to watch, so sort of for prosperity. So anyone who's thinking of YouTube and you maybe think you haven't got the charisma to do it, just watch one of my really early videos and see. Really, with YouTube, you've got to be prepared to just get stuck in and make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, even have the mistakes as part of your character.
Yeah, don't worry about looking silly. I mean, I come on camera every week and look silly, and some people seem to enjoy it, and possibly even for the right reasons.
Well, what would be the incorrect reason for watching someone make a fool of themselves?
Well, as opposed to
mercilessly
mock them, but
yeah.
you know, some people do seem to enjoy the content. But I quickly realised that, certainly with like the shows, I thought I can't do the same video as everyone else. I've got to do something different. And this is where my channel stood out. I got a format with the interviews, with the cinematic shots of the cars as well, and sort of put all that together. It's why the videos can take me up to a week to produce after an event. But the people who have seen them and who like them will actually wait for them. It just means that my channel grows a lot slower than some other channels. And I have had people come up and say, I watch your videos, love the quality of the videos, how come you're not bigger? And then they'll make comparisons to some very well-known established channels. But the difference is, as much as I would like to, it'd be nice to earn back a bit of money from this, the priority for me is making good quality videos. When you've given up your day job and you're just doing YouTube and you've got to make money off that, you don't have that luxury. It's like you've got to put a video out because you've got to keep the content going. You're on that hamster wheel and you've got to keep the content coming, you know, every couple of days or whatever to keep getting the hits.
We know all about that, don't we?
It's a trap I don't want to have to fall into. I would rather just build it slowly, and if success comes from it, then it comes.
Well, you're saying about going slowly to some more secure routes as you do it, which you carry on going. Eventually, you'll still get to the top of the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, it's been
won't fall off.
Beneficial, obviously, the complimentary things you've said about the channel. I mean, after we met, and you obviously went away and had a look at my stuff.
I did.
And then you went on one of your lives and obviously sung the channel's praises and to tens of people who some of them then did actually look at my stuff, and you know a few of them have.
I was just genuinely impressed by it,
Yeah.
and I still am.
Yeah.
I am a fan.
And Mark, of the three of us here, does actually look like the filmmaker, even though he's got a proper job.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not actually, unlike JM, I'm not trained in any of this. I've just gone along and made some mistakes and tried to learn.
So what was the first bit of kit you bought
Right, well,
after beginning just with a mobile phone?
well a microphone, because I've quickly realised one of the first car review I ever did was on one of the Fiat 500s
Excuse me.
that we had at the time. And the video weren't terrible, but there was a part early on in the video where you couldn't hear me.
Right.
And you've got to get the audio right. So the first thing I did is bought a microphone, and I had compatibility issues with that and the phone. So then I started looking at cameras. I had an old GoPro, but that didn't really solve that problem. So one of the first things after that I bought was like an SLR style camera,
Okay.
because it was cheaper than a proper video camera, because they're seem to be more professional ones now anyway. I don't think people really buy camcorders, do they, these days?
Oh,
I suppose not.
I forgot about that word.
So yeah,
What do people use? Do they use DSLRs then for their
I
filming?
think some do, but it does obviously make it a bit more cumbersome. And I mean, there are some very big channels, I'm talking 100,000 subscriber channels, that do shoot everything on mobile phones. And modern phones are,
Matt Armstrong, I think, still uses a mobile phone.
yeah, I mean, it can be quite good, and I know some use a gimbal with it.
Hubnut still does some bits on a mobile phone, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that and action cameras and
Well, the thing
a
is,
gimbal smooths out the footage, and they use, I think they use the same sort of microphones as I use.
What mics do you use now?
Well,
Let me guess. Rode.
Yes, predominant, but I use a Rode Wireless Go 2. But quite often I'll have a lavalier mic clipped into that, and I bought a Boya, which seemed to be decent enough. A lot of people use them, but they're a fraction of the price of the Rode.
Okay.
So I use one of their lavalier mics, and on one of my cameras I use like a mini shotgun mic, the same brand, which for about 30 quid. But the thing is, it's learning the craft with what you've got. You know, it's all right. People go out and buy all the gear. I mean, my gear is nowhere near as flashy as what someone like JM's got, and I know for a fact that the mounts I use he doesn't like. But then this is someone who's been around professional equipment. The stuff I use is probably very low end by comparison. But at the end of the day, it's no good having all the kit if you've got to make some mistakes and learn what does and doesn't work first. And if that means shooting on a mobile phone, you know, you've got it in your pocket, it's there all the time. Just get it out, take the phone out and shoot something with it, use it.
When it comes to the actual presenting, do you find that difficult, or has it begun to come naturally, or do you still struggle with it?
Still struggle. It definitely didn't come natural at first. There's a lot of ums and and pauses where I'm thinking. And when I shoot a car review, quite often I'll do a few takes of a particular line because I'll fluff me what I'm trying to say. That happens quite a lot.
Do you work with a script?
Not as such. I might jot down some notes as sort of little headers and bullet points, bits of information, and then I just try and let it flow and go from there. I have sometimes storyboarded.
What does that mean?
So on a car review, I might, in particular, I've sometimes done them where I've had an idea of the route I want to use. And same when I did the unveiling of my daily car, that was all storyboarded. So it's sort of not as detailed as a script. It's a bit like a comic strip, you know, where you get the pictures and you've got the little boxes and there's something happening.
Okay.
And it's kind of put in together. So you're saying in this.
Stop touching my leg.
I'm so cold that I'm just twitching all over. I mean, to explain, it is terrifyingly cold in this caravan. The heating has failed, and I mean, it's about -2 outside, and I think it's about -5 in here.
I can't feel my toes anymore.
I've lost, that's why I'm twitching my legs. I've got no feeling in my feet. My hands are freezing. Oh, and I'm just glad to admit it and get it out there, because I'm fed up of trying to pretend to be brave. I'm just going to burst into tears.
Yeah, you did nearly gas us with that heater you were trying to get going before we started as well.
Yeah.
Just to get some heat. But yeah, I started off with this idea of storyboarding it to try and set out the order of what I wanted things to appear in the video.
So you don't miss the bits that you want,
Yeah, you've got to have some idea where you're going with it.
do you?
But it helps. It can help. But
I asked Mark about whether he was bringing along his yellow Renault, because I thought we could do like a swap review.
Right.
And obviously he hasn't done. But I said to him, sorry, you can still do mine if you want, but you want to be prepared. You actually want to look into the car
I tend
first.
to overthink everything, sometimes to my own detriment, because then things don't get done.
Well, that is.
So do you find the idea of all of this in some way offensive then, that, you know, that there would be absolutely zero planning, that it's being filmed incredibly amateurishly on
But
a...
it works for you.
That's such a diplomatic answer, isn't it?
It is a...
Yeah.
In other words, yes,
But-
I find it incredibly offensive.
You really cut that one short. Well done.
The thing is that, like I said, to anybody who's maybe been watching and thinking about having a go at it, just do it. It's, you know, it doesn't matter if it's amateurish, it's YouTube, it's intended for... I know YouTube has become very commercial now, and you've got, you know, TV stars, actual famous professionals who are now doing YouTube.
But and even its name, YouTube,
Yeah,
it tells you that it's for you.
It's for you.
doing it.
yeah, exactly. You know, and you know, put some videos out, but just don't be disillusioned. If I remember putting some of my first videos, and you know, struggling to get into double digits on views. And you're thinking, what am I doing wrong? Why is nobody? And it just takes time. At the end of the day, YouTube is a platform that makes money from advertising, and if they're going to make money from advertising, they've got to put something out that people want to watch. And as a new creator, they don't know you from Adam. They don't know what your videos are about, how successful they're going to be. So it just takes a bit of time. Obviously,
For them to help you, you've got to properly help yourself first. That's really...
yeah, and I know you do get these people. You'll see these thumbnails with, you know, how I got monetized in 1 month, and yeah, people do that. But for most people, that's just not reality, and you've got to accept that it's a very slow process, and you will feel like you're failing, but it's not. It's something that most of us go through.
I'm on record over and over again as my go-to guru in the early days was a channel called Dan's Bangers. And I enjoyed Dan's Bangers because he had no pretensions, still has no pretensions of ever being anything massive or amazing. And he did a sit down after his first year of serious YouTubing, and his target for the first year was to achieve 50 subscribers. Effectively one a week. And he did better than that. He got about 58.
Yeah.
And I found that really helpful in my early days when I went through exactly what you're talking about, that you'll put a video up and you will literally not get 10 views. You will literally get less than 10 views on it, and it becomes a bit disheartening. And I used to look at Dan's Bangers and look at that and I think, okay, so that's the way it works then. You know, you can't expect to go out and become massively in your first year. So instead of going in thinking that, right, I should be doing this, and this, I went in with that. I set myself the same goal, to get 50 subs in the first year.
Coming in fits and starts as well, doesn't it? I think it took me probably 9 months to make the first 100 subs, and then I doubled it within the few months that followed, and then it slowed down again, and it just sometimes goes that way.
What are you up to now then?
1,070 odd, I think, thereabouts. But obviously, it's not just subscribers, is it? From the partner program side, it's the watch time as well.
Yeah.
And this is something else. It's about a lot more than just the number of subscribers, and it's not necessarily. Yeah, you think if you've got more subscribers, you'll get more people watching, but quite a lot of creators do often comment on. They'll have a video and the stats will say that the majority of viewers are not actually subscribed.
Yes. Yeah.
People will drop on a video, watch it, and then they might forget about it. And
Especially if you're doing car reviews.
Yeah, and then because they're looking for that particular vehicle. But then 6 months later, they might drop on your channel again, and this time they might actually stick around and might subscribe if you're lucky.
Yeah.
The way we consume media now, I mean, in the old days, you had 3 or 4 TV channels. You'd sit and put a film on, and it might be a bit naff for the first 10 minutes, but you'd give it another 5 and see how it went. Whereas now, if the people don't see what they want in the first 30 seconds, they'll just straight on to another.
I think TikTok's made that more like the first 7 seconds.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Because obviously
It's
YouTube.
doom scrolling.
Yeah.
We sit there on his phones on a night, don't you? And you're just scrolling, and you're not even really taking any of it in.
No, but that's how the attention span's got. So unless it's got your attention straight away, you're going. It only takes that.
That's why YouTube's often full of a lot of Americans shouting. You've got to admit though, Americans are they're sort of more animated than us stiff upper lip Brits, and they do make for good viewing because they're very.
Depends on whether you find it annoying or not.
Yeah, but they're generally quite natural on they're
I like
entertaining.
it. I like it when the fat ones are thrown to the floor.
It's like when we all tune in on Boaty's lives to watch him getting pissed on a night. And you've got presence and it's entertaining. And sometimes people just want to be entertained.
You have made use of your audience's unpredictable nature. That's what I think. So
That's an interesting way of putting it.
well, yeah, but it's true though, isn't it? So whatever they say, either you say it, which encourages them to say it, or you don't say it and you say why you're not going to say it, which encourages them to say it.
Or there is a third way.
What's that?
I read something else out and pretend that that's what they said.
That's true, yeah.
I do that quite a lot.
I think that's what radio stations do, isn't it? On the night when they have these shows and it's so-and-so's wrote in about his problems in his marriage, and it's completely fictitious. It's not real.
Right. Yeah.
Well, so they couldn't find anything real that was any more interesting than
nobody
that.
phoned in, so they made something up.
Well, yeah. Who's going to know?
The best story
found
about that was a rather niche little local radio station in London, and they had a late night phone in, and they started getting these really weird phone calls, and it turned out to be, they didn't know at first, took them a while to find out, it was Peter Cook when he was pissed. And he would just ring into this radio station as a different character. Hello, this is Sven from Norway. And there was some incredibly funny stuff, and they had no idea. It was Peter Cook when he was absolutely out of his tree.
Yeah.
I love the idea of that.
It reminds me of my first job. I worked in a supermarket, and on a Sunday, we used sometimes for a laugh, we'd phone up the customer service desk. And on the internal line, we'd ask them to put calls out for people and the names were fictitious, but it was always things like Annette Curtin and Teresa Green.
Teresa Green. But you didn't actually go for the naughty ones then?
Such as?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't possibly think of any.
Mr. Michael Hunt.
Yeah. That's easy enough to do though, isn't it? Mike Hunt. As long as you pronounce the H in there.
Yeah.
Teresa Nipples.
Oh yeah, Teresa Nipples. I know her very well.
Aloysius Butt Plug.
Why don't you write some down? Hey, there's an idea. Why don't you write down a whole load of these, and you could exchange these for the people in your live stream. Yeah. If you don't, I will.
I think we need to kind of wind this up for no other reason that I need to go and sit in a warm car.
Right. Okay. We're probably all in agreement with that.
Yeah, but in the viewer's disappointment, they're probably expecting somebody a bit more high profile.
What than
Also-
you?
I doubt it.
Oh.
I doubt it. I mean, there used to be an him, and we're not exactly household names, are we? In fact, I reckon that if you and I went out to a car show, you'd get recognised more than me.
Don't know. But it depends on the car show.
And he'd get recognised more than either of us.
He'd definitely get recognised more.
Yeah,
But then he does purposely dress like a camp Jesus.
Camp Jesus.
Well, you've gone all camp now.
Have
I
I?
mean, you didn't used to be camp, but since you've had the Jennifer Aniston and started conditioning and colouring your hair, then
Reverend Boaty and Jesus do lunch with.
he's definitely got. He's definitely camp now, isn't he? He's definitely a camp Jesus, and I would, quite honestly, I would approve of that. I mean, if we're talking about the second coming of Christ, and I realise I am pushing the boundaries to suggest that you are the second coming of Christ, and I think that would disappoint a lot of Christians, and a lot of Buddhists would say, well, you know, I told you so, and serves you jolly well right. But if there were to be a second coming of Christ, then I would love it if it was a modern version of Christ, and I would love it if he was a bit camp, if he was a little bit John Inman. And I think that would help improve the image of Christianity, because Christianity has very famously had an absolute down on homosexuality. I mean, I believe it says at some point in the Bible that congress of one man unto another is a sin, and you will burn in eternal damnation. So it'd be rather nice if Jesus did come back with his beautifully silky hair and camped it up a bit.
I'm still struggling with the concept of Mustard as being the new Messiah as opposed to a very naughty boy.
When we're off your camera, I'll tell you the truth, mate.
Right, well, a massive thank you to Mark for coming and not only putting up with this amateurish shit which would never in a million years make it onto his channel. And on that subject, do check out Mark on Motoring. There will be a link in the description below. You will not regret it. If you enjoy cars or a level of professionalism that you'll never see on this channel, then get yourself out there, have a look. So thank you for coming. Thank you for putting up with this. Thank you for pretending that you're in a more civilised set of surroundings than a freezing cold caravan.
A wonky caravan with mirrors not ceiling.
Well done on not getting indigestion and burping left, right and centre. Mustard, would you like to add anything?
Yes, thank you very much, Mark, for coming along and being...
Could you do it in a more Camp Jesus-like way?
Your trolloping face.
Go on, camp it up.
Oh, I don't think I could possibly camp it up any more than I really want to do.
Do a
McHucknell.
a Camp Allegro man.
Oh, gosh. Camp Allegro, man.
No.
No, I'll do that when he comes along.
That's brave of you.
Join us next time when Mustard and Boaty
Do lunch.
and it's off.
That's a take, darlings. Let's get out into the warm. It's going to be warmer outside than it is in here. It is very dark. We have lighting in here, but I think
minor technical issues.
I think the battery might have not been as charged as it possibly could be.
And I forgot to get a spoon. That looks like quite a good pizza.
It does. I like that it's on a slant as well. It's perfect. Is that the heat over there?
That's the heater that we have. So
Did you not give me my sauce? What's the... It's like a half and half sort of thing.
that's probably what it is, yeah.
I thought it was a full thing.
Well, Tom, there's no point in complaining.
I'm in a dark caravan. It's a nicely themed caravan, isn't it?
It is actually, yeah.
It is. It's really nicely themed.
It's kind of cute.
Yeah. Did it come with all this?
Yeah, it's exactly how it all was. Right, let's tuck in.
Is that a microphone? Tiny mic.
This one.
That's professional. I don't even have a microphone.
Do you know? I thought you did.
No. I'm not that good.
What? Hello and welcome to Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch with a YouTube man. And today it is a man's called Tom from the YouTube channel Tom / Drives. And I presume that the / thing is something to do with the British Leyland thing.
No.
It,
It just looks funny.
it looks funny.
It looks funny. Branding, everybody. Do it because it looks funny.
Well, that's not what I was expecting.
You think I'm far more thoughtful than I actually am.
Oh, I'm sure you are. I might have to go digging in the bin actually to get that spoon out now. Now, what's happened here is Boaty has done his usual thing of just not knowing what to say.
He's so prepared, though.
He's gone really quiet because
incredibly
he's
prepared.
basically a bit starstruck, aren't you? And he just doesn't really know what to say.
I thought I'd let you take the lead for once.
Really?
Yeah, I thought I'd let you be Arthur on this one, and I will take the role of Martha. But I would like to apologise for the lack of light. Bit of a cock up on the battery charging front.
Well, it might just be that it's disconnected itself. Have a look for that spoon. Which bag is it in?
One of the rubbish bags,
This one.
possibly.
I like all the mirrors.
How long's your YouTube channel been going, Tom?
About 3 years. So I originally did computers before all this, but I did it as a bit of a hobby. This
I
is a bit
thought
more-
you'd been around a lot longer than that for some reason.
No, I did that Rover 75 video. I think it was about 3 years ago, 4 years maybe now.
Yeah.
And then here we are, 4 years later, 3 years later. And I'm still interested in doing it because it is really, really fun.
So if somebody hadn't seen your YouTube channel, how would you describe it to them?
Young dude tries to do cars but does it sort of okay to a point where it's passable.
Did
And
you really put it in this?
Yeah, it's inside your takeaway container where you left it. Might be the other rubbish bag.
So it's 2 rubbish bags I've had to go rooting through to find a spoon.
Yeah, well, the lesson there is, A, take care of your spoon. I mean, to explain, darling, when I arrived here, having, left my humble little cottage in the arse end of nowhere in the Peak District at an ungodly hour, after getting home from the restaurant at like 3 o'clock in the morning, so on 2 hours sleep, got up, came here, came into the caravan, still full of all of the crap from last Monday.
Ah! Yes.
Nothing had been tidied, and including his cutlery that he just left in his takeaway container. And I thought, fuck it, I'll throw it away. Why should I tidy up after him?
Well, you know, this is where we're going to sound like a bit of an old married couple here, isn't it? Because you think I come down here with nothing to do.
This is like one of them when your parents fight in front of you things, isn't it?
Yeah.
However busy you are, I'm sure you could have spared 5 minutes to tidy up after yourself.
You're the organisation to his chaos.
It's his fault any of it's disorganised anyway.
Why is it my fault?
I'll vehemently stand by that argument and say if it wasn't for you, I'd be loaded by now. That's a relatively clean spoon.
Right.
Any good that then? Do you not eat your crusts?
So for
Maybe. I might go in for him later.
context, we've been to Istanbul on the Milkston Road. The despite Tom wanting very much to go somewhere else, but mustard overruled him because
I wanted some local cuisine.
mustard is just more important, and so there you go. So
Well, you keep telling me I'm the son of God.
we went where mustard wanted to go rather than where our guest wanted to go. So I've had the kebab with salad, mustard has had keema peas, and Tom has had a margarita pizza.
I'm disappointed you said it would be spicy.
I never mentioned pizza.
What should happen with food from a restaurant takeaway is you should be looking at each other's food and wishing that you'd bought that instead.
You see, I can't do that with your two because I don't eat meat.
That's true, yeah.
That looks absolutely horrendous. I mean, that looks like
the look of yours more.
looks like something out of a
That is a bit down and
a
dirty.
34p can
Dog food?
of something. No, not dog food, but
Cat food.
no, working class food. The sort of can that you get in some dreadful little supermarket that's in the bottom of a multi-story block of flats built into it.
Yeah. There's one like that where I used to live.
Didn't surprise me.
Yeah, the difference is this tastes nice.
See, there's a place for that, but there's also a place for that.
Yeah,
That's
my stomach.
yeah, that's down and dirty. That's a bit. On video recording, that's a bit more formal. That takeaway.
Mm.
It's interesting.
But the thing is, that's a staff curry. Okay?
Well-
And you know what a staff curry is. It
Yeah,
means
and I
it's
know
proper.
that's not it.
It is.
No, it's not.
What, do you reckon they've changed the staff curry for customers?
I reckon if I served that to my staff, I'd have no staff.
You'd have a bunch of notices.
Right, yeah, so, not very hot actually. Good, still recording. What's your biggest video so far?
It's the SD1 6-cylinder video. So I made a video on an engine, which to some people might be the most boring thing ever, but to me it's very interesting.
It's not the one I would have thought would have been your biggest
And then it
video.
went ballistic.
Yeah.
I think it's because I announced the 2600R project in it as well, because it didn't just sort of, it basically told the story of it, and then I sort of was like, well no, this isn't the end of the story, I think something else should be done.
It's a relatively new one as well.
Yeah, that's it. I think I posted it in December. But yeah, it was a really good video. I had a lot of fun making it. I tend to just get really absorbed in the research now on the pizza.
That's kind of the opposite of me. Although I must admit, the other day I was supposed to be driving an electric Renault Megane, all electric Megane. And so I looked on Wikipedia to find out about it. Didn't tell me a lot.
So the best drivetrain for a Megane is the 1.9 DCI, the K9K Renault engine. That's the best because you can get something crazy like 80 miles a gallon in that.
That comes in handy.
My favourite engine, my favourite economy diesel.
Rather unusually, Boaty's dropping his food at the moment. That's because he's going to be late getting to work. Boo-hoo! I've never known him to be so quiet.
He's very quiet.
Yeah. It's like he's got some sort of trick.
You're gonna
up his sleeve.
unleash him.
I'm going to take his muzzle off.
I'm admiring the caravan. I don't think it's quite. I seen the videos. It doesn't do it justice.
It's not that bad, is it? It's not damp, at least. Well, not much.
Yeah.
What's the first holiday you remember going on?
Me.
Yeah.
I thought you were asking more.
It's not
I
just
put
a
that up. Yeah, I'm interested in you. What is the first
Right.
holiday you remember going on?
Scarborough.
That is an iconic holiday destination. P-Zone Park was that.
Oh gosh, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's like the Oriental themed park.
I don't remember. All I remember is it took ages to get there. I didn't like it when I was there. And I had one of those philosophical moments when I was about 8 years old, thinking, what's the point going on holiday with your family? Because you spend all your time with them anyway.
Well, for me, Jesus, probably the time where I went to Cleethorpes. That was the time I went to Cleethorpes and we stayed in a caravan. That was interesting. But Cleethorpes was like the, to people from Scunthorpe, that's like the pinnacle of seaside, back then anyway.
Is it?
Yeah, Cleethorpes was.
Oh.
Is that where you were brought up, Scunthorpe?
Yeah, Scunny.
Do you have a Scunthorpe accent?
I don't know. No, everybody tells me I sound posh.
Yeah.
Someone asked me if I was from Kent.
Not someone from Kent, though.
No, of
They
course
wouldn't
not.
say
And
that.
then somebody actually on one of my videos, he commented. I've had some weird comments about all sorts of stuff, ranging from the explicit to just the weird. But this one got me the most, where he commented, "Stop putting on a Scouse accent. You're not even from Liverpool. If you are from Liverpool, can you please prove it?"
Yep, here's my driving licence. Has anybody ever told you look a bit like David Mitchell?
No.
He does look a lot like David Mitchell.
Right.
He does look a lot
To be
like
fair though,
David
the
Mitchell.
Mitchell and Webb look was my favourite show.
Is
years
it?
ago. Yeah, years ago when it was on.
Who's David Mitchell married to, for 1 point?
A lady.
No points to you?
I can't remember her name. She's
It is a lady.
on a lot of panel shows.
I don't know.
Corinne, somebody. I think she's called Corinne. Was that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Her. So, if Mitchell and Webb's your favourite show, how could you have never thought, God, that guy looks like me?
I don't see myself in people really. I don't really draw comparisons to myself with people. Well, it's a bit better than saying that. Years ago, people said I look like Harry Styles.
I don't know who that is.
He was a One Direction heartthrob.
Oh.
The
Yeah,
lanky one with the curly hair.
Yeah, I definitely didn't look like that.
How old were you when you left home?
18.
I was quite young. How old were you?
Probably about 3 hours ago.
Oh, was that a joke?
That was a good one. That.
Oh yeah,
that was
very funny. I
That
think
was-
we can all agree.
Actually,
if
That
yeah.
was-
YouTube had
Very
a
good indeed.
smell function, you would smell that joke.
I wish this was a bit warmer.
The best part about leaving home is the struggle. That's the best part about leaving home.
The struggle.
The struggle. When you're sitting there and coming up with interesting ways to make things. For
Yeah.
example, I was obviously when I left home, I was an apprentice.
The shock of reality.
Yeah, the shock of reality. You sit there with your parents like, why can't I have Lego? And it's like the financial crash. Why can't I have some Lego? And it's the financial crash. It's like
Is
the
that how you
financial
used to
crash.
speak as well?
Well, no, I'm just doing an impression of kids in general. Can I have some Lego, please? It's like, but there's a financial crisis going on. Why would I spend my hard-earned money on Lego for you just because we come in Morrison's? Then that hits you and you realise maybe I was a bit of a little shit. You realise.
Was you an only child?
No. But you kind of realise reality hits, but then the fun begins when reality hits you, and the fun of one of the best memories. I've gone over this like a million times with people over this week because it's the one that's at the forefront of my mind. It was when we used to. So I got my apprentice wage and then I got accepted on an overdraft, and that was my Billie Jean moment, getting this overdraft, 200 quid. And we used to wait until Sunday at 4 PM when they'd put all the offers out on Tesco, and we'd go there. My God, we'd eat well. We'd be getting Weight Watchers salmon for like 20p. It was amazing, and that was in 2015. That was the pinnacle there. And we used to when you don't have kids or any responsibilities, it's a bit different. So you're sitting there buying energy drinks. You've got I've got £3 to my name. What am I going to buy myself? Am I going to eat well? Am I going to you know, am I going to save it up, or am I going to buy useless crap? I'm going to buy some useless crap, and then you go and buy an energy drink.
Never experienced one of those.
Leaving home, the joys. When did you leave home?
I was quite late. I would have been 20.
To be fair, that's quite young compared to nowadays.
And I moved into a caravan.
Caravan.
Yeah,
How good was it compared to this one?
it was a palace compared to this one.
This is a nice caravan. It's a lovely. You could call it the mobile studio.
Well,
Now I moved into a caravan that was parked on a pub car park because I was running the pub.
When did you graduate from the caravan?
Gosh, let's think. It would have been when I moved into the flat above the car showrooms.
oh,
I remember our flat. Our flat was terrible. There was people breaking in all the time. That was bad.
Oh, this was a nice flat. It was, I lived in it twice, but the first time round, there was no central heating. It was quite old. But it was very nice. I mean, it was big, 5 bedrooms.
Yeah.
And it was, life was
Isn't that just like a flattened house but on top of another building?
kind of,
5 bedrooms.
it was just, life was cool then. I was young and had money and business was great. Cars were wonderful.
if only you knew the future.
I was driving all the stuff that I'd had on my wall when I was a kid.
So they didn't make posters of Rovers when I was younger.
I hated Rovers.
See, I've always liked Rovers. Ever since I got given a badge at the age of 8, it's been a thing. Saying that though, a Rover 25 did put me off for a good couple of weeks.
And that's the best car they made.
Well, that was the worst example of the best car I've ever made.
Well, are you sure?
It was bad. It was horrific. There's nothing worse than getting in a car where it's damp, the headline is falling down, and the headline is damp. So you've basically got like some sort of weird bag over your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of sounds a bit sinister. The crusts on this pizza aren't particularly great, so I won't eat them.
Well, magpies will enjoy them.
No, that's it. I'm just passing it on.
Being as that you basically didn't talk very much and just got and started eating, you've not done that well.
Oh, sorry about that.
So you should be. This is a short one as well. Oh gosh. 20 minutes. Normally there's not really any kind of rush involved.
It's just a casual caravan time.
Yeah, a bit too casual all the time.
Yeah, it's not very casual. It feels a bit formal this time.
Yeah,
It does, yeah, a little bit.
well, because we've been asking you questions.
Yeah.
Okay, well, your turn. Ask a really horrible question to him.
How much is that streetwise?
Which one?
Barney.
It's on eBay and at the moment it's at £363.
I shouldn't do this. I think I
You
might
fancy
bid on it.
bidding
I
on it,
think I
don't you?
might bid on it. Yeah. Against my best judgment and the fact that I'm probably going to get beheaded when I go home and she finds out, I think I might bid on it because I really want one. I absolutely love the Streetwise. Did you know it's the year of the Streetwise as well?
Nope.
It's the decade of the Streetwise.
All I know is people
Shout out bids and bangers.
shout. All I know is that many of the people that we know can't spell yacht. Well, that wasn't quite up to the usual standard, unfortunately, but it was still good.
there's a three, guys.
Who's your favourite YouTube person?
Well, there's different categories on there.
Well, there is for me as well. But I could name 3 or 4 that I always watch.
Rover Joe is my favourite YouTuber.
Is it?
My favourite YouTuber is Joe because I'm a Joe stan. I love Joe. Hashtag Rover Joe, please come back.
Rover Joe, come back.
He does that mundane motor art as well, and it's fantastic. He just does. He's just so talented. I think Joe's brilliant. He's very talented, Joe.
He is, yeah.
And he's doing all that welding with that Civic as well. And he's brilliant. He's an epic guy as well.
And he's got funny coloured hair.
He does, yeah, he does. But yeah, I don't know. I tend to watch a lot of people that I know. So I sort of watch you. I watch Simone, Hooked on Classics. Joe, when he eventually uploads Joe.
Well, I was going to say, he's quite easy to follow everything he does.
Yeah.
It's difficult when people are uploading every day.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Joe does the right amount, I would say, the casual amount. Yeah, I just watch people that I know. That's my main thing.
So you don't watch any major channels, like?
I used to, but I kind of fell out of love with it all a bit. Because you start to notice things, and it gets a bit weird.
Notice things. That could lead my imagination anywhere, saying that.
Yeah.
And yours as well.
A good example would be, you notice things like people selling things for 10 times what they're worth. Stuff like that. That kind of annoys me. But I do.
What do you mean, like our dented Doris?
No. Dented Doris is worth the world. No, you do notice things. To be honest with you, though, I do watch a lot of people, but I'm so busy with work and with this. No, I just don't have any time.
What do you do for work?
I work in IT.
Okay.
Can't tell you where I'll get shot, but I work in IT.
And
So,
what do you kind of do?
Secret stuff.
Computer things.
Yeah, that's usually what IT means.
Yeah, computer stuff.
It is a very vague explanation, isn't it?
It is computer
IT.
stuff.
Yeah.
Information technology.
Yeah. Have you got
Do
a
you
job
work
in
on
it?
a
I've got.
Do you work on a 9 to 5 basis?
Yeah, sort of. I work like.
Monday to Friday?
Yeah.
Do you work set hours every day?
No. I sort of. It's one of them places where I sort of work. I work a set amount of hours, sort of, but I sort of just chop and change. It's more. I try to set it consistent, and my manager tries to set it consistent as well. But
Is it your choice or does it get dictated to you?
Bit of both, really. It's quite flexible. I like my job a lot. But
Do you like the IT crowd?
I've watched it about 6 times, and I know the number off by heart. You know the emergency number.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a man with a beard coming.
Who is it?
It must be Tom. Tom with a beard, Tom with a beard and a hat on.
Hi,
Tom,
chaps.
Tom.
Sorry to disturb.
Are you going?
I've gone off to go back to the drawing board on it, mate. So
Yeah.
yeah, I need to order that. Go on, order them 2 straps and then do some wiring diagrams.
All right.
I've shut the lock up and turned the lights off. If you give me the lock, I'll put the lock on the gate so no one can come in.
Don't worry about that. We'll hear it anyway. We've
Yeah.
almost finished here because it's going to be a bit of a quick one anyway.
No, there's no rush. I'll lock it. I'll lock it if you want. I'll lock
The
you.
padlock. If you do the padlock on the lock-up.
Yeah,
No,
of
you don't
course.
need that. You just need the padlock. It's on the door. It's on the magnet on the door.
Yeah, is it unlocked already to just snap on?
Yeah.
And you've got your key and everything,
Yeah.
so it won't. Right.
All right.
Enjoy, chaps.
See you later,
See
mate.
ya.
See you down.
I'm surprised you didn't ask me to recite the number.
Oh well.
A lot of people go, oh, say it then.
Go on then.
0118 999 88199 9119 725 3.
The 3's the best bit, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. I had that as my my password at school, and I told people the password knowing that they would never remember it.
Yeah, unless they go and watch that episode of the
Yeah.
IT crowd.
Have you ever fantasised about having an intimate encounter with anybody that you work with?
Absolutely not, because that is unprofessional.
It's not unprofessional to fantasise.
But it's unprofessional to talk about it.
It's not, yeah, no, never.
You know, I'm not asking him to talk about it. I'm just asking whether he has. He doesn't have to give any
Well,
details.
maybe it's unprofessional to give an honest answer.
I do work with my partner.
Ah. So then that gives you a good enough answer, I reckon.
Yeah.
Put your muzzle back on.
Well, hang on.
He's been so quiet,
So you
and
think-
then he just unleashes with
So
that question.
you think it's unprofessional to fantasise about your partner?
No, about a work colleague.
But if your work colleague is your partner, could you not fantasise about her when you weren't at work?
Yeah, but then she's not a work colleague when she's outside of work.
Because she's still a bloody work
No,
colleague.
she's not.
Yes,
Well,
she is.
eight. Well, like I always say this to her. 8 while 5. There's no. I am your colleague.
Right, listen.
Sorry, Doc,
as
can I
sit-
just stop you there? Can I just point out that he means between the hours of 8 and 5. It's a northern thing, particularly a Yorkshire thing. People say while instead of until or words like that. Sorry, carry on.
Well, no, I mean, that was a fairly good point, I suppose.
I would just like to point out that she's still your work colleague even when you're not actually working.
She's not when she's not on the clock.
Yeah.
Well, that's absolute bollocks. So do you sit, if you work for Tesco's and you, and one night when you're not at work, you decide to go curb crawling in Pontefract to see if you can pick up a sort of 24-year-old Eurasian prostitute, does that mean you are no longer an employee of Tesco's at that point in time?
No, but I'm not working for Tesco during that time.
No, but you're still a Tesco employee.
During my contracted hours only.
You know what you do
I
better?
don't-
No, I'm not having this.
I
You'd
do
be
not
better off.
identify as a
It's
Tesco.
not a question of whether you
If I worked at
identify or
Tesco,
not.
I do not identify as a Tesco employee.
You'd
Right.
have been better off giving the example of a politician or somebody professional that shouldn't be doing that kind of thing.
No, that's not the point. The point is, if you're an employee of a firm, you're an employee of a firm.
So you're saying that I represent the firm?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that, yeah, I'm saying
I don't
that-
represent the firm outside of.
My
outside of
point
my
is,
hours.
if you work with somebody,
Yeah.
right, then even when you're not at work, you still work with that person.
Work with in the past tense.
No, you work
Work.
with them.
I don't agree.
All right, let me put it this
I have
way.
a very. I have
Where
a
is
sec-
your father at
Just
this
agree with
moment?
him. He'll change the subject.
Where is your father?
So I have to persist.
But
Where is your
right,
father?
I'll tell you what. So
Where
Dennis,
is your
just
father?
Just go. I agree with you.
Where is your father? Right now,
I agree with you.
roughly, where is your father?
I agree with you.
Right, your father is not here with you, is he?
I agree with you.
Yeah, exactly. Your father's not here with you, but he's still your father.
Well, that's a
think you
different
see the
type
error of
of
your ways.
relationship. That's a different type of relationship.
It is, but it's still a relationship, and that's the point. The relationship remains a relationship, even when the specifics of the relationship do not apply. Right, you're not driving your car at the moment, but you're still its owner, and it is still your car.
Yeah, but that's different.
Yeah, it's not though, is it?
It
I mean,
is.
what's happening here is
Yeah,
that
but-
I'm building a log cabin on the mountain of rock.
This is
and
exactly
you
the
are
kind of-
swimming about in
You
a
know
dirty
when- you
river
know-
He would
in the
love to
valley
be
of
arguing for you
Rome.
now because you would turn it around to be completely different to what he's saying.
You know when a sidewinder is launched from an F-16,
Yeah.
and the MiG then launches chaff. That's what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm launching loads of little strips of aluminum into the air.
I think.
Aluminum.
Yeah. Aluminium.
It's
I'm getting that
not
Steve
from
Jobs.
Scunthorpe,
I'm
he's
getting-
from America.
I'm getting the Steve Jobs thing in.
So, how would you feel if your partner told you that she'd been fantasizing about you? Would you say, I'm sorry, but that's unprofessional?
I agree.
Or would you say, really? And what were we doing, my dear?
I would say I agree.
Right.
The point I would make.
Have you ever fantasized about me?
Why is every car alarm gone off all at once?
You know.
We need to find out where that's coming from.
It won't be mine. Mine makes like Mine's
pretty loud.
Space Invaders.
But it's not one of mine, so I don't care.
The ambience hasn't been spoiled, has it?
No.
We've got a Rover SD1 there. We've got down there. There's a Volkswagen Phaeton, and there's some doors over there, and then we've got the ambient sound of the car alarm.
The alarms kind of don't do what they were supposed to do anymore, do they?
They just piss everyone off.
You know, you hear an alarm going off and you just ignore it.
Well, yeah, as long as it doesn't apply to you.
In the old days, you would have gone down there and
Make sure there's no perps on the go.
Because when your car gets nicked, the alarm never goes off.
have you ever had a car nick?
Yes.
Have you?
Yeah.
Right.
Back in.
Everybody has.
Yeah. That is.
No,
sort
they
of-
haven't.
Well, no, that's true. But
Has your mother ever had a
Oh.
car nicked?
battery's gone.
How unusual.
It's on recording.
Has your mother ever had a car stolen?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Why?
What car was it?
It was a Mark III Escort. A black
Well,
Mark III
they're
Escort.
built to be nicked, though, aren't they?
Yeah, they were built to be stolen.
Every Ford is.
Has your daughter ever had a car stolen?
She's not old enough to drive yet.
She's still a person.
It's pending. The theft is pending.
Well, that's true. Actually, yeah, because fate would tell you that you cannot actually say that nobody, unless they're no longer around, hasn't had the car stolen, because you don't know what's going to happen next.
I bet the Queen never had a car stolen.
Well, I don't know. I mean, she used to live on some pretty rough estates.
I see.
Yeah, having your car nicked is one of them things. The police weren't very good though, because I was selling 2 PlayStations on bloody Facebook Marketplace.
Were they nicked?
No, they weren't nicked.
Why did you have 2 then?
Because I used to buy things just to fix them up. That's like my thing, buying things to fix them.
Right.
So I bought 2 PlayStations because I thought it would be funny to fix them, and thought it would be really interesting. And it turns out it wasn't, so I got bored and sold them. And then,
Were they fixed when you sold them?
No, they were still broken. So I
Right.
failed in that endeavour.
Did you make a profit on them? How much did you pay for them?
I think I paid about 40 quid.
Each or for the 2?
No, for the 2. I paid 40 quid
So
for
who
both.
did you buy them off? I had 2 broken PlayStations.
I can't remember. It's some dude off of eBay. It was on an auction, because I used to just go on auctions and stuff and just bid.
Oh, okay.
And be like, I think I can fix this.
Hmm.
But yeah, so the guy came to look at them and then he scurried off, and then the car disappeared that night. So it was a lift and shift.
What car was it?
Mercedes A-Class.
Oh.
It wasn't the
What year?
2014.
Oh.
What colour?
Black.
I had an A-Class.
Is this where it gets revealed in a second? And here's your car now. It's cut up into 200 pieces.
I had an A-Class.
Yeah, you loved it, didn't you?
Oh, it ran me over.
Yeah.
I didn't really like mine. I thought it was a bit of a pathetic car. I loved the engine though. 1.5 diesel. Loved the engine. I drove it to Switzerland. My first ever trip abroad. I took that to Switzerland.
That's quite an exciting first trip abroad. Did you never go abroad at school?
No.
Like on a day trip to France?
We were barely allowed out the gates at school because it was a dump.
Did you have a girlfriend at school?
No.
Did you?
Not really. Kind.
You can't say kinda to girlfriend.
Well, no, because it was probably one of his nannies or something.
I was going to say
No,
that. It
no,
doesn't
no.
sound like a consenting relationship when you say kinda.
No, it was a girl called Leslie Bishop, and she was the best looking girl in the school. And as was the rule, she was going out with Darren Edwards because he was the best looking boy in the school. And we were on a 5-day field trip in Malvern.
Is best looking past tense, by the way?
Well, I haven't seen either of them for a long, long time, but they were the best looking. They were like the prom king and queen. Sort
Who
of thing.
decided that?
Oh, it was just generally no.
Just right. So there was no decision made. It was just like everybody. Just
It wasn't a
agreed.
formal appointment.
It wasn't a formal appointment, no. And they fell out. And so she decided to make Darren...
Revenge.
She decided to make him jealous.
Right.
So she went out with me for half an hour. And it was brilliant. We held hands as we were walking along the Malverns. God, it was lovely.
Did you get a little twinge?
Do you know, I don't think I did.
Mm.
I don't know.
It wasn't about that kind of thing at the time.
I
was
was,
it?
no, I was late getting the little twinges. I remember that I masturbated without actually knowing what I was doing.
Thanks for leading him into that conversation. I probably appreciate that, Paul.
I genuinely had no idea, and yeah, it came as quite a surprise.
I really want to see you say, butter the toast, eat the toast, shit the toast.
Have you ever seen Francis Higgins?
No.
He's like this Irish dude. He was on this bloody show on this Irish network, and he's got this thing called The Man in the Shed. He's literally something that you would laugh at. He's like slice the tea and stir the sandwich. Yeah, it's brilliant.
So how many subscribers does your channel have at the moment?
I don't know. I'd have to check.
Oh, stats off.
Stats, don't start. We can't be doing that. The numbers don't matter. It's the enjoyments. I think 11,730.
That's quite a lot. Isn't
That's
it?
got up a
It's
lot.
alright.
That's more than us, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's alright.
it's more than us combined, but it's not actually.
It might be.
No, it's not.
No, maths dictates that is not.
No,
Not
it
the
can't
case.
be, can it?
Does that make him more of a man than us?
It makes him. It means that he's got more subscribers.
I got called a micro influencer the other day.
He's probably got more. He's probably got more money as well.
A micro influencer.
I take it you didn't like that.
No. I don't like any of the terms to do with that. The way I see it is I'm just some dude that makes car videos.
Do you get recognised? And do you enjoy being recognised?
It shows I do. The car gets recognised. I've been recognised a few times, but not. I don't really see it as sort of. I don't really see it like that. You know, like I've been recognised.
Have you ever been?
Somebody just sees what I do and goes, yeah, that's that guy that does that thing I like.
Have you ever been sexually propositioned in a comment on your video?
Yes,
Ah.
several times.
Tell us about that.
No, let's not.
I can't say what.
Listen, time. 2:20.
Yeah.
That's all right. I've got another 10 minutes.
He's got another 10 minutes for the sexual proposition
haven't.
story.
I need to be doing a half past really, or at least going. And the trouble is, there's cars littered about everywhere, so I need to go and do a bit of tidying up.
Oh well, this really has been a short one, hasn't it?
But
Gosh,
all the better for it, I would imagine.
oh, it's a shame. I wanted to find out about. Have you ever been sexually propositioned in a comment on your video?
You know I have. But not,
I didn't know that.
we did talk about this.
Why aren't you saying?
Eh?
Why wouldn't you give us the specifics?
It was I had a stalker on one of my other channels.
Oh,
right.
yeah, but you never mentioned an actual proposition.
Oh no, there was plenty of propositions.
I got offered paid work.
What, for puttering?
Paid work. Which I respectfully declined and then removed them from every single thing ever.
Right.
Wow, what a nice note to end this on.
Well, when I did the review on that,
We need a
camera,
part 2 of this.
This is
We
the
do
caravan
actually,
of
yeah.
broken dreams.
when I did the review on that camera, the one from China, that everything comes from China, they set up this thing so they could pay me for it, and I had to click influencer as work, and that I didn't like that at all
Why not?
because do I have to explain it?
He's influencer. He's
I don't want to be.
influencing.
I don't want to ever refer to myself. Actually, I don't know why I told you because I could have got away with it. For those
You
meddling
are an
kids.
influencer. Everybody comment on this video. Project Nigel influencer. Paul is an influencer. Yeah, I hate all the terms as well. The terminology is terrible. We're just with dudes that do things.
Dudes that do things, yeah.
Would you like to be a dude that did YouTube full time? And how far away are you from, or is the channel from you being able to do that if you wanted to?
It would be interesting to do that. I would like it, but am I far away? If I want to keep living like an utter tit, still, I'm very far away. But yeah, yeah.
Could you survive on your YouTube income if you had to? If you were to,
If I was to lose my job tomorrow,
if you were to lose your job tomorrow, and you could never get another job, then would you be able to survive on your YouTube income? No, basically, if you lost your job tomorrow, would you qualify for universal credit, or do you earn too much?
no comment. Well, I could make it work. I'm one of those people. I'm quite resourceful because I used to be self-employed before.
Okay.
My job was selling vintage computers, which is incredibly niche, and I made that work. and I earned a decent amount of money from that. So I could make anything work, I think.
I agree. I could make YouTube work for me if I didn't have to mess with cars. If the whole yard thing was, if it was about the channel rather than having to make money off of that, then I reckon I could do better with the YouTube thing than selling the cars. Except for today.
We've done well today, haven't we?
Both Mustard and Boaty have sold a car.
We have.
Tom, we sold a car today.
As I've heard. I don't do that because I'm not smart enough to sell cars.
Yeah, well.
We're not smart enough not to sell cars.
I think...
Anyway, it's me that sells them, not you.
Right, unfortunately, it is a Sunday. We started a bit later than planned. Mustard has got to go and do family things. I've got to go and run a restaurant.
And I could do with a hand pushing your car into the corner.
So the point is that this has been a lot shorter than I would like it to be. So Tom, would you be willing to do a part 2?
Potentially.
Oh, that's non-committal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly the correct thing to say. He didn't blow you out.
Yeah. You imagine if I just deadpan said no.
That would have been funny.
That would have been hilarious.
That was the best part of the video with
off
James.
Screen.
You said to James in a joking way, ha ha ha, James, are you regretting this yet? And he just looked at you and went, yes.
Yeah, I think he was.
I think he was as well. Okay. Right, well, as I say, this has been shorter than I would like, and I would very much like to do another part, but we are going to have to wrap this one up at that. Aren't we, Captain Mustard?
Indeed we are. So, join us the next time. Mustard and Boaty do lunch with a celebrity YouTube person when we next do lunch.
So the last one you did was JM then, not me. The last celebrity YouTuber.
It was Mark on Motoring.
Mark on Motoring, yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Mark's one.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm throwing shade at Mark now. I was talking about myself not being a celebrity. Mark's a celebrity in my eyes because he's got the world's best Megane. He's a really nice dude. He's fantastic.
It's brilliant finding out about how everybody is, you know, away from their channel and away from their video persona. I find it really, really interesting.
And the really good thing is...
And we've hardly got to know you at all, and I'm annoyed about that. Because you're quite an interesting chap.
Some could say. Some would say.
Well, I just did so.
He
Technically.
did say.
Yeah. Right, okay. You do it this time, because obviously I did that completely wrong.
Right, yeah. So, many thanks to Tom from the channel Tom Drives for coming along and subjecting himself to this. And thank you for watching, although probably only about 59 of you actually will. Nonetheless, if you've enjoyed this and would like to see us having lunch with somebody else who's more famous than they're prepared to admit to being, and has quite possibly fantasized about their partner in a workplace environment, then tune in the next time that Mustard and Boaty do lunch.
Drag it out, why don't you?
And that's a wrap.
Right. We'll just use a couple of snippets.
Well, I hope you've set up in advance so we don't have to hang about for 20 minutes again like we did yesterday.
20 minutes? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
We were really short on time yesterday and you decided to spend 20 minutes pissing about setting your camera up rather than doing it beforehand.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
I've got it on film.
Yeah, I didn't spend 20 minutes doing anything. Hello and welcome to Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch with Mustard and Boaty. And Allegro Man, have you started recording?
Yes.
Unfortunately, my microphone's given up
And I daren't go and get the other one.
That happened yesterday as well.
Oh yeah, that was it, yeah. It didn't take 20 minutes for me to go and get a microphone, though, did it?
Unbelievable.
Okay, let's change this.
I've never known anybody
Welcome
less
to Mustard and
professional than you.
Whinging Bastard.
What standard of table manners do we need to have here then?
The ones that you naturally have, I would say. Were the
Right,
best.
okay then. Right, that'll do then.
Hello, my lovelies, and welcome.
That's more like it.
You are very welcome to join Mustard and Boaty, who today are doing lunch with.
Me?
There he is,
Allegro man.
Allegro Man.
I don't really know why, but I'm presuming they'll soon tell me.
Well, because
Because we thought you might pay, that's why.
Well, you offered before I even had the chance.
Because you're wealthy. We thought we'll invite somebody wealthy and successful on the basis that they might take pity on us and buy us lunch, like James did. That backfired.
did it? Why?
Well, because he didn't buy us lunch. Were you not following?
Did it?
No, Andy didn't. Try not to worry about it.
Do you mind if I just doze off? Well, the reason why we want you in a lunch video that doesn't benefit me but benefits him is that you are very well liked amongst my subscribers
Yes.
because you're an honest chap who does good work on cars
Yeah, I've
and
noticed
starts
that.
every phone call off with "Now then!"
yeah.
So, for context, my darlings, today we chose to dine at David's Chippy in
because he was paying.
the village of Milnrow. And Captain Mustard opted for fish with chips and curry sauce. Allegro Man has opted for battered sausage with chips. And I've also gone down the battered sausage route, but I have added some curried sauce, which is a thing of great joy and majesty.
For a man who likes his authentic food, English curry sauce really doesn't work.
It's authentic.
How's it?
It's the curry sauce that I remember from my childhood in Britain. So,
We don't want to hear about your childhood again.
Part of my character, which I think I should just say straight away, and then no offence to any of the viewers, is that actually you don't really get conversation out of me while I'm eating.
Is it?
Yeah.
don't worry,
So-
we'll make up for you.
That's probably because actually the time not to have a conversation is whilst you're eating, because your food goes cold. And normally what happens when it's just us two, he'll just be gabbing on and on and on. He'll have a chunk of food in his hand, be talking cack, asking stupid questions, and I'm tucking in.
Well, Janine always just says that when food's in front of me, oh, there's no hope for a conversation. Head goes down, you get eating, don't you?
And
Yes.
Janine is your good lady wife.
Yes.
How long have you been married?
2019.
Oh, quite recent.
Yeah, we've been together since 2013.
Right.
But yeah, it was 2019.
Is she
we had
your
an
first wife?
we had a yes.
Okay.
We had an Allegro and a Metro as our wedding cars.
They got there okay.
Yeah, there were no breakdowns on that day.
Is she into cars, or does she just put up with the fact that you are? Or
I
was
wouldn't say she's into cars, but she certainly appreciates them for what they are.
How did you make her?
I must confess, it was a dating site.
No shame in that.
No, none whatsoever there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's where they got all the wine from.
All of yours?
All of mine since about 1997, yeah.
When the internet was a new thing.
Oh, internet dating changed my life. So where was your first date?
It was just a pub.
Love at first sight, or did it take her a while?
I don't really know that. I don't think it. Well, we were pretty much an item within a week, so that's pretty quick, really, I suppose, isn't it?
It is, yeah. How many leg rolls have you got now?
Including scrap ones, there is three. There's 9.
Now that is something you could have been eating whilst you thought about it, couldn't you?
Yes.
That's more than he's got.
I haven't got any leg roll.
Have you ever had an leg roll?
Yeah.
Have you? Did you like it?
Yeah, I like it.
Do you like it more than what most people think you should like it? Because they do have a reputation that they don't deserve.
Its name was Bluebell.
No, I don't know its name.
It was a 1.5 Super, and I swapped it for a Renault. Well, I got that and some money for a Renault 4 van that had done 9,000 miles.
Oh yeah.
It used more oil than it did petrol.
You're putting it in the wrong place then.
It just used a lot of oil.
It would do.
And I took it to the American Adventure, which doesn't exist anymore. Oh, I love Bluebell. Oh, and I had a 1750 a keep thing.
A keep thing.
The quick one.
Yeah.
That was ridiculously and unexpectedly fast.
Was it?
Yeah.
For the time? Or do you think it would feel quick now?
It depends what you're used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 1750 twin car thing.
Oh, by the way, I started making you a theme tune.
I've heard, well, the one that I need my own channel.
Yeah.
But I do have a little problem with that, I'm afraid. So
I think at some point, anyone at superhero status does need their own theme tune.
yeah.
And you're going to be the first. That's before I've even done one for myself.
So have you got a regular one?
A regular one.
Well, as in, there seems a few versions with doing this. Do you rely on repetitive things? Do you want your channel to have repetitive things that are unique to you? Like, do you want music set to that particular theme tune? Do you want your opening words where he says "Hello, my lovelies"?
Yeah, he does that because he can't think of anything new to say normally, unless he's trying to undermine somebody else, which he does quite a lot with me.
I mean,
as you can see, he's quite good at it. He is. He's very good at making somebody look terrible and like a really horrible bastard. But I say to you, Boaty, fuck you, and everything you stand for, and I mean everything. Boaty's World, your silver car, the colour silver, your association with me. Fuck the lot of it.
Do you feel better now?
Yeah, thanks.
Question.
Is that answer the question?
Can I ask you a question as an Allegro expert? Is it true that the Allegro is more aerodynamic when driving in reverse than when driving forward?
That is a
You've
good
asked
question.
you've asked me a very standard press question there. I'm afraid.
Lots of people ask that, don't they?
Yeah, lots of people ask that. Next thing you're going to say is, was the heated rear window there to warm your hands when you're pushing it, aren't you?
No,
That's the next question you.
I wouldn't think that though.
Or you might ask me if the heated rear window pops out when you jack it up.
No, I wouldn't know how to.
Does it?
No, I've never had any of those experiences.
I might have asked you whether you thought that the Quartic steering wheel was ahead of its time, or a white elephant that was of its time.
Well, if you think that a lot of Volkswagens these days have a flat bottom, then maybe it was ahead of its time.
That is a different reason, though, isn't it? The idea of the Quartic steering wheel was you had points that you could grab hold of to give you more leverage, whereas the flat bottom is just that, you know, Volkswagen are best just going straight lines.
I imagine you wouldn't like a Quartic steering wheel.
I wouldn't mind.
Because you reject women with a flat bottom.
Yeah.
So why would you
I do
accept
actually, yeah.
why would you accept a steering wheel?
Yeah,
I haven't presented him one with a Quartic steering wheel yet, so perhaps we'll.
The assumption is for many people is that all leg rows have them.
Yes, it is. It is. But the truth is that there was only on the very early ones. But yeah, that is a general assumption.
The thing is, you was born a leg row man. But at some point, you're going to find, and you are doing now, that other cars are what you tend to do more of.
Yeah, the trouble is with what I try and turn out some sort of, if I can put this in I try and turn out a finished product. So the thing is that the some of the Allegros, for what they need, the time they will take to have to the point of the orange one that you did, which was the Series 3. You know, the barn find one.
You need other cars in the meantime.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, you literally cannot in 1 month do everything that barn find needs and then put it up for sale. It's just not possible. So yeah, other things do kind of come into the mix.
Where were you born?
Huddersfield Hospital.
Huddersfield. I was thinking about Huddersfield yesterday when I was driving home. I must have seen a sign for it or something. Because you know when we did that feature, place names that are also actions.
Oh, Huddersfield.
Yeah.
There should be Huddersfield, shouldn't it?
Probably the missing bit. With the leg rows. I guess everybody's going to ask me why. Because you must wonder why.
Well, I don't, because you've already told me. But
Right.
You are free to expand upon the thing. Because I've got a thought, really, that most people would you just happen to like them. But obviously there's a bit more to it than that.
Well, when I was a lot younger, so I would have said round about when I was, probably when I was about 11, my granddad had a Astral Blue Allegro Van Pla, and my dad had a lot of company vehicles at the time. So at that time I can remember just my dad driving around in a different vehicle each week, so the typical Escorts, the Cortinas and all that sort of thing, Avengers. He was just getting a different one each time because he was a double glazing salesman. But my granddad had this Van Pla, and I remember looking at the front of it and thinking, that looks like a pig. And for some reason or another, it just stuck with me that was his car. And I used to go over there he was in Bingley and we were in Brighouse. Now that's 15 miles. But at the age of sort of 13 onwards, I would just cycle on my bike over to Bingley and go see him. And he'd always be doing something with it. And he did want to pass the Allegro on to me as my first car. But when I was 16, somebody else took care of that by nicking the Allegro, taking it up onto the Ilkley Moors and running it off down the hill where the Cutsons is. So it were knackered, it were wrecked.
Well,
He's obviously got a problem with your burping.
yeah, because he doesn't do that kind of thing himself.
Exactly.
So that was kind of taken away from that chance was taken away from me. So my first car was a Reed Green X-registered Vauxhall Astra. So basically, I didn't have an Allegro until I was 24. My first Allegro was when I was 24. So when I was about 20, Grandad passed, and I just had a point where I had a friend that had a Morris Minor, and I had general other stuff going on. I was interested in cars, but the Allegro thing, it niggled me after my granddad going that I wanted one. So I made a point then of wanting to have one the same as him, but when I got my first one when I was 24, it was just a normal Allegro, not a Van den Plat, in a different colour to Grandad's, and it didn't stop me searching for the match to what he had. I wanted one exactly the same, and as time went on in 2008, I was actually given one, and I mean given as in it was given to me by somebody in Lytham St Anne's, which funnily enough, my auntie, my granddad's daughter, lives in Lytham St Anne's now, but the two were not connected.
Oh.
But
So
it was
who gave
quite
you the car then?
coincidental. Just a garage in Lytham St Anne's, Mark's Motors or something.
Oh, we had lunch with him last week.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that'd be very, very hard.
Yeah, not that Mark, I reckon. Probably a different one.
Oh, is there more than one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just like there's more than one Tom.
Why did they give you a car?
He just said that as long as someone can do something with it, he didn't want it to sort of go to ruin or anything like that. I guess because of the period of time they'd had it from new, they were a bit emotionally attached to it.
Well, that happens
Oh, they
quite
had
a
it
lot,
from you.
doesn't it, really? Where people who are genuinely interested in their own car and they've had it for a long time and want to see it live on, they're the ones that will give their car away.
Yeah.
Rather than say, well, yeah, but it owes me this much.
Yeah.
But I have seen that before where you'll have somebody saying, I've had this all my life and I just want somebody else to take it on. But, you know, it's going to need thousands spending on it, but I'm not letting it go for nothing, you know.
Somebody very kindly gave Hubnut a car, didn't they?
Was what, that Citroen?
No, it was what was it? Japanese car of some nature. Was it a Syria?
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah, of course.
And he very kindly took it on
Sold it.
and yeah.
Well, you know how you went for fish and chips,
Yeah, I did, yeah.
and I didn't.
Yeah.
I would have done if I were in Yorkshire,
Right.
because that's just confirmed it.
What?
Nowhere but Yorkshire can do decent fish and chips.
Well, have you had enough then? Are you full up?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, they're just very bland and dry, and
Yeah.
I've got bored of them.
Well, that's what I do with chips as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know that if I continue to eat them, I'll just end up very, very full.
Well, are you an indigestion kind of man as well?
I do have a little bit of that going on, yeah.
I always do, and I know it will be coming because of the fish.
Yeah.
Because the fish and the amount of oil it soaks up, and that oil's not great.
Yeah.
Whereas a curry, never get any problems like that with.
No,
Next time, I tell you what you and I should just have lunch together. Fuck him.
Yeah, kick him out.
We don't kick him out. We just want to tell him.
Yeah.
He won't be invited for the next one.
Yeah.
Then
Well,
we
the
can
thing
have a
is, though,
proper
he'll just turn up. Because you've told me the story of how he came about. He did just turn up, didn't he?
You did, yeah.
Whereas I actually genuinely met you through buying a part off you.
Yeah, you did, yeah. Yeah.
Whereas he stalked you.
No, I bought part of him. That's
All
all
right,
did.
okay.
But no, you didn't.
I did.
I gave you the part.
Yeah, but I came to buy it and I offered you money for it.
Yeah, but I didn't really think it really. Because you came a long way, and because you wanted to meet me, I didn't really feel.
I didn't want to meet you. I just wanted the part. It was doing my head in.
You came 60 miles for something that would have got in the post for £3.
Yeah, that I couldn't find on eBay. There wasn't one on it. I looked on eBay first. I'm not an idiot.
Well, the story changes from time to time.
I made a video about it. It's on record.
So what? Who's going to watch that?
Yes, so I mean, the Allegro thing, really, going back to that, is just really it's a spiraled hobby. That when and then when COVID happened, I looked at the cars that I had and decided to half the number, but I was still furloughed, so I just basically was able to like sell the half of the cars that I had, and I had a little bit of money. When I went back to work, I was like, do I really want to be doing this? But I actually had a little bit of money where I thought perhaps I could just take a risk and do something on my own.
What was your job?
I was a carpet measurer. So for 20 years, I was doing shop work in carpets, similar to the one that obviously the owner of this place has.
So how would that work? Would people bring their carpet to you to measure? Or did you go to them?
Have you ever lifted a carpet?
I've lifted the edges of it, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Okay.
No, I used to knock on doors. Well, not knock on doors, but people would come to the shop. They would arrange a measure, then I'd go out in a van, measure it up, and give them a price.
A price for measuring it?
No, for what the carpets may cost them at our shop. So in other words, the shop would give them. That would be a quote.
I'm confused.
It does pretend to be dim sometimes.
No, I'm genuinely confused.
How? Why is that confusing?
So you go and get your carpet measured?
No, you don't get your carpet measured. You get the space measured so you can have a carpet fitted.
Right, so you're not really a carpet measurer then? You were a space measurer.
Right, but that is a point.
Well, did he actually measure it? Have you ever measured a carpet? Or do you just measure
Yeah, when I cut it, you doil them.
Doil them.
Yeah, but the first thing that you measured would be a space, not a carpet.
Well, yeah, all right.
Right, so
space in somebody's house.
So primarily you're a space measurer.
Right.
And then on a secondary feature, you then became a carpet measurer.
Right. Okay, I'll just take his word.
Yeah, well, it would make it much more simple, wouldn't it, if you explained your job like that, rather than just saying that you measure carpets. If you said, "Oh, I measure spaces and then I measure carpets,"
Did you ever?
Spaces. How many people would tolerate that?
Yeah, if I turned around and said, "Oh, I measured spaces," but he'd go, "What?"
No, he wouldn't. He'd probably find that a bit more interesting.
Did you ever think about branching out and measuring other things? Like you could measure children.
I'm gonna say, I think we're gonna move on to something. What's it here, aren't we?
I don't know. You never know where we're going, do you? Really, that's the trouble.
I like the idea of measuring things for a living. I could do that.
Well, measuring anything. So, like you have your hotline. You have a nice big red telephone. I mean, that's a bit off the top, isn't it? And suddenly it rings. Boaty, something needs measuring.
Yeah.
Get down to Doncaster now.
Yeah.
And then you get in your car, and you've got like a you've got like a lamp on the top that's really bright, and it flashes away, and people know to get out of the way because measuring man's on his way. It's a
That's what we should have called. It shouldn't be called Allegro Man. This is him, not me. That's what he should be doing.
Measuring man.
He should have a special outfit with measuring man on there. I mean, I'm just a wannabe. He's been a professional measurer.
Yeah, but if he was a measuring man now, we wouldn't know him. Unless he
Exactly.
Carpet Creations.
Well, yeah. But I mean,
You might have. You know when you were trying to work out how many cars you could get in there?
Right, yeah.
You could have got measuring man.
Yeah.
And he would have come in and said, "No then!"
But you need to perfect that. Try it again.
I'm not up to doing it again. That one took it out of me. It's quite hard work being northern, I find.
That's because you're not northern.
Oh, well, that's it.
Yeah. What are you? I mean, have you ever wondered what he actually is? Because is he a southerner? I mean, he lives in Chesterfield, which is not really north, but it's not south either. It's not even Midlands, is it?
No, it's kind of...
It's like one of those areas that only people who like wind go to.
Yeah, but to be honest, he's in quite a rural area. He does have some neighbours, but he's in...
He's a farmer then?
No!
He's Welsh.
He is.
Now, most Welsh people are proud enough to have a Welsh accent, but you're too posh for that, aren't you?
They beat it out of me at school.
Yeah, because you went to a public
Did you
school.
go to school?
I started off in public school, yeah.
Do you know why they call it public school when it's actually not really public?
Yeah.
Why?
No.
Okay. Glad I asked him that one.
Have you ever milked a cow by hand?
No.
Would you like to?
No.
No? Why not?
Why would I?
Is this another Huddersfield
Do you have
reference?
milk in your tea?
Yes.
Do you not feel kind of fraudulent that you want the end result but you're not willing to put the graft in?
I don't really get interested, to be honest.
I think, well, if the only way of actually getting milk in your tea was you had to go out to the cow that you parked outside
Yeah.
and get your own milk, you probably would, wouldn't you?
Well, don't answer it for him. Ask him the question.
I'm putting words in Allegro man's mouth
Oh.
because I want to make sure he says yes.
I'm going to call him measuring man.
Well, nobody will know what you're talking about.
They will, once I start getting the marketing in place. Measuring man. So would you?
No.
So you would go without milk rather than milk a
I
cow?
can drink black coffee, I can drink black tea.
Yeah, well, you can drink it, but would you want to?
No.
I wouldn't either.
No.
I'd rather just get the gloves on and go out and do a bit of squeezing.
You don't want to put gloves on.
Why?
Well, because you lose that sense of intimacy.
I don't think it's about being intimate. I mean, obviously it's about being...
It's like the difference between sleeping with your wife and sleeping with a prostitute. If you sleep with a prostitute, you've got to wear a prophylactic device.
Right.
And you lose that sensation of skin on skin. And so it feels less intimate. And it's the same when you're milking a cow. You want that contact.
Have you ever milked a cow?
Yes.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes.
I can't believe that. I can't believe
I
that.
like the feel of the bastard.
I can't believe that. Basically, mainly car subject related YouTubers have ended up talking about milking cows.
It's an interesting topic.
Well, you could argue that's more interesting than talking about cars because that's what everybody else is. I think it's... I mean, you know, would you have an alarm on your cow if you had it parked outside?
No. Well, kind of. It would have a bell round its neck.
Yeah, that is an alarm, isn't it, I suppose?
Kind of.
Yeah.
But
What about a cow garage?
it's like a...
If you had a cow, what would you call it?
Wilfred.
Wilfred. I was expecting you'd have you'd have a cow name because you've always wanted one, and you know exactly what you'd call it, like most people would with a dog.
Well, I think that's disrespectful.
Why? Oh no, I know why. Because you're saying, well, that's like saying that all cows are the same.
No, it's disrespectful to name something before you've encountered it, to decide in advance. It's like, okay.
I agree.
It's like
And
having
I'm sorry
a
I said it, but I just thought you might do.
It's like having a child and saying, right, I'm going to call this child Tracy. And when it pops out, it's got a little winkle and it turns out to be a bit more male than you imagined it was going to be. And you still call it Tracy.
And some people do.
And that's what happened with John Wayne. That's why he's called Marion.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that a true story?
Yes.
Right.
He's just burped.
He burps a lot.
He's just burped. So I told you off for burping.
When in Rome.
And he's just burped.
He's
Probably going to turn around and say his excuse is that he's basically finished. Well, I think you did it mid-meal.
Well, it's farting that you think's fine, isn't it? But as you said, you shouldn't fart
We
in
are
a
in a
caravan.
confined space.
Yeah. Well, actually,
But if I end up doing it, it's alright.
Do you break wind in front of your wife?
Yeah.
Do you?
You can't be married and still hide stuff like that.
Exactly.
You can.
But not normally. That's not natural, is it? How could you possibly be married to a lady friend and still not think that you do?
Would you be upset
But-
with? Would you be upset with me, right? If we were doing, say, a repair job on a car, and and you were very near to me because you were holding something, and I actually did fart then?
I wouldn't be upset with you.
You'd probably just make a joke out of it, like say something like Marty Vicker or something.
Oh, no, I'd call you a smelly sod.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Well-
I wouldn't actually be upset.
Yeah.
What about if you it was the night before Pride of Longbridge,
Longwich. Tricky chaps, words.
they are tricky chaps, and you're both in a tent sharing a sleeping bag, and he broke one.
Sharing a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
Sharing a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not everybody does what we do, you know. He'd be really jealous. Wouldn't you?
Did your lady wife break wind in front of you?
I couldn't possibly answer that.
Did yours?
Oh, I wouldn't know. Ask her that, if you can get my wife to come along and do a lunch video, which you wouldn't because she
Because you won't allow her to, you misogynistic arsehole.
I would allow her to do, but she won't.
You
do.
don't allow her
I've
to have a-
I've told her, but do you really reckon she'd want to spend an hour doing this kind of thing with the kind of questioning that you can provide?
Yeah.
Because I'd have to just sit there quiet whilst you come
Yeah,
up with
for
ever
once that-
delving questions that.
Yeah,
really
and you'd
most
be
inappropriate.
terrified of that, wouldn't you? You'd
Right,
be
this is the point where I hope they're going to get nicer.
Well,
you'd
they'll
be-
get colder.
You would be terrified that she was allowed to tell the world what her life with you was really like. Sitting in the corner of the room, quietly shaking and crying, desperate for her own identity, dreading yet another session with the vacuum cleaner. Poor cow. Poor downtrodden woman. That's what I say.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that.
Not at all.
Yeah. Now, if she knew that you would do this, she'd probably find it quite a lot of fun. But then she wouldn't really want to be on your video and have everybody
You
watch
see,
her.
there you go, speaking for her again. There you go. She's not allowed to have her own opinion. She's not allowed to have her own voice.
Well, you message her then and ask her.
I met Mrs. Mustard once. I met her. And she said, "Hello, Boaty, it's nice to finally meet you." And he said, "Be quiet."
Yeah, to you.
No.
Well, you'll have to make sure you put her into the Mondays then, won't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, look at that sense of panic on your face.
I don't think he's panicking.
Oh, he tries to hide it well.
I try to hide it well. You mean I do hide it well?
You try to, but you always put on the same face. You put on the full Camp Jesus face. Where, you know, Son of God, all innocent and all that. Do you believe in God?
I wouldn't say I follow anything.
Were you brought up in...
Yeah, we're generally brought up as there is a God and generally.
Did you go to Sunday school?
Yeah.
Did your family go to church on a Sunday?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. And I've done an odd midnight mass with say families that are more.
Are you from a Catholic family?
No,
Okay.
no, but just say with someone that I may have, had general life friends with or like that. I've partaken.
Were you married?
Do you know
were
what
you
he
ma-
believes?
What?
Do you know what he believes? And he'll tell you this in all sincerity, that God is made of bolognese and meatballs and spaghetti. And you do believe that, don't you?
Do you understand that it's not acceptable to mock somebody's religious beliefs?
Yes, I do.
Good. Well,
No.
stop it.
No.
Did you get married in church?
No, we didn't. We were register office.
Oh, well done for remembering it. Is there a reason why you didn't get married in church?
Money.
It's not that you'd already indulged in what you're not supposed to do before marriage and you were worried that God was going to strike you down
No, it's
with,
nothing like that.
with a lightning bolt.
Do you really reckon God would do that?
Oh, yeah.
Because you probably indulged a little bit before you got married, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So did you get married in the church?
No.
Right.
For exactly that reason.
Right. Because you knew he would go.
Oh, he told me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It said, don't you be getting married in a church, Boaty.
Well, there is another reason, of course.
Yeah.
Our church doesn't have physical churches.
That's true, yeah.
My church, we believe that there are two things. We don't have physical buildings, and I'm an ordained minister. We don't receive a stipend. We don't get paid. We're all volunteer ministers.
Right.
Because we believe that any money that we have or that we can earn or that we can raise should go to those who need it. We don't believe in spending money on ornate buildings. We don't believe in paying ourselves a wage. We believe that our job is to help those who need it most.
Right. So what does that make you then?
A minister of the church. I'm a reverend.
Catholic, Church of England.
Pastafarian.
What?
Pastafarian.
Pastafarian.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on then.
Go on then, what?
Oh God, I need a dictionary for that one, definitely.
That's just what we are. I'm a reverend minister of the Pastafarian Church.
Right. Okay.
The trouble is with this chap here is because he's very convincing at telling you things that aren't true. That even when he's telling
You've
you
seen my certificate of ordination.
shut up. Even when he is telling you the truth, it's like the little boy who cried wolf. You don't really know whether he's telling you the truth or not. And I have seen it. And he is genuine, but it just sounds all made up.
Yeah.
A bit
lot
like
of things
some of
that
your
he
career.
says and does.
Hmm?
I like a lot of things he says and
Yeah.
does.
Not me.
But you are comfortable with that, aren't you?
With what?
People not really believing you. You've not much choice, have you, a lot of the time?
Well, the way I always think of it is that truth remains truth, no matter how others may question it.
Good. Yep, I agree.
And the same is true of faith. Faith remains faith, despite how other people may choose to question it. And it's important as you go through life to maintain your absolute immersement in all that is true and all that your faith entails. For to go outside of that is to walk alongside the path of righteousness and risk taking another path.
God, he's being very.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Do continue.
Well, how can I disagree with that? I agree with it. It's just that I don't agree with you or anything.
What was the best wedding gift you got?
The best wedding gift we got?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't ask for gifts.
Oh, okay.
Often you get them though.
No, we said we don't want any gifts.
Is that because you haven't got any friends, or did you just genuinely not want any gifts from the friends that you do have?
We said that we've already got houses, we've already got properties.
How
we've
many
already-
houses did you have?
Well, I had my house.
Right.
She had her house.
Right.
Because most of the time, if you meet later on in life, that's generally what the case is.
Right.
I don't mean to say necessarily that we owned them both outright, but we certainly had our own houses first.
Right.
So we was like in the position of, if we'd have married when we were younger, yes, we would have needed the things that sometimes people might buy you, pots, pans, or whatever. But
You had two of everything.
But we had two of everything. So we just said, she got a wishing well, which was a wooden thing. She wrote a little verse, and it was a case of whoever was invited as a present. We don't want a present, but you can throw some money into that pot, which was towards honeymoon funds. Do you want to hazard a guess at how much that turned out to be?
£34.12.
Out of what was it? About 70 guests.
Oh, that's a lot.
150 quid.
No.
I'm going to say 390.
No.
Okay, well, you're not really giving us a
£20.
clue.
1955 quid.
Yay! Win!
Yeah.
We
Have you still got some of it?
no, we blew it. We blew it on the honeymoon as we said we would
Where
do.
did you go on honeymoon?
Scotland.
Oh, okay.
We did. We didn't do the East Coast 500, which is definitely something I do want to do.
Right.
But we did the up to Inverness part. So we went effectively up one side, as in using the A9, and then back down the other side of Loch Lomond using the A82 effectively.
So it's like a
that's
road
like
trip.
down Loch Ness. Yeah, so we had a road trip. We had different. We had five
Did you
different.
share the driving?
No,
Who did the driving?
me.
All of it?
Yeah,
Did you want to drive?
no. And I am gonna say I'm gonna have to say I broke the mould here because we didn't do it in an Allegro.
Oh.
Unfortunately, none of them were
Working.
on the road at the time for such a trip. I did it in an MG ZS with a dodgy wheel bearing. All the time on the road trip, I was listening to a wheel bearing howling. Trophy Blue, MG ZS, hatchback, listening to wheel bearing howling. But
Yeah, hoping that it wouldn't wear completely out and leave you a three-wheeler.
yeah, but it did not break down at any point. It still returned miles to the gallon. In reality, it did me sterling service for the honeymoon, but it was quite a little bit thinking about it all the time as I was driving.
Was it a mutual choice to go on a road trip? Was your wife as excited about it as you were?
I wanted her to see Scotland.
Or did she kind of drop any hints, like dropping brochures for Vegas or Benidorm or Tenerife?
We were between Cornwall and Scotland, and we were on that. Which do we do? And then her mum and dad got us here a night's stay before we were going to set off at somewhere in North Yorkshire. So that kind of then pushed us
North.
because we weren't, we were just putting another 60 mile on the point of going south.
So you were really only considering the UK. Is that because neither of you had a passport, or are you both xenophobic and hate foreigners and everything that they represent?
Generally speaking, I don't do going abroad. And now definitely since illness, Janine doesn't do neither.
No.
And if you've never seen Scotland, if you,
She hadn't seen the parts of it that I wanted to take her to.
oddly enough, that was our plan.
Right.
But we didn't have enough money to actually do it. So we went to Wales.
Yeah.
And I had an MG at the time.
Well, that's an upgrade, isn't it?
I had an MG ZT.
Yeah.
And we didn't take it.
Right.
Took my mum's Hyundai instead because I thought it'd be a lot cheaper on fuel.
But my thing with abroad is that I'm quite happy with what this country has to offer on that score. I'm quite happy to. I would be quite. By the time I'm too old to actually travel or do anything, but by the time I'm very old and I can't really do holidays or go anywhere, I'd be quite happy if I've seen a lot of the UK. My thing is, I do want to see a lot of the UK.
So, outside of the UK, where have you visited?
I've been to Spain once, and that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I was 31. I didn't really. I was like, okay, and I guess I'm just not one of these sit on the beach types. So
You don't have to be a sit
it
on the
just
beach
didn't.
type.
It just didn't do it.
So what about if somebody gave you the chance and said, look, we're going to raise some money for a subject really close to your heart, and what we're going to do is we're going to trek up Mount Kilimanjaro. It's going to take 10 days. It's going to take 10 days. Are you up for it?
No,
You wouldn't do that.
no.
Yeah, you're missing the treatment.
Would you do it?
I've done it.
Would you do it again?
Yes. In a heartbeat.
How
No,
long did it take to get up there?
It was 5 days up, 3 days down.
Right.
No, I think that we have a lot of very, very nice places in the UK, and I'm quite actually satisfied with.
Would you not like to see an elephant?
Not really.
I would, but I can go to the zoo for that.
Exactly.
It's not the same as seeing them in their home environment.
No, it's easier.
Well, go
More
stay at New
convenient.
Forest then.
Go where?
Well, are there elephants?
There's not elephants
indigenous
there.
to the,
There's
to
not
the
elephants
New
there, but I have been to the Bewley Auto Jumble once, and I went.
Not elephants exactly, but I have been to the Bewley Auto Jumble. And I can tell you, there is nothing that Africa or India can offer me that I cannot get from the Bewley Auto Jumble. Bacon sandwiches, £2.50.
No, I was going to lead on to saying that, you know, we stayed in the New Forest,
Right.
and there are wild animals there.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
obviously not elephants, tigers, and all this sort of thing that you're wanting to just go stand in front of so that they munch you.
I imagine.
Yeah, okay.
Would you like to go on outer space? Not outer space, but into space.
Yeah.
Would you? Even though it costs about £2 million.
Well, I haven't got £2 million.
If you had £2 million, if you had £4 million,
Oh shit!
what?
It's like 2:30.
Yeah, no, you said 3 o'clock.
I know I did.
Yeah. Oh, did you say you got to be at home at 3?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Right. Okay. Well, we better wrap that up then.
That's a shame. I was just getting into my stride.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It takes a while, doesn't it?
And I will never look at Bewley Auto Jumble in quite the same way again.
What? Because you. No, but was there anything else you wanted to? I thought you was wanting to ask me about my own, about whether or not I should do my own channel.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that a lot of people would be interested in you doing that. Of course.
I'm interested in it, but I'm, for the moment, I think if you'll still have me, I'm thinking I'm wanting to stay as is.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Because the time aspect and so on, because everything's sort of to do. I mean, you've said that Boaty has he's just explained all the times he's up doing the whatsits and so on. With my sort of situation of, you know, my job, my house, things like that, general life.
Well, you wouldn't really
The
want
Auto
to be.
Jumbles.
You wouldn't want to be doing the kind of level of editing that Boaty does anyway. It takes far too long.
Do you know, the reason I got into YouTube was for editing.
Was it?
That's what I fell in love with. I hate making the videos. I love editing. Genuinely.
Right.
And that is genuinely how I got into it.
That is something that I would not have expected you to say.
100% true.
Right. Okay. We best let you go then. So.
Do you want to have a go at doing it properly after you completely arsed up yesterday?
No, you do it. And I'll see what you say. Right, my lovelies. That's time that we've finished here on this Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch thing with another YouTube celebrity who's not a YouTube celebrity yet.
Sensational. Right, we need to leave that one at that. So we would like to say a massive thank you to Measuring Man, who was kind enough to join us today. If you've got a space that needs measuring, he is your man. He will come out of retirement and he will measure your space. Or ladies, if your man tells you that he has... Would you do that as a one-off?
Get on with it.
No.
No, right, okay. You'd do it for money, wouldn't you?
What, measure a space?
Not measure a penis.
Oh, for God's sake! He has just done what I expected. I knew that when he said measuring things, measuring spaces, I just knew that he would bring it round to.
When I was
that.
a student,
He can't help
when
it.
I was a student, a girl brought in a health magazine, and it said that although, you know, little tinkles can vary in size considerably when they're flaccid, when they're aroused, they tend to be around the same size. And the average size of a male member is 15.5 centimetres. And you could see all the boys noting it down. And I guarantee you that every one of them did what I did when I went home. Mum, where's the measuring tape? And then the next day when we went back in, you know, some people were sort of going, and the others going,
Yeah, the liars.
you'd have been king of that common room, wouldn't you? With you. Anyway, that's enough of that. So thank you very much for watching and tune in.
Well, that wasn't what I was expecting it to be at all.
And
listening to him talk bollocks, basically.
Well, yeah,
you really weren't expecting that.
Well, I was, but I thought you might have some serious side.
But you didn't realise we
I thought
were
there
talking
might
bollocks
be
and
some-
penis. That's the thing.
I
Yeah,
asked you some serious questions. What's the matter with you?
I'm coming when it's just yourself and me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Fuck you.
yeah.
I did pay.
Oh, you did. Yeah, but so you should have done.
Can I ask you, right? You know your sort of car dealer arrangement.
Yeah.
What work does he do?
But not a great deal.
You seem to be doing all the work.
Yeah, but he can't do any work. That's the thing.
Why?
He can tell people. That
You
it's for
could
sale.
when he turns up on a Monday, you could at least say, "Vac me that car." If Whiteley turns up to me, I've set him on before now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's given me an
Well,
idea.
send him round here.
You should have a. You can't have a cup of tea until you vac that car.
He doesn't drink tea.
Right.
I will answer that question seriously.
Right.
I'll tell you what I brought to the partnership.
Go on.
I brought the unknown banker.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Go on then. Yeah.
He does have that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, he would have got rid of me.
Yeah. I'm beginning to think this is what it was. You had this deal with the unknown banker, and he thought, "Shit, I can't do all that. I need to get somebody else involved." And he was like, "Yeah, I've said to him, oh, I won't do it without mustard." Now I know why. Right. So, thank
It's
you.
just logistics. I'm perfectly happy to have half the cars at my place, and I will do exactly what you do, except for the fixing bits.
Yes.
I'll just take it to the garage and say, "Fix this." There's a good chap. Thank you, David. Very grateful. And then I'll clean it. I'm good at valeting. And then I'll do a no-nonsense sales pitch.
Which
I bet you. I said, right. Let's have a bet.
are we going to have a shake?
Right. Let's have a bet. Right. Amazingly, Dicker Dum Dum failed the MOT. Completely out of the blue. I can't drive it home. So I'm coming home in one of the Mustard and Boaty Do cars, sale cars.
Johnny Crook.
What is that its name? Right, well, we'll find a better one than that. What is the betting that I can get that car sold all on my own before next Monday?
Oh, I really hope you do.
What, so do I?
Yeah, I really hope you do. Because then I could get some money out of you selling something, and that really would be good.
Exactly.
No, I watch his videos and I think to myself, hang on a minute. I feel sorry for him in this one because he's the one that's here every day.
Getting cold.
Yeah.
But only because he won't do what he's supposed to do. Right. We've got everything in place so that car comes in, we go together to get it picked up.
Hang on a minute. I had to bail him out on the I had to bail you out on the white. Well, bail him out, whichever way around you want to look at it.
Because he
I had
wouldn't
to
wait
go-
until Monday to do it. He wanted to do it. He's like a child. He wants to do
The
it
people
there
that
and
have got
then.
it for sale do wait, don't they?
So the way it's supposed to happen is that we go and get the car together. The car lives here because this is where there's space for it. And Mustard organises a mechanic to do the work to the car. We jointly pay for it. It comes out joint profit. Job done. He won't do that. He wants to do it himself because he's still got the mindset that he's doing it old school, and he just assumes I haven't got the money to get somebody else to do this. Whereas it was never the idea that he bears the brunt of the work. It was always supposed to be farmed out. But you try getting him to farm work out, he won't do it. Oh no, I could do that. No point in spending money on that when I could do it. And then 4 months later, the car's still bloody sitting there.
Well, that's not quite true, is it? Anyway, we really should. You really do need to get off, don't you?
Yeah.
So we can't keep on talking at him any longer. Finish it off.
So thank you for watching, and do tune in the next time that Mustard and Boaty, along with somebody else, either more famous than us or about to become more famous than us, do lunch. And that's a wrap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oop.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, that was exciting, wasn't it?
That was worthwhile just for the Bewley automobile line. I'm going to treasure that. I hope it's as good as I remember it.
Not as in because it's gone from one thing to something
No, it
that
was
you've
just
never
that-
even.
And so, are there elephants there? Well, not elephants as such, but I went to the Bewley Auto Jumble.
You still got it switched on.
Oh.
You're, I know you don't like calling him your cameraman, but the man who does your cameraing,
Yes.
your partnering,
Stephen.
yeah, he was talking about something like that when he was up here.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, it seems to be a misconception. It's like people also will say things like, you can't film here. And I go, yeah, we can. This is Britain. We're in a public place. We're in North Korea. What are you going to do?
There is no expectation of privacy in a public place.
Yeah,
No.
exactly. Right, shall we eat lunch?
Yeah, let's eat some lunches. Salad. Not particularly nice looking salad. And more salad. And lots of pots of shit.
Don't spill it.
That'd be yours then.
It'll stain.
That's my spoon.
That's your kabida.
Kabida.
That's your
Naan bread.
Naan bread.
Do you not think
General sauce.
that there's a sweet spot and it happens with cars as well, doesn't it, where they're worth nothing and then people look round and go, because that telly that I bought for £21, at some point in the future people say, you know what was awesome? That B&O telly that had the aluminium surround and it looked like a picture frame and it was on a motorised base and it spun round and all that sort of stuff, and they've gone, yeah, when was the last time you saw one? Because a lot of them will get thrown away. The screen is only 1080. That's as good as the resolution gets on the screen. So people are appalled by that. Oh, it only does 1080, and I think, oh, shite. How good are your eyes? You know, how good are your eyes, really? Oh yeah, but you've got to have. Look, Steve talks about we're shooting stuff in 7K.
Yeah, oh, 7 now.
We're shooting stuff in 7K.
Bloody hell, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yep, it is. Which is ridiculous. But some people have got, apparently they've got tellies that can render 7K, but it's not stuff isn't being broadcast in 7K yet.
Well, the trouble is, if you've got a TV the size of what a house used to be, and you're watching something in 1080, it's going to look pretty.
Yeah.
Right, my lovelies, welcome to this latest episode of Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch. And Mustard, would you like to introduce our guest today?
I reckon he's probably introduced himself. This chap here is just this huge fairy who's a motoring journalist, used to be in a programme called Top Gear before it stopped being a motoring magazine, I believe.
Yes.
And that was quite a long time ago, though.
It was quite a while ago, yeah. It was nearly 25 years ago, my God.
Yeah,
really?
so now all of the young people have no idea who you are.
No, which is great.
How often, though, do you find... right, so people of our age,
yeah,
everybody knows who you are.
Yeah.
Who you are, right? So, but do you ever get like younger people coming up to you in the street and saying, "Yeah, you're that gobby one that used to like bikes, aren't you?"
No, but I did have a guy at the gym the other day and he said to me, "You're him, aren't you?" He was doing like pull downs or something like that on this machine, and he sort of stopped as I walked by him and he went, "You're him. You're the guy of Talk TV." I thought, oh right. Because I have subsequently had other things that I've done since Top Gear.
Yeah.
And some people know me for that. Like some people would know me as the voice of Rustlers, not to tasty in 70 seconds. Now that's what I call fast.
Oh shit, yeah.
Is that you?
Or every house should have a mouse, only from Black & Decker. Yeah, that's me.
Bloody hell.
I thought that was Alan Partridge.
For years, what with my accent? Although, of course, my accent, probably like everybody else, is a version. In other words, the way that people would hear me speak on the radio or the television is a version of how I actually speak. Because when I'm back in Bury, just down the road from that way,
Yeah.
I would speak to other Bury people in a different way. But of course, when I'm on the BBC,
Yeah.
I sort of,
Then you have the accepted northern voice instead.
yeah. But it was handy. I mean, I was on Panorama, not as a subject, thank God, but as an expert. And the producer said, I'd wanted you to present the whole show, the whole Panorama. But there was a meeting and they said, we can't really have somebody who speaks like that presenting Panorama. But we can have him on. And I thought, wow, are we still there? And that would have been about, well, that was 20 odd years ago. That was 20 years ago. That it was still unacceptable for somebody with a regional accent.
Regional accents are quite still relatively recent on the BBC.
Yeah, but it's been handy because it got me a lot of gigs advertising. And I spoke to, again, an expert, and he said, yeah, the British public, there's been a lot of research done, have a very definite idea of what certain regional types are like. He said, for instance, you never hear Scousers doing voiceovers rappers because people in Bishop Stortford think that everybody in Liverpool is a criminal. Honestly, say in Liverpool, a criminal. So I said, and of course, anything financial, you often get that soft Lowland Scots accent, like a sort of gentle Scots, because they think Scottish people are tight with money. So when they're watching the commercial, they think, yeah, Scottish people know what they do with money because they're tight. You know, none of this. And I said to him, yeah, because the stuff I've got, the voiceovers I've got for products have all been for things like barbecues and DIY. He said, yeah, hands-on stuff. Check shirt, you know, check flannel shirt, Jason Manford. Jason Manford stole my gig. Jason Manford, I hate you. I don't hate Jason Manford. The thinking man's Peter Kay. No, but he said, it was funny, he said, yeah, everyone else in the country thinks Northerners, they trust Northerners when it comes to sort of practical things because they think you're too thick to be deceitful. Oh, thanks, mate. You know, oh yeah, that Northerner says I should buy this drill. He probably works with his hands. Yeah, you know.
Where do you feel more at home, TV or radio?
I don't know. I've done a lot of both. The problem with radio is that the gigs that I've had on the radio, I've always felt like I was playing a part. And to be honest, I've listened back to myself on the radio and thought, God, I'm annoying. But it's because I was hired to be that person and to do that thing. Like on TalkSport, where I was for a couple of years. I was basically one of those annoying people who says, oh, are you annoyed about something? Are you like, you know, do you want to have a go at people? And do you want to be upset? And do you want to be pissed off? Well, give me a call on, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I get these horrible people, a procession of horrible people going, oh, you know what's wrong with this country, Steve? All the blah, blahs are all the... Like, it's because people would say, I was in London at the time, me and the missus were living near the Arsenal ground, and we'd meet people, we'd have drinks. So, what is it you do, Steve? I said, oh, I annoy people for a living. You know, which I basically did. Because the way to get people to call into those phony radio shows is to rile them up.
Like Vine does.
Yeah, if you went on and you said, hello everyone, would you like to be reasonable? Give me a call. And would you like to see both sides of this story? That wouldn't work. So they get me on these shows. If you ever hear me on, like, I guest on a lot of shows, like I did this morning, where they get me on as like the fluffer in porn, where they get somebody on to get everyone in a suitable condition for the filming. They wheel someone like me on, and I go, oh, it's outrageous. What are they playing at? You know, there are potholes everywhere. It's worse than Spain. back in the day, or Yugoslavia when you went on holiday and you came back and you went, you want to go abroad, the roads are in a terrible... We're like that now. People go, he's right, that's Steve Berry, or he's an idiot, he don't know what he's talking about. But they need that at the start of those conversations. So, having done phone-in shows and I've been guests on phone-in shows, and then when I was doing music on the radio, I just thought the policy that's doing music on the radio is pretty depressing, because what you want to do is not play the same stuff over and over and over again. But that's what's popular. That's what's popular. And people go, no.
That's what they're promoting.
I'd like to hear new music, and I'd like to hear. So I don't want to hear all the hits. No, you do, because they've got the figures. And I worked in music radio for 10 years. I've seen the figures, and the figures say
it's the majority of people that want it. There are plenty of people that don't want to hear it, and that's why they don't listen to it.
Well, do you two listen to the radio?
Radio 4.
Radio 4.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a point. Yesterday, I was sure that Tom Drives has got himself a presenting job.
And what?
I don't know. It was a thing about Palestine.
Oh, did it sound like
It
that?
sounded just like him. And he's got quite an odd. I won't say an odd way of talking.
So
but
is this
it's quite distinctive, isn't he?
An automotive YouTuber?
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get on Radio 4, do he? I was on the Today programme the other day on Radio 4, and it was
which day?
a surreal moment, because when they were saying, just hang on, you were speaking to Abel Rajan and Nick Robinson. I was like, oh, right, okay. Because I listened to that. And, I've done thousands of hours of radio, but when he said, and we joined now on the Today programme with Steve Berry, I thought, I almost wanted to go, really? Really, me? But we got quite deep in the 5 minutes that I was on. Yeah, so I like radio, but I think it's a dying industry. I won't advise anybody to go into it, because it's getting squeezed right down. But the problem with that was that people in radio who make decisions, went to the States and looked at the way radio was there and thought, yeah, we should do this. We should bring that format back to UK, where there's like a breakfast programme in New York, and there's one in Chicago, and there's one in LA, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, they're on different time zones, you idiots. And America's a vast nation. People in, how far away can you possibly be? I'll tell you a thing that illustrates the difference between British radio and radio everywhere else in the world. My missus thought that we were in the car, and she thought that the traffic report on Radio 2 was a spoof. She thought it was comedy, because it was a traffic report. Now think about this. Think about coming to the UK from another country. So she's coming from Vancouver, Canada, right? Which is, well, here's a stat. Halifax, England is closer to Halifax, Canada than Halifax, Canada is to Vancouver, Canada.
Bloody hell.
Right? That's how big Canada is, right? So she's listening to a traffic report on the BBC, and it's for the whole of the UK. Think about that for the moment. So the nice lady, the failed actress that does the traffic report, they're all failed actresses that does the traffic report. Well, they are. Doesn't mean they're not nice, they're just, Anyway, she's doing the traffic report, she's going, in Sheffield, there are roadworks on the main road going into the city, and in Bristol, and Karen said, she says to me, that's funny. And I said, what? He said, like the spoof traffic report that's for the whole of the UK. I said, no, that's real. The traffic report is for the whole of the UK. So she said, so you're driving around Manchester every day, and they keep telling you about these roadworks in Belfast in a completely different country, on a different island that you'd have to, and you're driving around Manchester and they're going, meanwhile, so she said, in Canada, they just have, what's the weather like in Vancouver? What's the traffic like in Vancouver? They don't tell you what it's like in Toronto, because it's thousands of miles away. It's like, it is pretty weird that we have that, isn't it? The idea that the whole of Britain wants to listen to the same programme with the same weather report and the same traffic and everything.
Yeah, but it's just simply. Well, I mean, we do have a bit of, it could be raining in the south, but sunny in the north. We do have that, don't we? And Steve, you are from Great Britain, so you know all about that. But obviously, when you go over to Canada, the weather's a bit more consistent as well, isn't it?
Well, in Canada,
Yeah.
the weather in Canada is very similar to here, except it's a bit, when it's cold, it's colder.
Yeah, no, I don't mean. I mean the actual areas when they're cold. They're just cold pretty much all year round, aren't they?
Well, I thought I knew rain because I've lived in Greater Manchester for most of my life until I went to Vancouver, and it rained solidly. And when I say solidly, I don't mean there was heavy rain throughout the day. I mean it rained solidly for nearly 5 days without cessation. I'd get up in the middle of the night because I had jet lag and think, it can't still be raining. It's been raining for like 3 or 4 days now. What's going on? That is rain. Everything's big there.
Yeah.
Everything's big. I gave the missus a car for a significant birthday, and then she reminded me that nearly 10 years later it was still in the UK, and she wasn't in the UK anymore. So the car should probably go. The car was sold new in California in 1971. It's an Alfa Romeo. And it was brought to the UK by a doctor who came to work. Controversial moment coming up in Bolton, because I hope that neither of you will pass any comments on this. Bolton is a centre for tropical diseases. Right, it is. Let's not go there. So he came over to study tropical diseases in Bolton, Lancashire, and he brought his Alfa Romeo Spider with him. He then realised he was in Bolton and he should get a Volvo, which is what he did. And so the car came up for sale. And I bought it. And I drove it round for decades. Literally. And then I gave it to her as a gift. And she said, let's get it over here. So we looked. I mean, this is the dilemma for people that are interested in silly old cars, isn't it? You see a car you like, and it's never just down the road, is it? It's always in Octomukti or Bodmin or some bloody far-flung pot.
Not usually in a different country, though.
Yeah, right. Well, the problem for her was when she looked at transporting it from Manchester to Vancouver in a container, it was thousands of dollars. But I looked online and there was a much cheaper option. Roll on, roll off from Liverpool to Halifax, Nova Scotia, which technically is Canada. And also the site of the world's largest non-nuclear explosion.
What, Vancouver?
Halifax.
In Canada?
In Nova Scotia, yeah. Two ships loaded with ammunition collided with each other in the harbour, causing the world's largest When you're walking around the town, you're like, this all looks quite new. It's like, yeah, it's the site of the world's largest non-nuclear explosion. But all I did was drive it. Now, here was the thing. They said you can't. It's got to have the right ground. It's got to have the right amount of ground clearance because they have to drive it on, roll off. They have to drive it on and off the ship, and they said how much the ground clearance had to be. So I looked at this little Alfa Spider, and it wasn't anything like that. So people have said to me, "Oh, did you put tennis balls into springs?" Nah. No. I had to raise it about 1.5 inches. So what would you do, gentlemen? You've got an Alfa Romeo, 1971, sat there. It's 1.5 inches too low to go on the boat. What did I do?
Massive wheels.
Bigger wheels, yeah.
I bought a set of Series 4 Spider wheels and put on them London taxi tyres, which have got sidewalls like that. It was great. It looked like a bit like. I'd rather you familiar with a donk.
The donk?
A donk. Do you know what a donk is?
Nope.
Yeah.
Not a banging donk. That's different.
Oh right.
Banging donks and Bolton, Blackout Crew, all them lot.
Yeah.
I know what a
Put
dink
a donk
is.
on it. No, don't.
Dink.
Double income, no kids.
Correct.
Not the other one. Right.
Yeah, I wasn't going there.
No. So, taxi tyres, Series 4 Spider wheels. Got to Liverpool, no problem. drove on the boat, great. The strangest thing was, got to the port of Liverpool to put it on the boat, went in, there was 750 Range Rovers waiting to go to Canada, a Lancia Fulvia the same year as the Spider, and get this, half a dozen brand new, and this is only a couple of years ago we went, brand new Land Rover Defenders. Brand new Defenders. And people have gone, no, no way. So I'm telling you, brand new Defenders. But you know what colours they were already in? Carabinieri. And I've asked people, they said, yeah, they must have had a contract with Carabinieri extending over a period. They're probably hand building those cars from parts. The brand new Defenders. People went, oh, the Defender. I said, I'm telling you, there were half a dozen Carabinieri navy blue with the writing on the doors, brand new, waiting to get on the boat in Port of Liverpool. People don't realise, they go, oh, you know, like when people look at something and they'll date it, they'll say, oh, they changed the colour of those cables from like a pale grey to black. And when you talk to people who actually worked in the factory, they'll go, we just used up the stock until we...
Yeah.
But people now swear blind, they go, oh, that gearbox is 2 years only. They fitted them gearboxes till they ran out of them, and then they switched over to the other ones.
I'll tell you something. My friend Peter recently got married in the Philippines, and he had his car shipped over so he could drive it in the Philippines.
Wow.
Car I sold
How
to
much did that cost?
quite a lot, but he couldn't drive it because it was too hot. It was going to overheat. So he had it shipped over there.
Oh, no.
The moment you start driving it, because it's the humidity's that high and the heat's that much, and you can't really go faster than 2 or 3 miles per hour because of how busy it is.
I love the idea that, you know, and he obviously doesn't know you very well. So, I mean, anybody who knew you wouldn't expect a car that you sold them to get to the end of the street, let alone to the Philippines.
Holy
drive
shit!
that.
How much does it cost to ship a car to the Philippines? Must be thousands.
No, it wasn't. That car's perfectly good, by the way. He loves it. He's had it 2 years.
What was it?
214, 8 valve.
214? Rover 214.
Yep.
Tell you a story about Rover 214. So back in the day, when I was working as a freelance journalist and mainly doing motoring and music stuff around Manchester, the first 2 things that I did got published because people say, well, how'd you get started in like the media and all that? I said, easy. Here's what I did. I bought a camera, bought a good camera, buy a good camera, got a Canon F1 35mm. And I went and I photographed racing at Alton Park and I sent it to somebody and they used the pictures and paid me. And I thought, this is easy. So I went to see Curtis Mayfield and the Impressions at the International in Manchester. And I took pictures of them and they used one of the photographs of the bongo player. It was actually a very good photograph. I don't know if I've ever taken a better one. But they used it big in ID magazine, which is quite a big deal. They paid me 150 quid for that, which back then was like, and I thought, this journalism thing's really easy. You just get a camera, blah, blah, blah. Went and did stuff like that. But the reason I got the gig is because they didn't have anybody up here. You know, it's like, you often find, don't you? And sort of being a motoring journalist, as long as I have, again, I was having the same conversation last week I had with somebody else where somebody decides that what they want to do is stop specialising in this one thing that they've done reasonably successfully for a long time and take on the big boys, and I think, you're going to go bust. You know, like when we look at cars and we think about cars and stuff like that, you see where a manufacturer is, all of a sudden they've got a bit giddy and they've done this thing very successfully. And that Rover 214, I mean, it had a place in British motoring, didn't it? It had a very specific niche. The sort of Hyacinth and Richard, semi-detached house.
They were good sellers, though.
Yeah, they were good sellers, and not a terrible car. But if you drove one now, it'd feel like it's out of the heart, wouldn't it?
No. I mean, it's My 25 is basically related to it. It's the same underpinnings. It's the same car.
Well, as I was saying, when I got going, that photograph that I took of Curtis Mayfield's bongo player came to the attention of Stern, the German news weekly. The people, do you remember they bought the Hitler Diaries?
Yeah.
The forged Hitler Diaries. So this is the biggest news weekly. We don't really have something like that. It's like Time in the States. But Stern was a big deal in Germany. And they wanted to come to Manchester and do an item about Northern Soul, because they were interested in the Northern Soul all-nighters and stuff like that. And I managed to persuade them. I said, well, come over, but there's something else happening in Manchester. It was 1988. I said, there's something else happening and you might want a piece of it. And they were the first people to do an article about Manchester, all right, kid, have it. We had it large in the Hacienda. We did all that. They did that before every single... So they had that story before everybody else, but I'd only just started in all this game, and they were like proper journalists and photographers, and they were like, right, so we want to stay, this is the money we have for a hotel, this is the money we have for a car. I couldn't believe how much money they were going to spend on like hotels and cars, and I thought, so they were going to pay that money to me, and I thought, oh, I can make a bit of money here. So I got them into the Britannia in Manchester. Have you ever stayed in the Britannia?
No.
It looks amazing from the outside and it's terrible inside. And I got from, I don't think it was the first time I'd ever hired a car. I got a 214 from her. It was the only one they had from Hertz at Manchester Airport. And it was the only one they had, and it was the cheapest car that they had. And I picked these Germans up in this 214, and I'll never forget their utter bemusement at this little car. They were literally saying, this is a car you can buy? Honestly. They got a bit pissed off through the week because it was a pretty awful car. We did a lot of driving around in it. But at first they couldn't get their heads around the fact that people were paying money for that when there were other cars available, with people like Volkswagen and BMW and Mercedes, Ford, Opel.
Oh. Ford weren't making a nice car at the time, though, were they?
What, the late 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
Like what?
Scorpio, was it right?
The Scorpios.
Well, it was the Granada.
Yeah.
Mark III
The Escort.
Granada.
Are we in the era of
The Escort shit.
Yeah.
of the Sierra Cosworth? 88, 89.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, they made a good car. Well, I remember I went out with them. I went out with this bird. I went out with this bird, right? Sound like Michael Caine. She was proper bird, she was. And I thought, we went to get in her car. This was outside the Hacienda. And get this, it was a Mark 1 Fiesta Ghia, and it was two-tone. It was
they used to do a beautiful blue and silver one.
Yeah, but this was the brown and beige.
Oh
two-tone.
yeah, I've seen those.
And I thought,
Nice.
classy bird.
Oh yeah.
Because it was, she was only like, we were kids. I mean, I was 19, she was sort of 18. She had a brand new Fiesta Ghia. I thought, wow. Yeah.
What I always thought was funny, and I was going to come on to this before because of what you were saying about branching out into things that should be a failure. When Porsche made the Cayenne,
Yeah.
at the time I thought, there's no way that's going to work. It's like, there are people who like a Porsche, but they don't want a Land Rover. So unless Porsche are going to make an off-roader, I'm not going to have one. But there was obviously right about it. But it just seemed like such a ridiculous idea that a Land Rover won't do. You need a Porsche. You need something that can go off-road and do 165 miles per hour as well.
I was at the Premier Inn in Cumbach. About 3
In Welsh Wales, this is
in
obviously.
South Wales, yeah. This is about 5 weeks ago, something like that. And I was filming a piece with a Welsh guy, a rediscovering my homeland type thing. So we're back to the old Brecon Beacons. And I'm looking at my hotel room the next morning. and this big Italian truck reverses up the side by my room in this Premier Inn on the outskirts of Aberdeen in Cumbach, and off roll on Italian plates a brand new Lamborghini 4x4, whatever it's called.
The Urus.
Yeah, and a brand new Lamborghini 4x4. What's it called?
Not the old one, the LMO2.
No.
Right.
No. Oh, no. The I've forgotten what it's called. Is it the Staccato or something?
Oh,
it's like whatever they're calling their latest supercar, their latest version of the Diablo or whatever it's called now. They've done an off-road version of it.
Yeah.
So it's got roof bars
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
And so one of these rolled up as well.
Wow.
And
Was it for a magazine feature or?
well, I'm guessing so, but I don't know.
At the Premier Inn.
At the Premier
Yeah.
Inn, the driver just parked him up, closed up his lorry, had a fag, fucked off.
maybe he was doing it for a joke.
So I went and had a good nose around them.
Maybe he was told to actually go and put them somewhere. I know it was my last day at this place. I'm sick of it.
I'm going to take it to the Premier Inn.
I borrowed a Range Rover the other day and I've done many thousands of miles in Range Rovers. And I got in one, and I haven't been in a Range Rover for a couple of years. And I thought, why are these things so big? It's just a pain in the arse. Britain hasn't got bigger. The size of Britain hasn't changed.
Everything's got bigger though. Look at the size of a bloody Fiesta.
Yeah,
look.
I went to Ramsbottom down the road, and I thought, I thought, while I'm waiting, because I borrowed it because he was working on my car, and I'd gone to do a few jobs, and then he told me, don't come back before 5 because it won't be ready. So I thought, right, okay. I thought I'll do my shopping. So I pulled onto the Co-op car park in Ramsbottom, and there were spaces, but I couldn't get out of the car.
Yeah.
The spaces didn't allow me enough room to open the door successfully without banging it on a car next to me. And I just thought, what's the point in these massive cars?
Well, I think the point is that moment where the door makes contact with the other car, that's where you stop pushing, and that's how people get out and park their cars these days.
I remember being 14 and going to Paris, and for the first time sat at a street side cafe, seeing somebody do that thing that French people did,
Oh,
where they pulled into the space, hit the car in front, backed into the car behind, hit that one, pulled forward, and just got out and walked off as though that was how you park a car. And I was like, what? And I thought, oh, don't try that in Bury.
First time I saw that
you
was
get a
it.
hard slap.
First time I saw that was in Chicago.
Wow.
Second day there, and I went out there on a blind date. And the date went all right, and the next morning she took me for breakfast, and that was how she parked. She was very rich. She had a brand new convertible, whatever it was, and that was how she parked. She just budged her way into a space that wasn't really there, so that we could park outside this really famous breakfast place, which was fantastic. My best time in Paris, and my most memorable time in Paris, was driving a metro cab, driving a London metro cab.
Wow.
When I got married, my missus came pre-equipped with 4 children. So, and I was I had Porsche and 991 Turbo and a 928 at the time, which weren't really suitable. And I wanted to get something that we could all share as a family. And I thought, well, I don't want to just go down the normal people carrier route. They're boring. So I went down to London to look at a stretch limo that I was going to convert to LPG, and came back with a London taxi.
Yeah.
And it was
Like you do.
like you do. And it was the best trip. We went all around France in it and ended up in Paris. And I fulfilled a lifetime dream. Drove down the Champs-Elysees at midnight with Joe Le Taxi, Vanessa Paradis, blasting out at full volume.
Wow.
But the
Was that her?
was what? No. No. God, I wish. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, what?
So what's the longest taxi journey you've ever done?
For me, it was Manchester Airport to Littleborough.
And you? Well, you, it's Paris.
Yeah.
I've literally got in a cab a couple of times in London and gone to Manchester. And the guy's been like, really? And I'm like, yeah, Manchester.
I'm guessing this is on an expense account.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
You'd have to want your bumps feeling to do it any other way, wouldn't you?
Oh God. Yeah.
What's the cost of that then?
I don't know, because he's had to then call his office, and that they've phoned the person that's authorised. I won't say who it was that's authorised me to do it.
It'll be an account job. It wouldn't have been a handover. Yeah.
And they've gone, yeah, okay. And it's horrible. I mean, you're saying, oh, it was great, we went to Paris. I mean, 65 mile an hour in an LT1. It's the one with the old. Was that the one with the Nissan engine, the Nissan diesel, the Metro cab? Or was that Austin
no, no, that was the Fairway that had the 2.7
it was
Nissan.
The 2.7 Nissan out of them.
Yeah, it was
Nissan
when they became the Fairway after they were whatever the previous one was called. The Metro cab had the 2 litre Ford Transit lump.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's made by Metro Camel. You try getting one insured. Yeah, so what is the vehicle, sir? It's a Metro cab. It's a what? It's a Metro cab. Well, who makes that? MCM, Metro Camel Mare. We've never heard of it. But it was brilliant. Fiberglass.
Everybody who said that to you been in one, hadn't they? They just didn't
know what it was.
Never had anybody ring up. But didn't Duke of Edinburgh used to smoke about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, it's the best way to be inconspicuous in London.
I'll tell you also one of those as well.
Stephen Fry had one.
And Noel Edmonds.
Oh,
in fact, there's a long...
Like Noel
Don't
Edmonds.
talk to me about Noel Edmonds.
Oh.
He's one of my mates, how dare you? That's one of my celebrity chums, Noel. We did a show together called 21 Years of Top Gear. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, because he was in Top Gear, wasn't he? I forgot
Yeah, he
about
was
that.
one of the original presenters were Angela Rippon and Noel Edmonds.
He was the one with the beard.
Angela Rippon presented the first item that she did. It was an Aston Martin. I think it was a V8 Vantage, as was.
Has your mate Noel Edmonds ever tried chatting up your missus in front of you?
No, but
She's in Canada.
I could name 2 Top Gear legends who did try chatting my ex-wife up.
Yeah, well, your mate Noel did that to me.
Yeah. Well, I have a pretty highly tuned predisposition for violence. And my hobbies are riding motorbikes and lifting very heavy weights. So I've had to be dragged off a member of Status Quo at one point because he tried. What is it with sort of dorky older musicians who are sort of well past the sell-by date, who think they can try it on with your missus in front of you and not get a hard slap, as I think I've already said once. See, people forget.
It's happened twice to me. One was your mate
You're
Noel.
6'5". Why would somebody try it on with a...
And the other one was bloody Nigel Mansell.
Nigel Mansell?
Yeah.
You'd have thought he was a player.
At his,
P-L-A-Y-A, wouldn't
at
you?
his golf club. Ugh.
I don't know. I thought he would have done really. It just seemed to be he does look like a bit of a cad.
Well,
doesn't
after
he?
me and
Yeah, with that mustache.
after me and the ex split up, I was in a bar. A couple of my mates came in excitedly and went, "Hey, we've just seen name of my ex-wife with name of one of the Manchester United players," and they thought that because I professed a liking for Manchester United on the radio show that I did, that I would be excited to hear that my
It was being humped by a player from your favourite team.
Although I did kind of, damn good looking woman, but it's isn't it odd sometimes when your mates think
That you'd be impressed.
that you'll be impressed by things, and people have said that to me with
Yeah, but
cars.
the
To bring
thing is-
it back to cars, when people said to me about cars,
No, let's keep it on women, right? If you and your missus split up,
Yeah.
she's not going to be celibate for the rest of her life, is she? We all know that if we split up with our missus, she's going to get action with other blokes.
I don't know.
So surely it's better if they get action with a really famous high-level celebrity, because that lifts you up onto their level.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you think, yeah, and I was there first, mate. I was there first. So, it's a...
That's
So-
the same
It's an
thing
ego.
with Lisa Stansfield.
It's an ego
Right.
boost. Fucking Lisa, yeah.
So I've got 2 mates who have had girlfriends who have gone on to be very well known.
Right.
and on both occasions, well known for their attractiveness.
Okay.
And that's the politest way of putting it. But does the fact that you date a person in their youth who then goes on to be like super desirable? So I'll tell you what it is. One of them was,
I did that.
Right.
I did that.
Okay. Right. So
I dated the girl that went on to be Freddie Starr's wife.
Right. That's not bad, but it's not Liz Hurley.
Oh no,
Now,
it's not
one of my mates.
Oh, Liz Hurley.
Right, but here's the thing: he kept it quiet. It took me ages to find that out, and I found it out from a third party. And I asked him, and I said, "Is it true?" And he went, "Yeah." He was sort of like a bit like, "Oh yeah, you know." We were only like 16, 17, whatever. None of us was known at the time. Blah blah blah. So I was like, "Mate, if that was me, I'd have a T-shirt made." I mean, like, I used to go out with Liz Hurley. Yes, that Liz Hurley! Exclamation mark. Now the other one went out with Kelly LeBrock, the woman in red. Weird Science. Right.
Okay.
So when the woman that you've gone out with is in a major Hollywood movie and she's made on a computer as the perfect woman, which is what they did in Weird Science. Let's make the perfect woman. There she is. And you've actually dated that woman in real life. He never shuts up about that. Whereas the other guy, it's funny. One of them's like, he never shuts up about it. Which, fair enough, I wouldn't. He might see this. Sorry, Rupert. But, you know, it's
He
true.
won't see it.
He probably will. And he probably will. But, you know, he's a mate and everything. And I would do the same if I dated. You know, it's like the woman in red. It's the, you know, she was in these big Hollywood films, and she still talks to him. I think like a lot of those older stars of Hollywood and stuff like that, I think she's not doing as much. It's awful, really, isn't it? All the blokes, the Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, they're still at it. I mean, think about it. I'm younger than Tom Cruise. Look at me. I'm 60 in a couple of weeks' time. I'm younger than Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. Isn't it weird that they're still there and being held up as this, like, look at this? I mean, there was something yesterday I was watching, and people don't see it. That's
Don't you have to
interesting.
be considered sexy in the first place?
Are you
Have
saying?
you ever been mixed up with anybody else famous?
Yeah. I'm not fucking telling you.
That's Edward.
I've got a question for you.
I'm not telling you.
Are you at your best in front of the camera or behind the scenes? Because you've got a production company, haven't you?
Yeah, and I've directed, unlike a lot of people.
And you're quite a highly regarded director?
No. But I can direct, and I can direct a you know, right, so it's funny though you said, because I work with this cameraman, and we're mates, and he said to me, "You direct the same way that my dog has learnt to open the kitchen door." And I said, "What?" He said, "Don't be offended." He said, "My dog has learnt to open the kitchen door by watching other people do it." He said, "I've seen the dog watching people opening the kitchen door." And then my wife said, "Oh, the dog's got out." And I went, "Yeah, the dog's been watching people opening the door." The dog was like, "Oh, that's how you get out there, right? Okay." And that, he said, and I've seen you when we'd worked together before. He said, when you were presenting, he said, "I'd seen you watching directors." I was like, he said, "And you were watching them like my dog." You were like, "Oh, right, that's how you do it."
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, because when I turned up on a set to direct, all I did was go, "Right, everybody, silence on the set." I was literally, there were about 4 or 5 people who I was copying. And then when I actually had a bullhorn in my hand, and like I had my own chair and all that, and I had to go, "Speed, action," like that. I thought there was a voice in the head that went, "Go on, Steve Berry, you're kidding, aren't you? You directed, you're in charge of all these people, really?" But I was like, "Shut up," like the voice, just do it.
So if the beef came back to you now?
No way in a million years. No,
No?
mate. Well, it's.
And they said, "We want you to set it up. You choose
Set what?
Set up a new Top Gear. We've made a complete fucking ass of it. You knew what you were doing.
God.
We want you to sort it out behind the scenes. You're main man on camera. You choose your 2 co-presenters. Would you do it? And who would you choose to co-present?
Nobody that's known, because it's not worked, has it? It's like, right, so I tell you, if you look up, right, so I'm doing a thing at the Savoy Concours. I think they just confirmed it this morning. So I'll go up on stage, and the person who's interviewing me will have prepared for the interview by reading my Wikipedia entry.
Yeah.
And therefore, nothing that they say
will actually be true. Yeah.
Including when it says I was on Top Gear from till. Because I was on it a lot longer than it says on Wikipedia. If you date it from my first appearance.
Right.
What they used to do, even with Clarkson, particularly with James May, people forget. James was on for a bit, then this sort of wobbly hand of indecision came in. Not having a go at James. Cracking bloke.
Is he? I've never met him. Is he a nice guy?
Yeah, but he's got his own agenda, and he's I think people think he's this sort of like slightly donnish, woolly-headed. That whole Captain Slaw business is a persona for the telly.
Yeah.
That's not what he's like in real life. He's a bit of a player in real life, I think. But,
I'm sure you said that about him.
I did.
Yeah. Well, right, if he wants to dispute that, I would remind him of the time that...
Here we go.
that we were on the island of Mallorca and we stayed at La Residencia. This wasn't me and him on holiday, this was a launch, a car launch. And I would direct him to what went on that evening. But I'm going to go no further down that road. But that sort of, oh, I'm just a bloke in a jumper that someone knitted for me, blah blah. It's like, all right, James, whatever. It's been very successful for him. More power to his elbow. He's a cracking bloke. But what they did with me is what they used to do with a lot of people. They brought me on as an expert. So Chris Goffey or somebody, I don't know, William Woolard was doing something about the new range of BMWs. And here to put them through their paces, it's Motoring Magazine editor Stephen Berry. I'm like, they're riding along on this old BMW. Now, I didn't speak to her for another 6 months. Then they called me up and said, oh, can you come on and do something else? They sort of eased you in over a period of time, which was a much more successful way of doing it than this. Let's have a big launch and it's going to be Chris Evans and it's going to be this and it's going to be that. Because then you're stuck with them. And what they could... I mean, it worked for me because they got me on the show. But a lot of people have got... I'd meet a lot of people at motoring launches or motoring events and they'd go, particularly people a bit older than me, and they'd go, which isn't many people these days, but thanks for saying that. They'd say, oh yeah, I was on Top Gear a couple of times. I think, yeah, I meet people like you all the time. People who came on, they tried them, then they thought, nah. But they never promised anything, they never gave you a contract. And when they gave us contracts, when I got my first contract for a year, I thought, woohoo, made it.
For a year?
A year?
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you know what it meant? Nothing. Because when you read it, it was like, it said, between this calendar year, we're offering you a minimum number of days at this amount per day. So I thought, so for the sake of argument, let's say it was 40 days over a period of a year. Now, usually, when I was there, I'd do 40 days in the first 10 weeks, 12 weeks. You know, we were at it 4 or 5 days a week. But somebody who shall remain nameless went in. Something happened. He didn't get what he wanted. Somebody else, he got passed over. He felt like he'd been, and he felt things had come to a head. So he went to management and he went, I want this and I want that. And they went, well, you can't have it. And he went, well, I think you'll find that I've just signed this new contract. And he went, give it us here, I'll pay that. Out you go. And they'd just pay it off. They'd just pay off those days, even if you hadn't done one.
Right.
If you kicked off, they'd just go out the door, my friend. And I thought, yeah, this is a massive organisation. You know, that amount of money is quite a bit of money to me. And you'd think, oh yeah, we've just given this guy 40 days work at 500 quid a day. Oh, what can we do? They'd just go, yeah, on your bike, just pay off. I mean, it's the BBC, working for the BBC, as I did. I never worked for the BBC. They kept us freelance, and they kept us on not a lot of money because they knew that we could get lots of money going off and doing things like voiceovers and personal appearances and all that stuff, just like they did with
So
everybody.
they kind of gave you a platform and they expected you to earn the majority of your income as a result of that platform elsewhere.
Yeah, but what I didn't do, but some people did, was I didn't kick off about when they said, no, you can't do that. Because I'd run everything by them. Now, weirdly, I was looking at one the other day, the second gen Impreza. There was a whole evening of adverts on Channel 4. IM, Subaru Impreza in the UK, took the whole night on Channel 4.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, exactly. And we, well, don't want to say the whole night, from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock, every advertising break. And we made a film about the second. And the premise of the film was that I was an investigative. It's probably on YouTube somewhere. I was an investigative reporter, and I was desperate to get photographs of the new Impreza, but they were foiling me at every turn. And I was in disguise, and I was all in black, and I had this long lens on a camera, and I was at some top secret. And we were literally in northern Finland. I was at this top secret centre where they were testing the car. They took the whole night. And obviously, I ran that by the bosses thinking, there's no way they'll agree to that. And they said, yeah, fine. And that was great. It was a lot of money, and it was a big deal. And I enjoyed doing it as well. Like, we got to go on location to the north of Finland, which was mega. I got flown about in a Learjet at one point to get me from one place to the other. I thought, this is awesome. But other things they wouldn't let you do. Like, famously, we started getting offered panto.
Oh my God.
No, you're supposed to go, oh no you didn't.
Oh, right.
Go on, do it.
Oh no.
Hold on a minute.
Do it again, do it.
Like, for instance, we started getting offered panto.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh yes, we did.
It's behind you.
I thought, this is mega. Panto, because it's good money and it's fun, isn't it?
Fun.
Come
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
it'd be
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Plus, anyway, well, they were like, no, absolutely not. And I asked the producer, and he said,
So if you're contracted to BBC and you say you got that minimum 40 day in a 365 day period,
yeah.
So you're not being paid for those other 325 days, but the contract allows them to decide what you can and can't do at times where you're not being paid.
The contract doesn't. But what they do is take you in a room and have a man-to-man conversation. This is back in the day.
Right.
This is back in the day. It's all, but to an extent, it exists now because it's always been the case that.
Well, I suppose Twitter is the equivalent now, isn't it? That you know, in theory, what you say on your own social media shouldn't have anything to do with your job.
Look at Gary Lineker now.
Yeah.
As the best example of somebody who is obviously in locked rooms with senior execs at the BBC, and they're saying, "Come on, mate."
Yeah.
Can you do us a favour? You know, just ramp back a bit. We're not telling you can't do. I mean, I found the guys that I work with to be incredibly good. This is, people talk about the success of Top Gear, and they forget that back in the day when we were doing it, you'll get to speak at some point, mate. Probably not.
Oh,
back in the day when
that's very comforting.
Back in the day when we were doing it, it was easily the most watched programme on BBC Two, like by millions. And they manfully resisted the temptation to move to BBC One, which would have been a bad idea. And they built the success of it because James and Jeremy are both contemporary with me from that era. Richard was around at that time doing Men and Motors. I sort of swapped with Richard. As Richard went to Top Gear, I went to Men and Motors, and I thought, this is like being one of those football players, because being from Bury, who were always in Division 4, and sometimes an old City player or United player would just come and have a couple of seasons at Bury, right at their end of their career. And I remember when I went to Bury, when I went to Men and Motors, I thought, This is like a United player or a City player going playing for Bury or Tranmere. Just a couple of seasons. Because Men and Mortars, do you even remember it?
I do, yeah.
I do, yeah.
Well, Richard
I got
Richard did that.
I got a bloody copyright strike off them 94
Wow.
days ago because it's literally
A
4
strike?
days. An actual strike, yeah. I got a copyright strike. I got a takedown. And I got the 90-day thing. It's on your YouTube account for 90 days. And if you get 3 within that are active at any one time, then you lose your YouTube account.
Well, I'll tell
End
you
of
what,
story.
they had
And yeah, that was Men and Motors.
Men and Mortars. Why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? It's a great idea, isn't it? A channel. Well, Dave.
Well, when I go back and look at
Dave
it,
and Yesterday and stuff like that are very similar in the demographic, aren't they?
I was never
Men of
really
a
into it
certain
at the
age.
time. And the reason with copyright, I wanted to do some pieces on a guy that I grew up with. He was my dad's best friend. I grew up around his place. He's responsible of my love for cars.
Oh, Brian.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Brian
Got a
Classic.
strike on.
Brian Classic.
Bristol Brian, known as.
Bristol Brian. Right.
Yeah, my dad's best mate, and first time I ever got drunk was at his Christmas party. First car I ever drove was his Rolls Royce, all of that sort of thing. And I just wanted to get some stuff together. And I used
Hold on. The first car you drove was a Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
What's the first car you drove? A Rolls Royce? No.
It was a Datsun Bluebird.
A Datsun Bluebird.
Yeah, the minicab version.
And but Men and Motors did a piece on him.
Right.
And it was.
I remember it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
And I nicked a bit out of it. So hold my hands up. I nicked a bit from it, and they did a full.
Well, I
did a
probably
full
know the
slap
guy
down.
who. They had no money, but they had some really good program makers. Mark McQueen was there, I think.
But the ones that
Peter
I've
Baker.
the ones
Really
that I've
good program
watched,
makers.
the ones that I've watched, the presenters weren't great.
No, they weren't. But the program makers, like I say, one guy in particular, Peter Baker. Peter made some really good documentaries, car documentaries. You can watch them on YouTube. The Mini Magic on Wheels, I think it's called, something like that. There's one about the Ford Capri as well. There's one about the Beetle. They're really good, and they were made for no money. I mean, they made the 8-mile journey to Bury, and they interviewed me, I think, about every car in the series. And we literally went to the street in Bury that's got all the sort of classic car restorers, backstreet old car people that I know. And so I'm sat on the bumper of a Carman gear in one, and then I walk across the street and I'm on a Jag, or I'm stood next to an old BMW. Peter taught me, still around Peter, a really good program maker and a master of what people are doing now, which is making good content for virtually no money.
I've got a question
For
about that.
virtually no
Right,
money.
so you are a lifelong motoring journalist, amongst other things.
It seems so, yeah.
Amongst other things.
Apart from going off into music, which I probably
And
shouldn't have done, but there you go.
okay, there might have been a bit of luck involved, but no doubt you grafted away, put hard work into it. You kept at it. Where do you stand, or how do you feel about the people who are now doing it on YouTube often in a very amateurish, often in an amateurish way, with zero budget, but they're built good channels and they're earning money that no motoring journalist would ever have dreamt of being able to earn before.
We're not talking about you, are we?
No, we're definitely not talking about me.
Right, well, I've met...
You know how much I earn on YouTube.
I've met some of them. I've met Mr. J.
Do you watch any of them?
Yeah. I don't enjoy too much of what
That's what he says about mine. If anybody asks him whether he watches my channel, he says, well, I watch it, but I don't enjoy it.
That's what I said when I first met you.
Yeah,
That's like when a mate watches. Well, it's the Big Lebowski, isn't it? Where he's like, it's the classic scene where he's like, dude, will you come to my performance? And he has to go and watch his landlord do interpretive dance. The bloke's prancing about on this, and he's there with his shades on, because we all had that back in the day with mates who had bands, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
You got to come and see me band. Oh, you're like, oh mate, really?
So who do you watch then?
automotive YouTubers, well, Jay Leno was the king, but I think he's lost his mojo. But that may be sacrilege, and I love him. I think he's an awesome human being, but I think he's got...
But he's a professional guy, isn't he? I mean,
his videos are too long and they're too repetitive. He's told every single anecdote about his life in cars at least 4 or 5 times now. And the older he's got, the less he seems to be doing. And so he's not making new stories and he's not got new anecdotes to tell because...
So a once great man, really.
Yeah.
Really good stuff up until the point
like
where
Attenborough.
he didn't really need to do it.
Yeah, David Attenborough's Sir David Attenborough's narration now sounds like an elderly person who's been woken up and told that the house is on fire, but they have to complete this narration about the migration of penguins before they leave the burning building. It's like he's 98 years old. Move over, give somebody else a chance, for goodness sake. And it's the same with Jay. I mean, it did look at one point like he was bringing other people in. Justin Bell seemed to be doing a lot of stuff for him, Derek Bell's son. And he's really good. He's a really good presenter. But then that seems to have stopped. And it's just Jay. And when he's driving now, this is awful. This makes me sound like I don't like Jay. I know, I love the guy. But now, if you notice, when he's in the car, he leans right back. He's doing that thing that when old people's vision really starts to go, he's leaning as far back as he can and looking down his face as the world comes at him. And he's driving something with like 1,000 horsepower or something like that. You just think,
yeah,
Jay,
like we do reading a book. It's just you can't quite get it far enough away. Your arms aren't long enough to focus on it.
And again, I'll tell you, I really liked Derek from Vice Grip Garage. I love that guy's early stuff. Again, it sounds like us talking about bands, doesn't it? Like we're saying, oh yeah, the first 3 Clash albums are awesome, but after that, forget it, mate. You know, it's a bit like that. But how many times can you watch somebody go and fix an old car?
Yeah.
Because guess what you're going to do? You're going to do the same thing over and over again. And
I don't enjoy those videos. I don't watch any of them, and I don't enjoy them.
Fixing things?
Yeah.
No. I don't know how you come across mine.
Well, you're going to do the same thing. That's the problem, isn't it? How do you get an old car that won't go to go? Well, you check if it's got a spark. You check if it's getting fuel. You check. It's the same for every car.
It's more about the story, though, isn't it? You know, the old will it or won't it thing is the start of it, and then
I like the idea that via the medium of YouTube, possibly other social media as well, you can get to see stuff that you would never ever have got to see. Nobody would ever have commissioned Harry's Garage for the telly, would they?
I don't like that.
Do you not like
Right,
that?
I'd say I like his motorbike stuff for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I love it. But the way that he casually talks, I mean, he stood there, him and Clarkson, this sounds awful. This sounds like I'm going to go at these. Well, I am going to go at these people. Harry, I love your motorbike stuff. It's mega. But the car stuff...
He is a big fan of my channel.
Irks me a bit because... tell you what, mate, if you record something, it gets out. Him and Clarkson stood there in his garage saying, oh, I'm going back to diesel because, this electric car costs too much. Right behind him, literally millions of quids worth of cars, while he's going, oh, I've worked out the per mile, and you're going, mate,
Yeah.
I've looked up your net worth. What are you talking about? And this, I'll tell you what Top Gear did as well. Clarkson, Ham and Mayer, one of the things that they did, which of course is what most people think of as Top Gear, what they did.
Does that annoy you?
No, not at all. They normalised really expensive car ownership in a very weird way, where I talk to people and they'd say to me, is the SL55 AMG better than the Ferrari 460? It's like, I want to say to people, look, in a non-horrible way, not only will you never own either of those cars, you'll never get to drive either of those cars. You'll probably never sit in those cars. So why don't you think about something that's more in the realms of your world? It's so strange.
It's like the way they always went on about Lexus being embarrassing. You know, oh, you don't want the loudspeaker, someone shouting, whoever owns the Lexus. I just remember that a few times, and they were going, "Oh no, not a Lexus."
Did you ever do
Lexus
that
is
in a
good
nightclub?
car.
Did you ever do that in a nightclub when you were a kid?
What?
Get them to do a call out. Just go and say that you're blocked in at the car park, and they'd say, "Could the owner of the Porsche 911 registration number,
Oh,
blah,
right,
blah,
right,
blah,
right,
blah,
yeah.
blah, blah, please move the car." And you go, "Oh right, yep, sorry about that."
Yep.
And everybody
I'll put my beer down. I got.
He's got a 911. I'm going to shag him.
I'd just driven the SLR McLaren, the Mercedes McLaren SLR, and loved it. It really surprised me how brutish it was. You know, I was used to rough and ready fast cars. I had a Lancia Delta Integrale hill climb car, a championship winning car, and I had it on the road as a road car, which was stupid. It was all stripped out, fully caged, 5-point harnesses, the lot. It was a race car.
And it was a flying machine.
So loud, and it was so horrible to drive. Like it was so loud, so fast, horrible to drive. And I had that at the time, and I drove that Mercedes McLaren SLR, expecting it to be very refined, and it was a brute of a thing, and it was brutally fast but very wide and all this sort of stuff. I was just coming back off the back of that, and I was out, and somebody said to me, in the sort of environment where you, I don't know, I may have been caught unawares, but a chap tapped me on the shoulder and he said, "Oh, your mate just said that you've just driven that car. What did you think?" So we started talking about the car, and he said, "Oh, I didn't find I said the punch of acceleration and just the directness of the steering, such a big heavy car, and the noise and the amount of sort of communication coming through the chassis. I said it was much more race car than road car." "Oh, did you think that?" Quarter of an hour in, I realised that what he's talking about is what it feels like to drive it on Forza on the PS4. And I'm actually talking about what it feels like driving in real life. I know.
Do you want a cup of tea?
Yeah.
Should we do something else for a bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to have a drive, Nigel?
Yeah. If we have a cup of tea, we could do it then, couldn't we?
Yeah.
I've just got a few messages coming in from.
Are you going to do the outro?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
of course. Thank you very much for watching this very, very long lunch with a celebrity friend here called Steve, and join us next time when Mustard and Boaty do lunch with somebody else.
You ballsed that up, didn't
No,
you?
I just do it my own way, you daft hairy git.
He did it. It was good.
That's me, isn't it?
Right,
Sorry,
well,
I'll tell
I
you about
can
myself.
direct you if you want.
just to say a massive thank you to the lovely Steve Berry. Thank you very much
Well,
indeed.
if people are watching, it's just me moaning about other people. But the thing is, right, if I wanted to, most of the people I've moaned about in this, I actually like and/or admire. If you wanted to hear me talk about people who I think are absolute cunts, then we'll have to do this.
And that's this
We'll have to
video
do this
demonetized.
There we are.
But be sure to join us.
Be sure to join us.
Possibly with another celebrity. The next time, Mustard and Boaty do lunch.
Sun's out, guns out. Look at that. Come on.
Nice one, Steve.